Class Struggles in China. A Marxist-Leninist Analysis of Mao Tse-tung, by W.B. Bland. Revised version London, 1997. Forward nearly 30 years ago, in January 1968, the Marxist-Leninist Organization of Britain, the predecessor of the Communist League, published a report on the situation in the People's Republic of China. The main features of the report were its characterization of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution as counter-revolutionary, and the thought of Mao Zedong as reactionary and revisionist. While the Communist League fully endorses these main features of the MLOD report, further research makes it clear that the class situation in post-1949 China was more complex than was envisaged by the MLOD. In fact, the following social classes were operating in the People's Republic of China in the period concerned, each striving to mold China along lines which would serve its interests, and each represented by a grouping within the Communist Party. 1. The working class, represented by a Marxist-Leninist grouping within the Communist Party headed by Cow Kang. 2. The national bourgeoisie, a section of the bourgeoisie engaged primarily in manufacturing and oppressed by imperialism, represented by a revisionist grouping within the Communist Party headed by Liu Shaoqi. 3. The comprador bourgeoisie, a section of the bourgeoisie engaged primarily in foreign trade and dependent upon imperialism, represented by a revisionist grouping within the Communist Party headed by Mao Zedong and Lin Piao. Sometime after the Cultural Revolution, the interests of that section of the comprador bourgeoisie dependent upon United States imperialism diverged from the interests of that section dependent upon Soviet imperialism, i.e. the Soviet Union after the restoration of capitalism there following the death of Stalin. As a result, Class 3 above split into 3A, the pro-US comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Mao Zedong, and 3B, the pro-Soviet comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Lin Piao. Class Struggles in China shows how this class analysis makes sense of such otherwise inexplicable phenomena as the Cow Kang Affair, the Hundred Flowers Affair, the Great Leap Forward, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the death of Lin Piao in an air crash while defecting to the Soviet Union, and the post-Mao economic reforms transliteration note. In June 1979 the Chinese authorities introduced a new system, known as Pinyin, of transliterating Chinese characters into English, replacing the system, known as the Wade-Giles system, after its English creator Thomas F. Wade, 1895, and its English modifier Herbert A. Giles, 1845–1935. In this book, the Wade-Giles system, which is more familiar to English speakers, is used throughout, with the exception that in the bibliographies the name and title used in the original work is given, followed, where either of these are in Pinyin, by the Wade-Giles version in brackets. Class Struggles in China. Introduction. The revolutionary process in colonial-type countries. The aim of Marxist-Leninists is to lead the working class in each country to accomplish socialist revolutions which will establish socialist, and ultimately communist, societies. The revolutionary process will differ somewhat in different countries according to the specific conditions existing. The nationally peculiar and nationally specific features in each separate country must unfailingly be taken into account. When drawing up guiding directives for the working class movement of the country concerned. Joseph V. Stalin, Notes on Contemporary Themes, July 1927, in Works, Volume 9, Moscow, 1954, p. 337. Thus, the revolutionary process in developed capitalist countries will differ from that in colonial-type countries, that is, relatively undeveloped countries which are dominated by one or another great power, which is today usually an imperialist, i.e., monopoly capitalist, country. A revolution in a colonial-type country which brings about the national liberation of that country is termed a national democratic revolution. A revolution in any country which brings about the political power of the working class is termed a socialist revolution. The role of the national bourgeoisie. A key feature of the class structure of a colonial-type country is that the native capitalist class, where this exists, consists of two parts. Firstly, the comprador capitalist class or comprador bourgeoisie, which has close ties with the landlord class and whose exploitation is based primarily upon foreign trade, making them, like the landlord class, dependent upon the dominating great power. And secondly, the national capitalist class or national bourgeoisie, whose exploitation is based primarily upon the ownership of industrial or commercial enterprises and whose economic advancement is held back by the dominating great power. Stalin pointed out in May 1925 to the students of the Communist University of the Toilers of the East that the native bourgeoisie in some colonial-type countries is splitting up into two parts, a revolutionary part, the national bourgeoisie, ed. And a compromising part, the comprador bourgeoisie, ed. Of which the first is continuing the revolutionary struggle, whereas the second is entering into a bloc with imperialism. Joseph V. Stalin, The Political Tasks of the University of the Peoples of the East, May 1925, in Works, Volume 7, Moscow, 1954, p. 147. In other words, the national bourgeoisie of a colonial-type country is a class objectively in favor of the national democratic revolution, but objectively opposed to the socialist revolution. It follows that the class forces which are objectively in favor of the national democratic revolution are wider and stronger than the class forces which are objectively in favor of the socialist revolution. The Marxist-Leninist strategy for the revolutionary process in a colonial-type country must be based on striving to mobilize the maximum objectively possible forces for both the national democratic and the socialist revolutions. The Communist Party of each country must unfailingly avail itself of even the smallest opportunity of gaining a mass ally for the proletariat, even if a temporary, vacillating, unstable and unreliable ally. Joseph V. Stalin, Notes on Contemporary Themes, July 1927, in Works, Volume 9, Moscow, 1954, p. 337. Thus, the Marxist-Leninist strategy of the revolutionary process in colonial-type countries is to strive to carry through the process in two stages: firstly, the stage of national democratic revolution and, secondly, the stage of socialist revolution. In the first stage, Marxist-Leninists should strive to ally themselves with the national bourgeoisie, to the extent that this class remains genuinely revolutionary. Temporary cooperation is permissible, and in certain circumstances even a temporary alliance, between the Communist Party and the National Revolutionary Movement, provided that the latter is a genuine revolutionary movement, that it genuinely struggles against the ruling power, and that its representatives do not hamper the Communists in their work. Sixth Congress, Communist International, Theses on the Revolutionary Movement in Colonial and Semi-Colonial Countries, September 1928, in Jane Degras, ed., The Communist International, 1919–1943, Documents Volume 2, London, 1971, p. 542. Such cooperation, such an alliance, is temporary because the aim of the Marxist-Leninists is to win for the working class the leading role in the revolutionary process in order to carry this through, with the minimum possible interruption, to the socialist revolution. This leadership can only be won in struggle with the national bourgeoisie. The proletariat pushes aside the national bourgeoisie, consolidates its hegemony and assumes the lead of the vast masses of the working people in town and country, in order to overcome the resistance of the national bourgeoisie, secure the complete victory of the bourgeois democratic revolution, and then gradually convert it into a socialist revolution. Joseph V. Stalin, Questions of the Chinese Revolution, April 1927, in Works, Volume 9, Moscow, 1954, p. 225. When it becomes clear that the working class is winning the leadership of the national democratic revolution, and so is attaining a position to transform the revolution into a socialist revolution, then the national bourgeoisie will inevitably desert the revolution and go over to the counter-revolution, preferring the retention of limited exploitation under colonial-type domination to the ending of exploitation under socialism. This is what occurred in China in the coup of Chiang Kai-shek in April 1927, in the first period of the Chinese Revolution. The national bourgeoisie, not the compradors, sided with the revolution. Chiang Kai-shek's coup marks the desertion of the national bourgeoisie from the revolution. Joseph V. Stalin, Questions of the Chinese Revolution, April 1927, in Works Volume 9, Moscow, 1954, p. 226, 229. Chapter 1 The National Anti-Japanese Front in China, 1935–45. The Advent of Chinese Revisionism, January to December 1935. In January 1935, at an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party of China held during the famous Long March at Zunyi in Guizhou Province, a new Central Committee headed by Comrade Mao Zedong. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 155 was established. The change of leadership was quickly followed by a change of policy. In a report to a conference of party activists held at Yapao in northern Shanxi in December 1935, Mao Zedong declared that the political situation in China had now fundamentally changed. A great change has now taken place in the political situation. Mao Zedong, on Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, December 1935, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 153. This new situation, asserted Mao, was that instead of a number of imperialist powers sharing in the domination of semi-colonial China, the armed forces of one imperialist power, Japan, was now aiming to occupy all China and to transform it into a Japanese colony. Today, the Japanese imperialists want to convert the whole of China from a semi-colony shared by several imperialist powers into a colony monopolized by Japan. Mao Zedong, Ibid, p. 154. And in this new situation it was possible to win back the national bourgeoisie to the anti-imperialist struggle. It is now possible for the national bourgeoisie to join the anti-Japanese struggle. Mao Zedong, Ibid, p. 168. The task of the proletariat is to form a united front with the national bourgeoisie against imperialism and the bureaucrat and warlord governments, without overlooking its revolutionary quality. Mao Zedong, On New Democracy, January 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 348-49. Mao Zedong held that this united front against Japanese imperialism should include not merely the urban national bourgeoisie, but also the rural national bourgeoisie, the rich peasants. The rich peasants might make some contribution to the anti-imperialist struggle of the peasant masses. Mao Zedong, The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, December 1939, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 323. Furthermore, in this new situation, according to Mao Zedong, it was possible to win to the anti-Japanese united front the anti-Japanese, i.e., pro-American and pro-British, sections of the landlord class and comprador bourgeoisie. The anti-Japanese sections of the landlord class were called by the Communist Party of China at this period the enlightened gentry. China is a semi-colonial country for which many imperialist powers are contending. When the struggle is directed against Japanese imperialism, then the running dogs of the United States or Britain, obeying the varying tones of their masters' commands, may engage in veiled or even open strife with the Japanese imperialists and their running dogs. We must turn to good account all such fights, rifts and contradictions in the enemy camp and turn them against our present main enemy. Mao Zedong, On Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, December 1935, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 158-59. Different groups within this big bourgeoisie are backed by different imperialist powers, so that when contradictions among these powers becomes sharper and when the edge of the revolution is mainly directed against a particular power, the big bourgeois groups dependent upon the other powers may join the struggle against that particular imperialist power to a certain extent and for a certain time. The Chinese proletariat may form a united front with these groups and should maintain it as far as possible. Mao Zedong, Introducing the Communist, October 1939, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 289. A good many of the enlightened gentry who are middle and small landlords and who have some capitalist coloration display some enthusiasm for the war, and we should unite with them in a common fight against Japan. Different sections of the comprador big bourgeoisie owe allegiance to different imperialist powers, so that when the contradictions among the latter become very acute and the revolution is directed mainly against one particular imperialist power, it becomes possible for the sections of the comprador class which serve other imperialist groupings to join the current anti-imperialist front to a certain extent and for a certain period. Mao Zedong, The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, December 1939, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 319-20. The enlightened gentry are the left wing of the landlord class. It is possible for the enlightened gentry to join us in the common fight against Japan. Mao Zedong, Current Problems of Tactics in the Anti-Japanese United Front, March 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 423, 424. In other words, Mao Zedong called for the formation of a national united front against Japanese imperialism. The task of the party is to form a revolutionary national united front. Mao Zedong, On Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, December 1935, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 161. The Yapao Meeting. Decided on the tactics of a national united front. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 153. The revisionist character of Mao's National United Front policy. But the question of whether China was dominated by a number of imperialist powers or by one had nothing whatever to do with such questions as the attitude of the national bourgeoisie to the struggle against imperialism. The national bourgeoisie had deserted the revolution because they felt that their own position as an exploiting class was threatened by a continuation of the revolutionary process. In other words, the new line being put forward by Mao Zedong was a deviation from Marxist-Leninist principles. When someone claiming to be a Marxist-Leninist puts forward a policy which deviates from Marxist-Leninist principles, Marxist-Leninists call such a policy revisionist. Mao Zedong was, from 1935 to his death in 1976, the most prominent figure in Chinese revisionism. To secure a national united front against Japanese imperialism, The Chinese revisionists had to convince the exploiting classes which they wished to recruit to the front that their position as exploiters would be secure if they so participated. They attempted to do this in several ways. For example, fiercely, in February 1937 the Communist Party offered, if the Kuomintang would agree to participate in a national united front, to place the Red Army in the liberated areas under the control of the Kuomintang government. In these circumstances, the Workers' and Peasants' Democratic Government and the Red Army will come under the direction of the central government in Nanking and its military council respectively. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 281. Secondly, it replaced the policy of confiscation of the landlord's land by one of, not too great, reductions in rent and interest. After 1936, in order to facilitate the formation of a broad anti-Japanese national united front, the Chinese Communist Party changed its policy for the country as a whole, from one of confiscating the landlord's land, to one of reduction of rent and interest. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 77. This is not the time for a thoroughgoing agrarian revolution. Our present policy should stipulate that landlords shall reduce rent and interest. But the reduction should not be too great. Mao Zedong, On Policy, December 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 446. The government's policy should be one of enforcing the decree on rent reduction and adjusting the relative interests of the landlords and the tenants. Mao Zedong spread the campaign to reduce rent. October 1943, in Selected Works, Volume 3, 1965, p. 131. The Communist Party has made a major concession in the anti-Japanese war period by changing the policy of land to the tiller to one of reducing rent and interest. Mao Zedong, On Coalition Government, April 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 298. Thirdly, in putting forward a program of new democracy for the liberated areas, the party assured anti-Japanese national capitalists that in these areas they would be encouraged to make profits and develop their enterprises. The People's Republic will not expropriate private property other than imperialist and feudal private property, and so far from confiscating the national bourgeoisie industrial and commercial enterprises, it will encourage their development. We shall protect every national capitalist who does not support the imperialists or the Chinese traders. The labor laws of the People's Republic will not prevent the national bourgeoisie from making profits or developing their industrial and commercial enterprises. Mao Zedong, On Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, December 1935, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 169. The New Democratic Revolution differs from a socialist revolution in that it does not destroy any section of capitalism which is capable of contributing to the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal struggle. Mao Zedong, The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, December 1939, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 327. Capitalists should be encouraged to come into our anti-Japanese base areas and start enterprises here. Private enterprise should be encouraged. Mao Zedong, On Policy, December 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 447. The sector of non-monopoly capitalism in our economy should be given the opportunity to develop. Mao Zedong, Postscript to Rural Surveys, April 1941, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 15. Some people suspect that the Chinese Communists are opposed to the growth of private capital and the protection of private property, but they are mistaken. It is the very task of the new democracy we advocate to guarantee that the people can develop freely such private capitalist economy as will benefit and not dominate the livelihood of the people, and to protect all appropriate forms of private property. It is not domestic capitalism but foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism which are superfluous in China today. Indeed, we have too little of capitalism. Under the state system of new democracy in China it will be necessary in the interests of social progress to facilitate the development of the private capitalist sector of the economy, provided it does not dominate the livelihood of the people. Mao Zedong, On Coalition Government, April 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 281, 283. Fourthly, it assured capitalists that the new democratic state would protect them against labor indiscipline, as well as against demands for excessive wage increases or excessive reductions in working hours. There must not be excessive increases in wages or excessive reductions in working hours. The workers must observe labor discipline. Mao Zedong, On Policy, December 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 445. Fifthly, it promised anti-Japanese landlords, comprador capitalists and national capitalists, through New Democracy, a share in the administration of liberated areas. Our government must be so transformed as to include also the members of all other classes who are willing to take part in the national revolution. Our government represents the whole nation. Mao Zedong, On Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, December 1935, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 165, 168. The new Democratic Republic will consist of all those in the country who agree with the national and democratic revolution. It will be the alliance of these classes and the national and democratic revolution. Mao Zedong, The Tasks of the Chinese Communist Party in the Period of Resistance to Japan, May 1938, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 271. New Democratic Constitutional Government is the joint dictatorship of several revolutionary classes. Mao Zedong, New Democratic Constitutional Government, February 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 409. Concerning the organs of political power, the allocation of places should be on 1/3 for communists, 1/3 for non-party left progressives, and 1/3 for the intermediate sections who are neither left nor right. Our aim in allocating 1/3 of the places to the intermediate sections is to win over the middle bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie, and the enlightened gentry. Mao Zedong, On the Question of Political Power in the Anti-Japanese Base Areas, March 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 418. The 3/3 system, under which the communists have only 1/3 of the places in the organs of political power, must be carried out resolutely. Mao Zedong, On Policy, December 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 445. We propose the establishment, after the thorough defeat of the Japanese aggressors, of a state system which we call New Democracy. It is this kind of state system that truly meets the demands of the national bourgeoisie, the enlightened gentry and other patriots. Mao Zedong, On Coalition Government, April 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 279. Sixthly, it presented the transition from the national democratic to the socialist revolution as a long-term process, taking several decades. In the future the democratic revolution will undoubtedly be transformed into a socialist revolution. It may take quite a long time. It is wrong to expect the transition to take place soon. Mao Zedong, On Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, December 1935, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 144. The Chinese Revolution cannot avoid taking the two steps, first of New Democracy, and then of Socialism. Moreover, the first step will need quite a long time. Mao Zedong, On New Democracy, January 1940, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 358. A new democratic state based on an alliance of the democratic classes is different in principle from a socialist state under the dictatorship of the proletariat. For a long time to come there will exist a special form of state and political power, a form that is distinguished from the Russian system. Namely, the new democratic form of state and political power based on the alliance of the democratic classes. Our general program of New Democracy will remain unchanged for several decades. Mao Zedong, On Coalition Government, April 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 284, 285. In other words, it was implied that the transition to a socialist revolution was not something which should follow the democratic stage of the revolution with the minimum possible interruption, but a distant prospect. Needless to say, private enterprise will inevitably continue to occupy a dominant position for a considerable time. Mao Zedong, Our Economic Policy, January 1934, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 144. In the future the democratic revolution will inevitably be transformed into a socialist revolution. It may take quite a long time. It is wrong to expect the transition to take place soon. Mao Zedong, On Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, December 1935, in Selected Works, Volume 1, Peking, 1964, p. 170. For a long time to come there will exist a special form of state and political power, a form that is distinguished from the Russian system but is perfectly necessary and reasonable for us, namely, the new democratic form of state. Our general program of new democracy will remain unchanged. For several decades. Mao Zedong, on Coalition Government, April 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, Op. Cit. p. 285. But according to Marxist-Leninist principles, if the Communist Party has won the leadership of the revolutionary process, the democratic revolution should be transformed into the socialist revolution without interruption. From the democratic revolution we shall at once, according to the degree of our strength, begin to pass over to the socialist revolution. We stand for continuous revolution. We shall not stop halfway. Vladimir I. Lenin, The Attitude of Social Democracy Toward the Peasant Movement, September 1905, in Selected Works, Volume 3, London, 1946, p. 145. To attempt to raise an artificial Chinese wall between the first and second revolutions, to separate them by anything else than the degree of preparedness of the proletariat and the degree of unity with the poor peasants, is monstrously to distort Marxism, to vulgarize it, to put liberalism in its place. Vladimir I. Lenin, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky, November 1918, in Selected Works, Volume 7, London, 1946, p. 191. Lenin himself maintained the point of view of uninterrupted revolution. Joseph V. Stalin, The Foundations of Leninism, April, May 1924, in Works, Volume 6, Moscow, 1953, p. 107. The changed character of the Kuomintang by the late 1930s. The class character of the Chinese Nationalist Party, the Kuomintang, had changed. It had ceased to represent primarily the interests of the national bourgeoisie, as it had earlier, and had come to represent primarily the interests of the most reactionary section of the landlord class. At the extreme right of the Kuomintang, was the CC clique headed by Chen Lifu and his brother Chen Kuofu, traditionalists and zealous anti-communists who represented the landlord interest. They stood closest to the Generalissimo, Chiang Kai-shek, controlled appointments and promotions, and held the largest block of votes in the Central Executive Committee. Chen Lifu was considered the party boss. By the 1930s the once revolutionary Kuomintang had lost most of its idealism and had shifted to the right. The loss of the large eastern cities reduced the wealth and power of its businessmen and westernized components, leaving it more dependent on landlords, which tended to transform it into a landlord party. Wesley H. Bagby, The Eagle Dragon Alliance, America's Relations with China in World War II, Newark, USA, 1992, p. 46. 47. The Kuomintang attitude to Japanese aggression. The initial attitude of the Kuomintang to Japanese aggression against China was to trade space for time for survival until Japan, in its imperial advance, might collide with another great power. Collier's Encyclopedia, Volume 6, New York, 1994, p. 328. The Son Incident, December 1936. In December 1936, troops of Chang Sue-liang, the warlord known as the Young Marshal, having been ousted from their Manchurian base by Japanese forces, arrested Chiang Kai-shek, the Kuomintang president of the Republic of China, at Son and presented him with demands for the formation of a united front against Japan. Hugh B. O'Neill, Companion to Chinese History, New York, 1987, p. 287. Although Chiang accepted the demands, Hugh B. O'Neill, Ibid, p. 287, he failed to keep the agreement. The Luckau Incident, July 1937. In July 1937, the Japanese invading forces attacked the Chinese garrison at Luckau, some 10 kilometers southwest of Peking. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 21. The incident fostered an ardent nationwide anti-Japanese movement. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 21. And this situation forced a change in the public policy of the Kuomintang. It compelled the Chinese authorities to begin changing their policy of non-resistance, as pursued ever since. 1931 inches. Mao Zedong, for the mobilization of all the nation's forces for victory in the War of Resistance. August 1937, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 23. The Chinese War of Resistance against Japan, 1937-38. The Luckau Incident marked the beginning of the Chinese people's heroic war of resistance against Japan, which lasted for 8 years. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 21. In July 1937, Chiang Kai-shek issued a statement recognizing the legal status of the Communist Party of China. Mao Zedong, urgent tasks following the establishment of Kuomintang Communist Cooperation, September 1937, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 37, and agreeing to the formation of a united front of the two parties. Mao Zedong, Ibid, p. 39. But the change in the Kuomintang's policy towards Japanese imperialism and to the Communist Party was only a nominal one. In fact, the Chiang Kai-shek government continued to parley with the Japanese aggressors and even accepted the so-called peaceful settlement they concluded with local authorities. Chiang never ceased his clandestine attempts to make peace with Japan. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 13, 14. And continued to pursue the reactionary policy of passively resisting Japan but actively opposing the Communist Party. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 14. It was not until August 1937, when the Japanese aggressors launched a major attack on Shanghai and thus made it impossible for Chiang Kai-shek to maintain his rule in southeastern China, that he was compelled to embark on armed resistance. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 13-14. After taking Peking and Shenzhen in July 1937, in November 1937, the Japanese invaders captured Shanghai, and the Chinese capital was moved from Nanking to Chongqing. In December, Japanese forces took Nanking and Hankow, and in October 1938 Canton and Hankow. William L. Langer, ed., An Encyclopedia of World History, Ancient, Medieval and Modern, chronologically arranged. London, 1972, p. 1110. By the end of 1938, Japanese armies controlled North and Central China, the main coastal cities, and modern lines of communication. Encyclopedia Americana, Volume 6, Danbury, USA, 1992, p. 543. The outbreak of the Second World War, September 1939. On September 1, 1939, Germany attacked Poland. Britain and France replied to this by declaring war on Germany on September 3. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945, a general outline, Moscow, 1974, p. 22. In March 1940, the Japanese occupation forces established a puppet government under Wang Qingwei at Nanking. William L. Langer, ed. Op. Cit. Semi-Colon p. 1152. The military policy of the Chinese Communist forces was based on establishing base areas of resistance, and, by the end of 1940, such resistance bases were found across the whole of occupied China's. Henry McCovey, The Modern History of China, London, 1967, p. 305. The Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, April 1941. In April 1941, the Soviet Union and Japan concluded the Neutrality Pact, which ensured peace on the eastern border of the Soviet Union, thus crushing the plot for a joint German, Italian and Japanese attack on the Soviet Union. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 468. The entry of the Soviet Union into the World War, June 1941. On June 22, 1941, German forces invaded the Soviet Union without declaring war. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945. A general outline, Moscow, 1974, p. 49. However, because of the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, the Soviet Union did not immediately become the ally of China. The breach of the CPC Kuomintang United Front, 1939–41. In fact, the United Front between the Kuomintang and the CPC did not last much beyond 1938. Encyclopedia Americana, Volume 6, Danbury, USA, 1992, p. 544. 4. In spite of it, in 1939–41 Kuomintang forces launched two surprise attacks upon communist armies. In the first campaign, from the winter of 1939 to the spring of 1940, the Kuomintang troops in their surprise attacks captured 5 county towns garrisoned by the 8th Route Army in the Shensi-Gonsu-Ningxia border region. The second campaign was launched in January 1941. The Kuomintang troops in southern Anhui actually did catch these new 4th Army units in a dragnet. Mao Zedong, a comment on the sessions of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee and of the People's Political Council, October 1943, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1956, p. 146. It was not until May 1941 that Mao Zedong was able to report that the second anti-communist onslaught has come to an end. Mao Zedong, Conclusions on the Repulse of the Second Anti-Communist Onslaught, May 1941, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 463. The Entry of the USA into the Second World War, December 1941. In December 1941, Japanese sea and air forces launched a surprise attack on the United States base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. William L. Langer, ed. Op. Cit. p. 1153. Bringing the USA into the Second World War. The division within U.S. imperialism. Although the USA and China were allies in 1941-45, the U.S. imperialists were not united in regard to the strategy which should be adopted towards China. One section of the U.S. imperialists, consisting primarily of those elements without special economic connections with China, regarded the speediest possible defeat of Japan as their first priority. This strategy required 1. The modernization and democratization of the Kuomintang armed forces to transform it into an efficient fighting force. 2. The broadest possible national front of all social forces in China opposed to Japanese imperialism, including the Communist Party of China and its armed forces. 3. The maximum possible U.S. aid to these forces. The rival section of U.S. imperialists, consisting primarily of those elements with special economic connections with China, regarded the Pacific theater of war as of secondary importance and held that no strategy should be adopted in relation to that theater which might jeopardize America's post-war imperialist interests in the region, even if this should prolong the war. This strategy required 1. Recognition that, although the modernization and democratization of the Kuomintang armed forces might benefit the war effort against Japan, it should not be pressed upon the Kuomintang since it would undermine the power of this political party, which provided the best available basis for future U.S. domination of the area. 2. Recognition that the broadest possible national front, which would include the forces of the Communist Party, would also undermine Kuomintang power and so should not be pressed on the Kuomintang. 3. The confinement of U.S. aid to the Kuomintang forces. The first strategy was espoused by such elements as General Joseph Stilwell, appointed to serve as Jiang's chief of staff. The second strategy was supported by such elements as General Claire Chennault, who led the American Volunteer Group, the Flying Tigers, a group of planes and pilots which had been sent to China in 1940, and Patrick Early, who was appointed President Franklin Roosevelt's personal representative in China in August 1944. Thus, in an undated note in 1942, Stilwell summed up bluntly the weaknesses of the Kuomintang's military forces. The Chinese army lies immobile and rotting, sprawled all over China. Officers getting rich, men dying of malnutrition, malaria, dysentery, cholera, the sick simply turned loose. Ammunition and weapons being sold. Open traffic with the enemy on all fronts. Stupidity, ignorance, apathy in the general staff. Personal loyalty to CKS, Chiang Kai-shek, ed., weighs more than ability and deficiency. Crookedness, cowardice go unpunished. Joseph W. Stilwell, note, undated, in Wesley M. Bagby, Op. Cit. p. 58. Accordingly, he sought to reform and modernize them. China's huge, poorly equipped, fed and led armies were structured more for domestic political control than international war. With little respect for the complex politics of the Chinese military, Stilwell urgently sought to modernize them for offensive action. Wesley M. Bagby, Op. Cit. p. 67. Even though full acceptance of his proposals would have threatened the survival of Jiang's regime. Wesley M. Bagby, Ibid. p. 67. Naturally, holding such opposite concepts, he and Chiang clashed in a bitter and acrimonious feud. Stilwell's diary reflected his growing anger and frustration in increasingly bitter denunciation. Stupid little ass, June 15, 1942, ignorant, illiterate, superstitious, peasant son of a bitch, summer 1942, nasty little bastard, June 1, 1943, grasping, bigoted, ungrateful little rattlesnake, June 18, 1943. Stilwell's denunciations extended to the entire Chinese government, a gang of thugs. Wesley M. Bagby, Ibid. p. 69-70. Supporters of the Stilwell strategy were accused by its opponents of being crypto-communists. For example, although Stilwell was a right-wing Republican, Hurley wrote later, the record of General Stilwell in China is irrevocably coupled in history with the conspiracy to overthrow the nationalist government of China and to set up in its place a communist regime. Patrick J. Hurley, in Don Labeck, Patrick J. Hurley, Chicago, 1956, p. 305. In October 1944, after strong representations from Chiang Kai-shek, Roosevelt wrote to Chiang that he would remove Stilwell. Wesley M. Bagby, Op. Cit. p. 149. The victory of the Hurley-Chennault fraction of the U.S. imperialists was confirmed when Chiang Kai-shek said publicly, in a speech on January 1, 1945, that he opposed the proposal for abolishing the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship and for setting up a coalition government and a joint supreme command. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 334. And when Hurley, appointed U.S. ambassador to China in November 1944, declared in Washington on April 2, 1945, that the United States would cooperate with Chiang Kai-shek only and not with the Chinese Communist Party. Patrick J. Hurley, Statement of April 2, 1945, in Mao Zedong, on the Danger of the Hurley Policy, July 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 336. The Third Anti-Communist Campaign, March 1943. The entry of the USA into the World War II did not check the Kuomintang's unwillingness to participate, other than nominally, in the National United Front against Japan proposed by the Communist Party of China. The Third Anti-Communist Campaign began in March of this year, 1943 ed., and is still going on. Mao Zedong, a comment on the sessions of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee and of the People's Political Council, October 1943, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 146. And in October 1944 Mao Zedong wrote, Chiang Kai-shek has already dispatched 775,000 troops who are now engaged exclusively in encircling or attacking the 8th Rout Army, the new 4th Army and the People's Guerrillas in southern China. Mao Zedong, on Chiang Kai-shek's speech on the Double Tenth Festival, October 1944, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 232. And in April 1945 Mao warned the 7th National Congress of the CPC that the chief ruling clique of the Kuomintang is now stepping up preparations to unleash civil war as soon as the forces of a certain allied country have cleared a considerable part of the Chinese mainland of the Japanese aggressors. Mao Zedong, on Coalition Government, April 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 3, Peking, 1965, p. 275. The Yalta Conference, February 1945. In February 1945, the leaders of the Soviet Union, the United States and Britain met at Yalta and signed a secret agreement, published only in January 1946, that, on certain conditions, in 2 or 3 months after Germany has surrendered and the war in Europe has terminated, the Soviet Union shall enter into the war against Japan. Kiesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 6, p. 7732. Soviet denunciation of the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, April 1945. In April 1945, the Soviet Union denounced the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact. The situation, the Soviet government declared, had changed. As an ally of Germany, Japan was helping her in the war against the USSR. In addition, she was at war with the USA and Britain, who were allies of the USSR. In this situation, the Neutrality Pact had lost its meaning and could no longer remain valid. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945, a general outline, Moscow, 1974, p. 411. The surrender of Germany, May 1945. In May 1945, the Nazis capitulated. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945, a general outline, Moscow, 1974, p. 392. U.S. atom bomb attacks on Japan, August 1945. On August 6, 1945, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima and another on Nagasaki on 9 August. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945, a general outline, Moscow, 1974, p. 415. The Soviet Union enters the Pacific War, August 1945. On August 8, 1945, the Soviet government declared war on Japan. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945, a general outline, Moscow, 1974, p. 417. And, by nightfall of August 14, troops of the Second Far Eastern Front had advanced 50 to 200 kilometers into Manchuria. In 6 days the Soviet troops thus inflicted a disastrous defeat on the Guangdong Army. Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945, a general outline, Moscow, 1974, p. 422. The end of the Pacific War, August 1945. On August 14, 1945, Japan surrendered, and the Second World War came to an end. William L. Langer, ed. Op. Cit. p. 1156. Chapter 2, The Chinese Civil War, 1945–49. Introduction. Marxist-Leninist revolutionary strategy required that, once Japan had been defeated, the revolutionary process should proceed, with the minimum possible interruption, to the national democratic revolutionary struggle against the remaining, pro-American and pro-British, landlords and comprador bourgeoisie. However, with the ending of the Pacific War, the policy of the revisionist-led Communist Party of China continued to be one of working for a national united front with the Kuomintang and of willingness to make weakening concessions to the Kuomintang in an effort to secure this. Thus, when Japan surrendered in August 1945, the Communist Party of China did not attempt to initiate the next stage of the revolutionary process. On the contrary, it put forward a policy of avoiding civil war except in self-defense. We don't want civil war. However, if Chiang Kai-shek insists on forcing civil war on the Chinese people, the only thing we can do is to take up arms and fight him in self-defense. This will be a civil war he forces on us. Mao Zedong, The Situation and Our Policy After the Victory in the War of Resistance Against Japan, August 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 15. The division within U.S. imperialism. The division within the ranks of U.S. imperialism described in Chapter 2 continued after the ending of the Pacific War. One section of the U.S. imperialists, consisting primarily of those elements without special economic connections with China, aimed to bring about internal peace by means of a compromise settlement between the forces of the Kuomintang government and those of the Communist Party. The rival section of U.S. imperialists, consisting primarily of those elements with special economic connections with China, held that no strategy should be adopted in relation to China which might jeopardize America's future imperialist interests in the region. The first strategy was espoused by the U.S. Democratic administration around Roosevelt, the second strategy by the ultra-right Republican opposition, and especially by military officers linked with it. Clearly, the strategy of the CPC dovetailed neatly with that of the U.S. civilian administration. The Chinese Civil War, 1945-49, U.S. military intervention in China, 1945-47. By July 1945, that is, before the Japanese surrender, the U.S. military were actively intervening militarily in China in an effort to strengthen the military position of the Kuomintang forces and to weaken the military position of the forces of the Communist Party. U.S. Ed. War Department Directive of August 10, 1945 ed. Provided for the occupation by American forces of key ports and communications centers in China, the rapid transportation of nationalist forces to key areas, and the turning over of localities occupied by American forces only to agencies and forces accredited by the nationalist government. Immediately after VJ Day, American forces lifted 3 nationalist armies by air to key points of East and North China, including the 3 most important cities, Shanghai, Nanking and Peking. Caotang, America's Failure in China, 1941-50, Chicago, 1964, p. 305-06, 308. Thus, after Japan's surrender in August 1945, the armed forces of the United States landed in China and stationed themselves at Peking, Shanghai, Nanking, Tientsin, and other places. In addition, they repeatedly invaded the liberated areas. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 439. Kuomintang CPC Peace Negotiations, 1945. In 1944, Roosevelt had sent Vice President Henry Wallace on a fact-finding mission to China, and by July 1945 both Roosevelt and Wallace were bearing down hard on Chiang to come to terms with the Communists. Wesley M. Bagby, Op. Cit. p. 111. As a result, in August 1945, Chiang Kai-shek invited Mao Zedong to Chongqing for peace negotiations. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 48. And a delegation headed by Mao Zedong arrived in Chongqing on August 28 and held negotiations with the Kuomintang for 43 days. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 49. The Communist Party offered very considerable concessions to the Kuomintang in an effort to secure their acceptance of a national united front, Mao Zedong insisting, "We are ready to make concessions." Mao Zedong, on the Chongqing negotiations, October 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 57. For example, fiercely, the party offered to reduce the anti-Japanese troops under its commands to 20 divisions and to take prompt action to demobilize its anti-Japanese troops now distributed in the 8 areas of Guangdong, Zhejiang, Southern Jiangsu, Southern Anhui, Central Anhui, Hunan, Hubei, Honan. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 61. So surrendering 8 of its liberated areas, in order to make the Kuomintang feel easy, some comrades have asked why we should concede 8 liberated areas. It is a great pity to concede these 8 areas, but it is better to do so. Why should we concede those areas? Because otherwise the Kuomintang will not feel easy. Our concession on this point will help frustrate the Kuomintang's plot for civil war. Mao Zedong, on the Chongqing Negotiations, October 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 56. Secondly, the party agreed to the reoccupation of Manchuria by Kuomintang troops without opposition. In December 1945, the U.S. government sent General George Marshall, recently retired as Army Chief of Staff, to China, ostensibly to mediate between the opposing forces. Marshall proposed that the Kuomintang forces should be allowed to reoccupy Manchuria without any interference from the Communists. In an extraordinary development, Chun agreed. Lionel M. Chazin, The Communist Conquest of China, A History of the Civil War, 1945-49, London, 1966, p. 72. Thirdly, the party continued its policy of rent and interest reduction in place of that of confiscation of the landlord's land. The present policy of our party is still to reduce rents, not to confiscate land. Mao Zedong, rent reduction and production are two important matters for the defense of the liberated areas. November 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 72. Reduce rent. All areas must launch movements in 1946 for the reduction of rent and interest in their newly liberated areas. Mao Zedong, Policy for Working the Liberated Areas for 1946, December 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 70. However, these concessions did not satisfy the Kuomintang, which made the demand to eliminate altogether the People's Army and the liberated areas. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 60. And consequently no agreement could be reached. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 60. In fact, even during the peace negotiations, the forces of the Kuomintang continued to attack the forces of the Communist Party. The Kuomintang is negotiating with us on the one hand and is vigorously attacking the liberated areas on the other hand. Mao Zedong, on the Chongqing Negotiations, October 1945, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 53. The spurious ceasefire, January to June 1946. However, in January 1946, both sides agreed to an unconditional ceasefire based upon the status quo. Arhutin, The Greatest Tumult, The Chinese Civil War, 1936-49, London, 1991, p. 29. At the same time, the Kuomintang government agreed to convene a political consultative conference, agreed upon in principle by the Kuomintang and Yan'an, the capital of the liberated areas. Ed. In October 1945, Lionel M. Chazin, Ibid. p. 71. The conference adopted a series of resolutions favorable to peace and democracy. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 90. But the political consultative conference agreements were soon torn up by him, Chiang Kai-shek, ed. One after another. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 95. In fact, Chiang Kai-shek used the truce as a smokescreen behind which he made arrangements for a major war. At the very time the ceasefire order was being transmitted, he ordered the Kuomintang troops to seize strategic points, and from then he moved up troops continuously to attack the liberated areas. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 92. And by June 1946, Chiang Kai-shek had massed 80% of his regular forces, which were about 2 million men, at the front for attacks on the liberated areas. More than 540,000 of these troops were transported directly by the warships and planes of the U.S. Armed Forces. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 110. The renewal of the Civil War, July 1946. In July 1946, when the disposition of his troops had been completed, Chiang Kai-shek launched a countrywide counter-revolutionary war. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 110-11. Against the armed forces of the Communist Party of China. In Marshall's view, the Chinese Communist Party had been sincerely desirous of reaching an understanding with the nationalists. It was the Kuomintang government that had wrecked negotiations with its incessant violations of the truce and continuation of its military action. Lionel M. Chazin, Op. Cit. p. 94. An important factor in the Kuomintang attitude was U.S. military aid. Americans trained and equipped 20 Chinese divisions with modern weapons, began the training and equipment of others, built up China's financial reserves. Wesley M. Bagby, Op. Cit. p. 222. This resulted in the strengthening of elements in the Kuomintang that opposed reform. Wesley M. Bagby, Op. Cit. p. 222, and so opposed to any sharing of power with the Communist Party. In January 1947, the United States officially abandoned its mediation efforts. William L. Langer, ed. Op. Cit. p. 1338, which had ended in complete failure. Lionel M. Chasson, Op. Cit. p. 95, and open warfare, now spread across the whole of northern China. E. R. Houghton, Op. Cit. p. 39. Although the Civil War was initiated by the Kuomintang, it acquired many characteristics of a national democratic revolutionary war, and was described by the party as a struggle for the liberation of the Chinese people and the Chinese nation. Mao Zedong, Manifesto of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, October 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 147. Spontaneous Land Reform, 1947-48. Despite the efforts of the Chinese revisionists to deter the peasants from undertaking land reform, a directive on the land question issued by the CC of the CPC in May 1946 noted that in many areas Tihi peasants had spontaneously seized land from the landlords. In combating Chinese collaborators, settling accounts with landlords, and reducing rent and interest, the people have seized land directly from the landlords, thus realizing the principle of land to the tiller. Liu Shaoqi, Directive on the Land Question, May 1946, in Liu Shaoqi, Selected Works, Volume 1, Oxford, 1984, p. 372. Even though this campaign had been initiated in contravention of the policy of the Communist Party, the party felt it tactically necessary to endorse such action retrospectively. Our party cannot but support the masses in their direct implementation of agrarian reform. Liu Shaoqi, Ibid, p. 373. By February 1947, land reform had been put into effect in about two-thirds of the territory of each liberated area. In about two-thirds of the territory in each liberated area, the land problem has been solved and the policy of land to the tillers has been carried out. Mao Zedong, Greet the New High Tide of the Chinese Revolution, February 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 123. The New National United Front Policy in China, 1945-49. The Communist Party of China maintained that the position of China in 1945-49 was essentially the same as in 1941-45, except that U.S. imperialism had taken the place of Japanese imperialism. U.S. imperialism and its running dog Chiang Kai-shek have replaced Japanese imperialism and its running dog Wang Qingwei and adopted the policies of turning China into a U.S. colony. Mao Zedong, Greet the New High Tide of the Chinese Revolution, February 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 120. After the victorious conclusion of the anti-fascist Second World War, U.S. imperialism stepped into the shoes of Japanese imperialism. Mao Zedong, The Present Situation and Our Tasks, December 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 158. In this new situation, the Communist Party called again for Tihi formation of a new National United Front, this time against U.S. imperialism. Form a National United Front, overthrow the dictatorial Chiang Kai-shek government. Mao Zedong, Manifesto of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, October 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 150. The breadth of the anti-American National United Front. It would seem even at first glance that this new proposed anti-American National United Front must be narrower than the earlier anti-Japanese National United Front. In view of the party's reluctant endorsement of land reform, the term enlightened gentry was now redefined to mean landlords. 1. Who favored struggle against United States imperialism and the Kuomintang government. 2. Who were prepared to collaborate with the Communist Party, and 3. Who supported land reform. The enlightened gentry are individual landlords. With democratic leanings. At the present stage, what we require of them is that they favor the struggle against the United States and Chiang Kai-shek, favor democracy, not be anti-communist, and favor land reform. If they can meet these requirements, we should unite with them without exception. Mao Zedong, On the Question of the National Bourgeoisie and the Enlightened Gentry, March 1948, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 209, 210. In words, the party presented the enlightened gentry as possible recruits to the new anti-American National United Front. These reactionary policies of U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek have forced all strata of the Chinese people to unite for their own salvation. These strata include: the enlightened gentry. Mao Zedong, Greet the New High Tide of the Chinese Revolution, February 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 121. The strata of the Chinese people. United for their own salvation include the enlightened gentry. Mao Zedong, the Chiang Kai-shek government is besieged by the whole people, May 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 136. The enlightened gentry. Constitute an element in the Revolutionary United Front. We should unite with them without exception. Mao Zedong, on the question of the national bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry, March 1948, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 210. On these grounds, Mao maintained in words that, on the surface, our Revolutionary National United Front appears to have narrowed in the present period as compared with the period of the War of Resistance. As a matter of fact, our National United Front has really broadened. Mao Zedong, The Present Situation and Our Tasks, December 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 169-70. But clearly few landlords who would be willing to support the confiscation of their own land, so that the party's endorsement of land reform reduced in practice the number of enlightened gentry, i.e., of landlords willing to take part in the anti-American National United Front, to a negligible figure. Furthermore, it would hardly be possible to bring pro-American comprador capitalists into an anti-American United Front, while, in view of the long struggle of the Chinese people against the Japanese occupiers, it would be politically very difficult for the party to invite the remnants of pro-Japanese comprador capitalists to join it. Nevertheless, it was envisaged not only that the national bourgeoisie could be won to the new National United Front, but that a policy of concessions to the pro-American comprador capitalists could induce them to transfer their allegiance to the anti-American National United Front. CPC concessions to the national bourgeoisie. The Communist Party of China continued to maintain that the national bourgeoisie could be a participant in this anti-American National United Front. The reactionary policies of U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek have forced all strata of the Chinese people to unite for their own salvation. These strata include the middle national bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong, Greet the New High Tide of the Chinese Revolution, February 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 121. The strata of the Chinese people. United for their own salvation include the national bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong, the Chiang Kai-shek government is besieged by the whole people, May 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 136. Businessmen means all the national bourgeois who are persecuted and fettered. The Chinese Revolution at the present stage is a revolution in which all these people form a united front. At the present stage, circumstances make it necessary and possible for us to win over the majority of the national bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong, on the question of the national bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry, March 1948, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 207, 209. The United Front is so broad that it includes the national bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong, Address to the Preparatory Committee of the New Political Consultative Conference, June 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 407. We must unite with the national bourgeoisie in the common struggle. Mao Zedong, On the People's Democratic Dictatorship, June 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 421. However, since the national bourgeoisie had previously deserted the national liberation movement because of fear for their future, in order to bring them into the anti-American National United Front it was necessary for the party to make concessions to the national bourgeoisie which might assure them that their future as exploiters would be secure if they supported the anti-American National United Front. Fiercely, the party renewed its former pledge that their enterprises would be protected and encouraged to develop by the new democratic state. Develop the industry and commerce of the national bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong, Manifesto of the Chinese Liberation Army, October 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 150. The policy. of protecting and encouraging the development of private industry and commerce was correct and should be continued in the future. Mao Zedong, on some important problems of the party's present policy, January 1948, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 183. There should be no encroachment. Upon the national bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong, speech at a conference of cadres in the Shanxi Suiyuan liberated area, April 1948, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 236. Protect the industrial, commercial, agricultural and livestock enterprises of the national bourgeoisie. All privately owned factories, shops, banks, warehouses, vessels, wharves, farms, livestock farms and other enterprises will, without exception, be protected against any encroachment. Mao Zedong, Proclamation of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, April 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 397. China must utilize all the factors of urban and rural capitalism that are beneficial. To the national economy. Mao Zedong, on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, June 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 421. Secondly, it renewed its former pledge that political representatives of the national bourgeoisie would be accorded a share in the power of the new democratic state. It is the new rich, i.e., bourgeois, peasants, all united together, who conquer the country and should rule the country. The new democratic state power is the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal state power of the masses of the people. The masses of the people include the national bourgeoisie. Mao Zedong, on some important problems of the party's present policy, January 1948, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 182-83, 186-87. Thirdly, it renewed its former suggestion that there would be a long interval between the victory of the National Democratic Revolution and its transformation into a socialist revolution. It will still be necessary to permit the existence for a long time of a capitalist sector of the economy. This capitalist sector will still be an indispensable part of the whole national economy. Mao Zedong, The Present Situation and Our Tasks, December 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 168. There will be need, for a fairly long time after the victory of the revolution, to make use of the positive qualities of urban and rural private capitalism as far as possible, in the interests of developing the national economy. Mao Zedong, Report to the Second Plenary Session of the 7th CC of the CPC, March 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 367. CPC concessions to the comprador bourgeoisie. In its strategy of offering concessions to the pro-U.S. comprador bourgeoisie in an effort to draw it into a national united front against U.S. imperialism, the Communist Party invented the new term of bureaucrat capital, defined as that section of comprador capital which was the property of the four big families of Chiang Kai-shek, T.V. Soong, H. Kung and the Chen. Brothers. Mao Zedong, Manifesto of the Chinese Liberation Army, October 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 150. It now became the policy of the Communist Party that the new democratic state should confiscate, not comprador capital as a whole, but only that section of it defined as bureaucrat capital, together with the capital of a few individual comprador capitalists who actively resisted the anti-American National United Front and who were classified as war criminals. Confiscate the property of the four big families of Chiang Kai-shek, T.V. Soong, H. Kung and the Chen. Brothers, and the property of the other chief war criminals. Mao Zedong, Manifesto of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, October 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 150. Confiscate monopoly capital, headed by Chiang Kai-shek, T.V. Soong, H. Kung and Chen Li Fu, and turn it over to the new democratic state. During their 20-year rule, the four big families, Chiang, Soong, Kung, and Chen, have piled up enormous fortunes, valued at 10 to 20,000 million US dollars and monopolized the economic lifelines of the whole country. This capital is popularly known in China as bureaucrat capital. This capitalist class, known as the bureaucrat capitalist class, is the big bourgeoisie of China. The new democratic revolution aims at wiping out only the bureaucrat capitalist class. Mao Zedong, The Present Situation and Our Tasks, December 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 167, 168. Thus, In the above report of December 1947, Mao delineated more clearly those segments of private capital earmarked for expropriation. These potential victims were described as owners of bureaucratic capital. Wu Yuan Li, The Economy of Communist China, An Introduction, London, 1965, p. 10. The war criminals concerned were 43 war criminals. Who were listed by the Communist Party of China on December 25, 1948. Mao Zedong, on ordering the reactionary Kuomintang government to arrest the Kuomintang war criminals. Statement by the spokesman for the Communist Party of China, January 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 329. The military course of the Civil War, 1946-49. In the second half of 1946, Kuomintang forces made impressive gains in North China and Manchuria, capturing 165 towns. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, Chicago, 1994, p. 141, which in March 1947, culminated in the capture of the communist capital of Yan'an. William L. Langer, ed. Op. Cit. p. 1338. Not till November 1947 was a new capital of the liberated areas established at Shekyachuang. Lionel Enchasson, Op. Cit. p. 147. During 1947, however, the strategic initiative passed to the PLA. By the end of 1947, the nationalists were widely spread and on the defensive. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, Chicago, 1994, p. 141, 142. And in December 1947 Mao Zedong could tell the Central Committee of the CPC, the Chinese People's Revolutionary War has now reached a turning point. Beginning with July, September 1947, the People's Liberation Army went over to the offensive on a national scale. Mao Zedong, The Present Situation and Our Tasks, December 1947, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 157. During the second half of 1948, the Communist armies had gained a numerical superiority and had captured such huge stocks of rifles, artillery and armor that they were better equipped than the nationalists. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, Chicago, 1994, p. 142. And in September 1948 the Communist Party announced the formation of a People's Government for North China. Lionel Enchasson, Op. Cit. p. 202. 1949 saw the rapid decomposition of the nationalist armies. William L. Langer, ed. Op. Cit. p. 1339. Tientsin and Peking falling in January 1949, Nanking in April, Shanghai in May and Canton in October. In April 1949, Mao Zedong, as chairman of the Chinese People's Revolutionary Commission, and Chute, as commander-in-chief of the PLA, ordered the People's Liberation Army to advance courageously, wipe out all reactionary Kuomintang troops who dare to resist, arrest all incorrigible war criminals, liberate the people of the whole country. Mao Zedong. Proclamation of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, April 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 4, Peking, 1961, p. 397. In July 1949, the nationalists began to prepare for withdrawal to the island of Formosa, Taiwan, which was completed by December. William L. Langer, ed. Op. Cit. p. 1339. While the U.S. government, attempting to extricate itself from its entanglement with the collapsing forces of the national government, pursued a policy of non-involvement. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, Chicago, 1994, p. 142-43. The establishment of the People's Republic of China, October 1949. In September 1949, a political consultative conference of the Chinese people met in Peking. The 662 members of this body represented not only the CPC, but such other anti-Kuomintang bodies as the Democratic League. Regional democratic groups. There were also representatives of regional governments, of labor and peasant unions, of commerce and industry, of religious and cultural interests, of ethnic minorities, and of the overseas Chinese. Lionel Enchasson, Op. Cit. p. 238. The conference accomplished election of the members of the central government, adoption of a common program, designation of Peking as the official capital of China. Adoption of a national anthem. And adoption of a national flag. The common program was in fact the constitution of the new state. Lionel M. Chasson, Op. Cit. p. 238-39. In October 1949, the People's Republic of China was officially proclaimed at Peking. With Mao Zedong as chairman. E. State President, ed., and Chu Enlai as Premier and Foreign Minister. William L. Langer, ed., Op. Cit. p. 1339. The Communist Party insisted that the People's Republic was led by the Communist Party of China. Mao Zedong, long live the great unity of the Chinese people. September 1949, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 19. The Establishment of the Republic of China, December 1949. In December 1949, the remnants of the Kuomintang forces headed by Chiang Kai-shek, having withdrawn from the Chinese mainland to Taiwan, there established a Kuomintang regime. This regime continued to assert that it was the rightful Chinese government, in opposition to the People's Republic of China. Europe, A World Yearbook, 1995, Volume 1, London, 1995, p. 833. Chapter 3, The National Democratic Revolution, 1949-53. Introduction. In the years immediately prior to 1949, as we have seen, the Communist Party of China had come to represent the interests of a national united front. But with the ending of the Civil War in China and the establishment of the People's Republic of China in October 1949, there ceased to be any common interests between the landlord class, the comprador bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie, let alone the working class. There ceased, therefore, to be any basis for a national united front between these classes. And there ceased to be any possibility of the continued unity of the Communist Party as it existed in 1949. With the acceptance by the Communist Party in the 1945-49 period of land reform, i.e., the confiscation and redistribution of the landlords' land, see pages 23 to 24. There had ceased to be any grouping within the Communist Party representing the interests of the landlord class. Thus, after the establishment of the People's Republic of China, the Communist Party of China came to consist of three groupings representing different class interests. Firstly, a Marxist-Leninist grouping representing the interests of the working class, headed by Cow Kang. Secondly, a revisionist grouping representing the interests of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Liu Shaochi. And thirdly, a revisionist grouping representing the interests of the comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Mao Zedong. All three groupings within the party were agreed on carrying forward the revolutionary process against the landlord class, but the third grouping differed from the first two in seeking to protect, as far as was practicable, the interests of the comprador bourgeoisie. The theoretical ground for this protection had already been laid by Mao's revisionist dictum that the national democratic revolution should be directed not against the comprador bourgeoisie as a whole, but only against a small section of it labeled bureaucrat capital and war criminals, see page 28. The nationalization of bureaucrat capital, 1949-50. In 1949-50, shortly after the establishment of the People's Republic of China, the People's Government confiscated all the enterprises operated by bureaucrat capital. These enterprises, including the Japanese, German and Italian concerns in China taken over by the Kuomintang government following the victory of the War of Resistance to Japanese aggression, were turned into state-owned enterprises. Liu Shaoqi, Political Report of the CC of the CPC to the 8th National Congress of the Party, September 1956, hereafter listed as Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Peking, 1956, p. 12. Comprador bourgeois other than bureaucrat capitalists and a few designated war criminals were treated as national bourgeois. Those capitalists who were independent of the Kuomintang monopolists retained their enterprises. John and Elsie Collier, China's Socialist Revolution, London, 1973, p. 30. The Land Reform, 1950-1952. In the summer of June 1950, the party proceeded to initiate a country-wide land reform which would eliminate landlords as a class. The party turned once again to land reform, abandoning the more moderate anti-Japanese war policy of rent and interest reduction. Suzanne Pepper, Civil War in China, The Political Struggle, 1945-1949, Berkeley, USA, 1978, p. 229. In the discussions leading up to the land reform, the national and comprador bourgeois groupings of the party successfully pressed for the reform to be applied only to land held by the landlord class, with land held by rich peasants, i.e., rural capitalists, exempted. This was the main theme of several speeches by Mao Zedong in the spring and early summer of 1950. If we touch only the landlords and not the rich peasants, we can more effectively isolate the landlords. Mao Zedong, Request for Opinions on the Tactics for Dealing with Rich Peasants, March 1950, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 24. Thus, declared Mao, the party's policy should be one of maintaining the rich peasant economy in order to facilitate the early rehabilitation of rural production and the better to isolate the landlords. Mao Zedong, Fight for a Fundamental Turn for the Better in the Nation's Financial and Economic Situation, June 1950, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 29. In June 1950, the Central Committee of the party presented the draft of an agrarian reform law to the second session of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. After it had been discussed and endorsed by the session, the Central People's Government Council approved the draft. On June 30 of the same year, Mao Zedong, chairman of the Central People's Government, promulgated the Agrarian Reform Law of the People's Republic of China. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 40. The effect of the land reform. The land reform legislation brought about far-reaching modifications in the shape of society in the countryside. Jacques Guillermez, The Chinese Communist Party in Power, 1949–1976, Folkestone, 1976, p. 28–29. It succeeded in redistributing about 43% of China's cultivated land to about 60% of the rural population. Frederick C. Tai's Establishment and Consolidation of the New Regime, in Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbank, eds. The Cambridge History of China, Volume 14, The People's Republic, Part 1. The Emergence of Revolutionary China, 1949–1965, hereafter listed as Frederick C. Tai's, 1987, Cambridge, 1987, p. 87. It had the effect of freeing millions of peasants of the burden of paying rent to landlords. 300 million poor peasants had their plots of land enlarged and instead of being tenant farmers, became owners of small independent holdings. Jacques Guillermez, Op. Cit. p. 26. In fact, the local landlord gentry was destroyed. Franz Sermon, Peasants, in Franz Sermon and Orville Schell, eds. Communist China, Revolutionary Reconstruction and International Confrontation, 1949–1966, Harmondsworth, 1977, p. 170. In One of the Greatest Social Revolutions of Modern Times. Franz Sermon, Ibid, p. 169. And, in the rural areas, China became a country of small owner cultivators. Edward Del Wheelwright and Bruce McFarlane, The Chinese Road to Socialism, Economics of the Cultural Revolution, Harmondsworth, 1973, p. 34. However, land belonging to rich peasants was protected. Article 6. Jacques Guillermez, Op. Cit. p. 26. The land reform had been completed by 1952. Edward Del Wheelwright and Bruce McFarlane, Op. Cit. p. 33. Chinese intervention in the Korean War, 1951–53. In October 1950, Chinese troops crossed the Yalu River in order to intervene in the Korean War on the side of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, driving the invading United States and South Korean troops back to the line of the 38th parallel. In May 1951, on U.S. initiative, negotiations began for an armistice. This was finally signed in July 1953. The campaign for the elimination of counter-revolutionaries, February 1951 Spring 1953, with the aim of consolidating the effects of the partial National Democratic Revolution. A campaign for the elimination of counter-revolutionaries was initiated in February 1951. The directives for the campaign emphasized the need to mobilize mass participation in the process of uncovering counter-revolutionaries. Frederick C. Tai's, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 91. And committees for the elimination of counter-revolutionaries were set up in schools, factories, government bodies, etc. The campaign ended in 1953. Frederick C. Tai's, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 88. It effectively destroyed the old Kuomintang, KMT, power structure and enabled the CPC to extend its power to villages throughout the land. Roderick McFarquhar, The Origins of the Cultural Revolution. 1. Contradictions Among the People, 1956–1957, hereafter listed as Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, London, 1974, p. 16. Conclusion. The land reform of 1950–52 liquidated the Chinese landlord class, forming part of a national democratic revolution. But since this left untouched most of the comprador bourgeoisie, liquidating only a small part of this class, namely the bureaucrat capitalists and a few individuals designated as war criminals, it was an incomplete national democratic revolution. Chapter 4, The Anti-Affairs. December 1951 June 1952, The Three Anti-Campaign. December 1951, January 1952. In December 1951, the National Committee of the PPCC, People's Political Consultative Conference, ed., issued a directive calling upon the PPCC in all local areas to mobilize the democratic political parties and people's organizations in support of the Three Anti-Movement. The directive called for a nationwide anti-corruption, Anti-waste and anti-bureaucratism struggle. Theodore H. and Wen Hui Chen, The Three Anti and the Five Anti-Movements in Communist China, in Pacific Affairs, Volume 26, Number 1, March 1953, p. 5. The Three Anti campaign was planned by the Marxist-Leninist grouping of the party, headed by Cow Kang. Planned the Three Anti campaign. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, Chicago, 1994, p. 144. After careful preparation and a trial run organized by Cow Kang in Manchuria, Jacques Guillermaz, Op. Cit. p. 22. It had the seemingly worthwhile stated objectives of eliminating bureaucracy, waste and corruption in government. Robert Lowe, Escape from Red China, London, 1963, p. 60. And, applied to civil servants and cadres of all kinds. The aims were to give the new administration a new style of work and new ethics, to correct the cadres inherited from the former regime, to save the new ones from the temptations of power. Jacques Guillermaz, Op. Cit. p. 22. In other words, it was directed against malpractices in government offices. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 35. It had the active support of the national bourgeois grouping of the party, headed by Liu Shaohai. The Five Anti campaign, January to June 1952. In the course of the Three Anti campaign, the comprador bourgeois grouping within the Communist Party, headed by Mao Tse-tung, took advantage of Mao's prestige to transform the campaign into a Five Anti campaign directed against the national bourgeoisie and its political representatives. In the period between November 1951 and January 1952, Mao wrote a number of notes to the Central Committee demanding such a transformation. Particular attention must be paid to the fact that the corrosion of cadres by the bourgeoisie results in serious cases of corruption. Mao Zedong, Directive for CPC, November 1951, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 64. In all cities. We should. Wage a large-scale, resolute and thoroughgoing struggle against those capitalists who are violating the law. All our big cities. Should start the struggle against the five evils in the first 10 days of February. Please make prompt arrangements. Mao Zedong, Directive for CPC, January 1952, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 65-66. Thus, from January 1952, the Three Anti campaign gave place to the Five Antis. This campaign was directed against bribes, fraud, tax evasion, embezzlement of state property, and the illegal obtaining of state economic secrets. Jacques Guillermaz, Op. Cit. p. 23. The campaign was officially said to be directed at law-breaking capitalists. Frederick C. Tails, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 90. But in fact its target was the national bourgeoisie as a class. Frederick C. Tails, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 90. In other words, the Five Anti campaign was not therefore aimed at civil servants or cadres, but at those who might corrupt them, the industrial and commercial bourgeoisie. The latter were to be discredited politically. While their economic influence on various state or provincial bodies was to be destroyed. This campaign, known as the Tiger Hunt, with its secret denunciations and public accusation meetings, was accompanied by thousands of condemnations and caused hundreds of people to commit suicide in the large towns. The national bourgeoisie was terror-stricken. Jacques Guillermaz, Ibid. p. 23. While the target of the Three Anti was the corrupt elements in the government and party, the Five Anti was directed against the bourgeoisie, merchants, industrialists and business people in general. The launching of an attack upon the bourgeoisie within 3 years of the establishment of the new regime no doubt came as a shock to many. Accusations, public trials, confessions, huge mass meetings and the like marked the campaign. Theodore H. and Wen Hui Chen, Op. Cit. p. 10, 12, 13. Those accused in the campaign were forced to pay large sums to the state in the form of fines, delinquent tax assessments or returned stolen assets. Theodore H. and Wen Hui Chen, Op. Cit. p. 18. Mao confirmed to representatives of press and publishing circles in March 1957 that the Five Antis was for rectifying the capitalists. Mao Zedong, talk with representatives of press and publishing circles, March 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, Timothy Cheek and Eugene Wu, eds. The Secret Speeches of Chairman Mao, From the 100 Flowers to the Great Leap Forward. Here Reef listed as Roderick McFarquhar et al., eds. 1989, Cambridge, USA, 1989, p. 261. And the campaign did inflict severe damage on the national bourgeoisie, In the cities the prestige of the bourgeoisie was gravely damaged by the Five Anti-Campaign. Frederick C. Tai's Politics and Purges in China, Rectification and the Decline of Party Norms, 1950–1965, Folkestone, 1979, p. 160. However, as a result, fiercely, of opposition from the Marxist-Leninist grouping within the party, which considered an offensive against the national bourgeoisie premature at this stage of the revolutionary process, and, secondly, of particularly intense opposition from the party grouping representing the interests of the national bourgeoisie, which was the target of the campaign, the Five Anti-Campaign. Came to an end on June 13, 1952. Inches. Jacques Guillermez, Op. Cit. p. 23. Chapter 5, Preparation of the First Five-Year Plan, November 1952 – February 1954. By the autumn of 1952, the dominant grouping within the Communist Party was again a coalition of the Marxist-Leninist grouping, headed by Cow Kang, and the National Bourgeois grouping, headed by Liu Shaoqi. Both these groupings had a common interest in planning economic development so as to maximize industrial development, a program which was resisted by the Comprador bourgeois grouping, headed by Mao Zedong, whose interests required the continuation of a colonial type of economy in China. In November 1952, the State Planning Commission was established. Cow was brought to Peking to become its first chairman. Donald Klein and Anne B. Clark, Biographic Dictionary of Chinese Communism, 1921–1965, Cambridge, USA, 1971, p. 433. Because of the dissension within the party over the principles of economic planning, there was considerable difficulty in reaching agreement on the first five-year plan, covering the period 1953 to 1957, which was, in only, finalized at the National People's Congress in July 1955. Mark Selden, ed., The People's Republic of China, A Documentary History of Revolutionary Change, New York, 1979, p. 294. Retroactively incorporating the 1953 and 1954 plans. Mark Blecker, China, Politics, Economics and Society, Iconoclasm and Innovation in a Revolutionary Socialist Country, London, 1986, p. 54. Because of the dominance within the party of a coalition of the Marxist-Leninist and National Bourgeois groupings during the period when the plan was being drawn up, the first five-year plan as adopted broadly followed the Marxist-Leninist principles practiced in the Soviet Union during the period when Stalin was General Secretary of the CPSU. There was to be a high degree of centralization in economic planning. Planning was to be highly centralized. Mark Blecker, Ibid, p. 54. Investment priority was accorded to heavy industry. Investment priority was given to heavy industry. The new heavy industry was to take the form of very large complexes concentrated in a few big cities. Mark Blecker, Ibid, p. 54, 55. The 58% of total investment China allocated to heavy industry actually exceeded the Soviet figure. Mark Selden, ed., Op. Cit. p. 56. The Soviet Union provided credit and technical assistance for 156 major projects, in what was perhaps the largest transfer of technology ever carried out by any country. Mark Blecker, Ibid, p. 54. While the management of states' industrial enterprises was based on one-man management along Soviet lines. Mark Blecker, Ibid, p. 56. Under the first five-year plan, industrial output grew faster than the very high target of 14.7% per year. Heavy industrial output nearly tripled, while light industry grew 70%. Railway freight volume more than doubled. Mark Blecker, Ibid, p. 56–57. Chapter 6, The Cow Kang Affair, December 1953, March 1955. Introduction. The Communist Party of China had long recognized in words the Marxist-Leninist principle that the revolutionary process in a colonial-type country like China would take place in two successive stages, the stage of national democratic revolution and that of socialist revolution. The Chinese revolutionary movement led by the Communist Party embraces two stages, i.e., the democratic and the socialist revolutions, which are two essentially different revolutionary processes. The second process can be carried through only after the first has been completed. Mao Zedong, The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, December 1939, in Selected Works, Volume 2, Peking, 1965, p. 330–31. With the defeat of the Kuomintang forces on the mainland, and the liquidation of the bureaucrat capitalist and landlord classes, it was impossible to disguise the fact that the first, national democratic, stage of the revolutionary process had been sufficiently completed to enable it to go forward to its second stage, to the stage of socialist revolution. The task confronting the party now is to build China into a great socialist country as quickly as possible. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 6. The Marxist-Leninist grouping within the party headed by Cow Kang, which represented the interests of the working class, was indeed eager to go forward to the socialist stage of the revolutionary process. However, the national bourgeois grouping within the party headed by Liu Shaochi, which represented the interests of exploiters who were engaged in industry and commerce, see page 1, was strongly opposed to the socialist transformation of industry and commerce, since this would destroy their position as exploiters. The comprador bourgeois grouping within the party headed by Mao Tse-tung, which represented exploiters who were engaged in foreign trade, see page 1, was similarly strongly opposed to the socialist transformation of commerce, since this would destroy their position as exploiters. However, it was politically impossible at this period, before the 20th Congress of the CPSU had made revisionism respectable within the international communist movement, for the two bourgeois groupings within the Chinese party publicly to repudiate the aim of socialism without stripping themselves of their false socialist masks. Therefore, the political representatives of these two classes collaborated to evolve a new revisionist theory which would enable them to carry forward the socialist revolution in words, while holding it back in fact. Chinese pseudo-socialism. In essence, this pseudo-socialist theory elaborated by the Chinese revisionists simply equated capitalism with socialism. Marxism-Leninism holds that the transition from capitalism to socialism requires a violent revolution and the establishment of the dictatorship of full proletariat. Can such a radical transformation of the old bourgeois order be achieved without a violent revolution, without the dictatorship of the proletariat? Obviously not. Joseph V. Stalin, Concerning Questions of Leninism, January 1926, in Works, Volume 8, Moscow, 1954, p. 25. Thus, according to Marxist-Leninist principles, in the circumstances of the new democratic state in the People's Republic of China, the transition from capitalism to socialism required the violent expulsion of the national bourgeoisie and the comprador bourgeoisie from the state apparatus and the ending of coexistence between the Communist Party and other parties. Instead of pursuing such a policy, the Chinese revisionists simply declared that, because of the extent of state influence in the economy of the People's Republic, this economy was one of state capitalism. The present-day capitalist economy in China is a state capitalist economy. Mao Zedong, on State Capitalism, July 1953, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 101. And that because of the extent of the influence of the Communist Party in the state, it was a state capitalist economy of a new type. The present-day capitalist economy in China, a capitalist economy which for the most part is under the control of the people's government. It is a state capitalist economy of a new type. Mao Zedong, Ibid, p. 101, which had, to a very great extent, a socialist character. This state capitalist economy of a new type takes on a socialist character to a very great extent. Mao Zedong, Ibid, p. 101. Thus, this state capitalism and this new democratic state are presented by the Chinese revisionists as vehicles for the transition to socialism. The transformation of capitalism into socialism is to be accomplished through state capitalism. Mao Zedong, The Only Road for the Transformation of Capitalist Industry and Commerce, September 1953, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 112. We can proceed with our step-by-step socialist transformation by means of the existing machinery of state. Liu Shaoqi, Report on the Draft Constitution of the People's Republic of China, September 1954, Peking, 1962, p. 26. This transition can, in the case of China, be gradual. State capitalism in various forms is to be put into practice gradually so as to attain socialist ownership by the whole people. Mao Zedong, on the Draft Constitution of the People's Republic of China, June 1954, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 143. Carried out over a relatively long period of time, the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce by the state will be gradually realized over a relatively long period of time, through various forms of state capitalism. Liu Shaoqi, Report on the Draft Constitution of the People's Republic of China, Peking, 1962, p. 26. The period of transition from capitalism to socialism will cover roughly 18 years. Mao Zedong, Preface 1 to Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside, September 1955, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 235. And peaceful, to achieve socialism through state capitalism, is a peaceful means of transition. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 24. Under conditions obtaining in this country, the exploiting class will be completely eliminated by peaceful means. Kuomintang, The Socialist Transformation of Capitalist Industry and Commerce in China, Peking, 1960, p. 111. Furthermore, Marxism-Leninism defines the dictatorship of the proletariat as a state in which the proletariat does not share political power with any other class and in which the Communist Party does not share leadership with any other party. The class of proletarians does not and cannot share power with other classes. The party of the proletariat, the party of the communists, does not and cannot share leadership with other parties. Joseph V. Stalin, Concerning Questions of Leninism, January 1926, in Works, Volume 8, Moscow, 1954, p. 27, 28. But the new democratic state of the People's Republic of China was defined as a state of the entire people, i.e., one in which the national bourgeoisie and the comprador bourgeoisie share in political power. After the founding of the People's Republic, representatives of the national bourgeoisie and its parties have been taking part in the organs of our state. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, op. cit. p. 61. Our state is a people's democratic dictatorship. The aim of this dictatorship is to protect all our people. Who is to exercise this dictatorship? The entire people. Mao Zedong, On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People, February 1957, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 387. Furthermore, the new democratic state of the People's Republic of China was defined as a state in which the Communist Party shares leadership with other political parties. Which is better, to have just one party or several? As we see it now, it's perhaps better to have several parties. It means long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. Mao Zedong, On the 10 Great Relationships, April 1956, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 296. Why should the bourgeois and petty bourgeois democratic parties be allowed to exist side by side with the party of the working class over a long period of time? Because we have no reason for not adopting the policy of long-term coexistence with all those political parties. Mao Zedong, On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People, February 1957, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 413. According to the Chinese revisionists, socialism in China could be achieved, not by nationalization of the principal means of production, but by the formation of joint state-private enterprises in which the state invests and to which it assigns personnel to share in management with the capitalists. A joint state-private enterprise is one in which the state invests and to which it assigns personnel to share in management with the capitalists. Kuomintang, op. cit. p. 75. According to the Chinese revisionists, in the course of this socialist transformation capitalists will gradually be remolded into working people. In the course of bringing about the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce, educational measures are adopted to remold the capitalists gradually, into working people. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, op. cit. p. 25. The problem of the dictatorship of the proletariat was easily solved by the Chinese revisionists. They simply declared that the new democratic state, the joint dictatorship of several classes, was the dictatorship of the proletariat. Even though representatives of the national bourgeoisie and its parties have been taking part in the organs of our state. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Ibid, p. 61. Our state, is a dictatorship of the proletariat in essence. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, op. cit. p. 61. Our state organs are organs of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Mao Zedong, Speech at the Second Plenum of the 8th Central Committee of the CPC, November 1956, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 338. The controversy over the transition to socialism, 1952-54, within the party, the whole revisionist concept of peaceful transition to socialism in cooperation with the bourgeoisie was denounced by the Marxist-Leninist minority within the party, headed by Cow Kang. Cow Kang, the leader of the Marxist-Leninist grouping within the Communist Party of China, came from the industrialized Northeast. Middle. The only region where the functions of First Secretary, Party, and Military Commander-in-Chief were united in one person, Cow Kang. Yap Van Ginniken, The Rise and Fall of Lin Piao, Harmondsworth, 1976, p. 35. He had established both warm personal relations with Stalin, and smooth working relations with Soviet officials in the Northeast. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Politics at Mao's Court, Cow Kang and Party Factionalism in the Early 1950s, hereafter listed as Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, New York, 1990, p. 47. And Mao himself noted, Stalin was very fond of Cow Kang. Cow Kang sent Stalin a congratulatory telegram every 15th of August. Mao Zedong, Talk at Chengdu Conference, March 1958. In Stuart Schramm, ed. Mao Zedong Unrehearsed. Talks and Letters, 1956-71. Harmondsworth, 1975, p. 100. Shortly after Cow Kang's arrival in Peking, in early 1953, the Marxist-Leninist grouping there with Strengt Jin, another leading Marxist-Leninist Zhao Shushi, came to Peking to head the Central Committee's Organization Department. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Op. Cit. p. 6. The fact that Mao gave a ringing endorsement of peaceful transition. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Ibid. p. 61. Greatly strengthened the hand of the revisionists, while that of the Marxist-Leninist minority was weakened by the fact that they continued to observe the discipline of democratic centralism, opposing the revisionist majority only within higher party organs. Thus, contrary to later charges by the revisionists, Cow Kang and Zhao Shushi never openly put forward any program against the Central Committee of the party. Frederick C. Tai's, Politics and Purges in China, Rectification and the Decline of Party Norms, 1950 to 1965. Hereafter listed as Frederick C. Tai's, 1979, Folkestone, 1979, p. 183, citing New China News Agency. There are many reasons to believe that little more than parallel action by the two men existed. Chinese scholars today report having seen no material demonstrating that Cow and Zhao ever held talks concerning their anti-party activities. Cow Kang's former secretaries claimed there was little connection between Cow and Zhao. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Op. Cit. p. 46. And, the 1955 conclusion, that Cow and Zhao formed an anti-party clique or alliance is no longer used in party history accounts. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Op. Cit. p. 12. So, in the discussions within the party leadership, Cow Kang was the odd man out. While he said nothing, his silence was correctly perceived as disagreement. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Ibid. 61. Privately, however, Cow was quite blunt. He is recorded as saying, "Have you ever read On the Opposition by Stalin?" Didn't Bukharin also advocate a peaceful entry into socialism? Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Ibid. p. 61. While, oral sources. Picture Cow as favoring a comparatively rapid elimination of the national bourgeoisie as a class and a quick transition to socialism, and a close adherence to the Soviet model. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Ibid. p. 36. The coup against the Marxist-Leninist grouping, December 1853, March 1955. The revisionists chose not to fight the Marxist-Leninist grouping openly on the question of the transition to socialism, on which their flagrant deviations from Marxism-Leninism might have exposed them. Instead, they embarked on a plot to liquidate the grouping by bringing against its leaders false charges of factionalism and conspiracy to seize power. Mao's warning to Cow Kang, December 1953. The biographer of Mao's wife, Chiang Ching, reports that Mao saw in the opposition of Cow and Zhao to his revisionist line an unacceptable challenge to his personal supremacy in the state. In the deep winter of 1953, Cow Kang and Zhao Shushi challenged Mao's personal supremacy over the state structure. Rock Sandwich, Comrade Chiang Ching, London, 1977, p. 279. So, at an enlarged Politburo meeting in December 1953, Mao, for the first time, directly confronted Cow Kang. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Op. Cit. p. 115. He issued a serious warning to Cow and Zhao and proposed a draft resolution on strengthening party unity. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Ibid. p. 120. The Fourth Plenum of the 7th CC, February 1954. At the Fourth Plenum of the 7th Central Committee in February 1954, the dominant figure was Liu Shaoqi. Frederick C. Tai's, 1979, Op. Cit. p. 173. Who criticized some cadres, unnamed, who, he alleged, exaggerate the role of the individual and emphasize individual prestige. They even regard the region or department under their leadership as their individual inheritance or independent kingdom. Liu Shaoqi, report to 4th Plenum of 7th CC of CPC, February 1954, in John Jitting's The Role of the Chinese Army, hereafter listed as John Jitting's, 1969, Delhi, 1969, p. 274, citing New China News Agency, February 19, 1954. During and after the Fourth Plenum, Cow and Zhao were offered many opportunities for a fresh start. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Op. Cit. p. 124. But they declined to support the revisionist theses, refusing to admit any serious fault. Frederick C. Tai's, 1990, Ibid. p. 126. Suspicions that Lu's remarks were directed at the grouping headed by Cow Kang were supported by the fact that Cow made his last major report in September 1953 inches. Donald W. Klein and Ann B. Clark, Op. Cit. p. 433. However, no official announcement of his fate was published at the time. Cow merely dropped from sight. Donald W. Klein and Ann B. Clark, Ibid. p. 410. In fact, in February 1954 he was thrown into prison. Who's Who in Communist China, Volume 1, Hong Kong, 1969, p. 330, where he died in 1955. It was later announced that Zhao had suffered expulsion from the party. Franz Sermon, Ideology and Organization in Communist China, Berkeley, USA, 1968, p. 267. The National Conference of the CPC, March 1955. The Cow Kang Affair was first made public at a national conference of the CPC in March 1955. A resolution of the party's national conference in March 1955. For the first time in public discussed the Cow-Zhao anti-party alliance. John Giddings, 1969, Op. Cit. p. 275. The resolution adopted by the conference claimed that Cow had made the northeast area the independent kingdom of Cow Kang. National Conference of CPC, Resolution on the Anti-Party Alliance of Cow Kang and Zhao Shuxi, March 1955, in People's China, April 15, 1955, p. 4. And that after he was transferred to Peking in 1953. He even tried to instigate party members in the army to support his conspiracy against the Central Committee of the party. National Conference of CPC, Resolution on the Anti-Party Alliance of Cow Kang and Zhao Shuxi, March 1955, in People's China, April 15, 1955, p. 4. The resolution alleged that, after a warning had been given to him at the fourth plenum of the CC in February 1954, Cow Kang not only did not admit his guilt to the party, but committed suicide as an ultimate expression of his betrayal of the party. National Conference of CPC, Resolution on the Anti-Party Alliance of Cow Kang and Zhao Shuxi, March 1955, in People's China, April 15, 1955, p. 4. The resolution similarly alleged that after Zhao Shuxi's transfer to Peking in the summer of 1952, he attempted to start a struggle on Cow's behalf. John Giddings, 1969, Op. Cit. p. 275. In his opening address to the conference, Mao said, "The criminal aim of this anti-party alliance was to split our party and seize power in the party and the state by conspiratorial means." Mao Zedong, opening speech at the National Conference of the CPC, March 1955, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 155. In his concluding speech to the conference, Mao Zedong replied to those who pointed out that there was no documentary evidence of factional activity involving Cow and Zhao. About the doubts expressed by some comrades to the effect that since we have no written agreement, perhaps there wasn't any alliance after all. It is wrong to say that no alliance can exist without written agreement. Mao Zedong, concluding speech at the National Conference of the CPC, March 1955, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 162. Along with Cow and Zhao, 7 other men were also swept out of the party for their part in the anti-party bloc. Even if Cow and Zhao had not been involved, the 7 were so significant themselves that their purge alone would have constituted a major debacle within the CPC ranks. Donald W. Klein and Ann B. Clark, Op. Cit. p. 410. Cow's fall was accompanied by the purge of virtually all the key party leaders in the Northeast region. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 5, Chicago, 1994, p. 113. With regard to the allegation of the revisionists that Cow committed suicide, one may note that, according to a Red Guard pamphlet entitled Down with Liu Shaokai published in 1967 during the Cultural Revolution, Cow was put to death not long after the 1955 ed. Conference. Frederick C. Taiz, 1979, Op. Cit. p. 654. The Fifth Plenum of the 8th CC, April 1955. At the Fifth Plenum of the CC in April 1955, a resolution on the Cow-Zhao anti-party bloc was based on a report made by the party Secretary General Tang Xiaoping. Donald W. Klein and Ann B. Clark, Op. Cit. p. 410. The 8th National Congress of the CPC, September 1956. In his political report to the 8th National Congress of the CPC, Liu Shaoqi referred to the anti-party bloc of Cow Kang and Zhao Shuxi, who tried to seize the leadership of the state and party by conspiratorial means. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 96. The Second Plenum of the 8th CC, November 1956. By November 1956, Mao Zedong was suggesting that Cow Kang had been a Soviet agent. Are there such people in our country who provide foreigners with information behind the back of the Central Committee? I think there are. Cow Kang is a case in point. Mao Zedong, speech at Second Plenum of the 8th CC of the CPC, November 1956, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 340. Conclusion: the above interpretation of the Cow Kang Affair, that it was a frame-up engineered by Mao Zedong to eliminate progressive opponents of Mao, was fundamentally accepted by Soviet revisionist historians. However, not unnaturally, the political point at issue is presented as Cow's pro-Soviet sympathies rather than his loyalty to Marxist-Leninist revolutionary principles. Beginning in 1953, Mao Zedong began the gradual elimination of all of those who did not share his nationalist, anti-Soviet line. The struggle between the internationalist Marxist-Leninists and the Maoists intensified at the beginning of the 1950s. The alarm was the arrest and death in prison in 1955 of Cow Kang. The various criminal charges brought against him were completely unfounded. Oleg B. Borisov and Boris T. Koloskov, Soviet-Chinese Relations, 1945–1970, Bloomington, USA, 1975, p. 126. Chapter 7, The Cooperativization of Agriculture, January 1951–June 1956. The Marxist-Leninist Theory of Agricultural Cooperativization. In the political report of the Central Committee to the 15th Congress of the CPSU in December 1927, Stalin pointed out the unsatisfactory rate of development of Soviet agriculture. The rate of development of our agriculture cannot be regarded as quite satisfactory. Joseph V. Stalin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 15th Congress of the CPSU, December 1927, in Works, Volume 10, Moscow, 1954, p. 312, and declared that the only solution to this problem was the gradual, voluntary unification of the small peasant farms into large-scale, mechanized cooperative farms. The way out is to unite the small and dwarf peasant farms gradually but surely, not by pressure but by example and persuasion, into large farms based on common, cooperative, collective cultivation of the land and the use of agricultural machines and tractors and scientific methods of intensive agriculture. There is no other way out. Joseph V. Stalin, Ibid, p. 313. With the income of the cooperative farmers proportional to the quantity and quality of the work they performed, the share in the surplus has to depend on the share in the work done. For this the system of work-day units was evolved, based on the work done. Jack Dunman, Agriculture, Capitalist and Socialist, Studies in the Development of Agriculture and Its Contribution to Economic Development as a Whole, London, 1975, p. 104. In the form of cooperative farm recommended by the CPSU, the artel, the basic means of production. Labor, use of the land, machines and other implements, draft animals and farm buildings, are socialized. In the artel, the household plots, small vegetable gardens, small orchards, the dwelling house a part of the dairy cattle, small livestock, poultry, etc., are not socialized. Joseph V. Stalin, Dizzy with Success, Concerning Questions of the Collective Farm Movement, March 1930. In Works, Volume 12, Moscow, 1955, p. 202. Marxism-Leninism calls for the cooperativization of agriculture to be linked with an offensive against the rich, capitalist peasants, the kulaks. The 15th ed. Congress, of the CPSU, ed., gave directions to develop further the offensive against the kulaks. History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, Short Course, Moscow, 1939, p. 289. However, Marxism-Leninism holds that before the cooperativization of agriculture can be successfully embarked upon, a certain degree of industrial development must first have been achieved. In order to start mass transition to collective farms, certain preliminary conditions had to be available. It was necessary to industrialize the country, to set up a new tractor industry, to build new factories for the manufacture of agricultural machinery in order to supply tractors and machines in abundance to the collective farm peasantry. Joseph V. Stalin, speech delivered at the First All-Union Congress of Collective Farm Shock Brigaders, February 1933, in Works, Volume 13, Moscow, 1955, p. 244. The Chinese road to agricultural cooperativization, as we have seen, as a result of the land reform carried out in 1950–52. What exists in the countryside today is capitalist ownership by the rich peasants and a vast sea of ownership by individual peasants. Mao Zedong, on the cooperative transformation of agriculture, July 1955, hereafter listed as Mao Zedong, July 1955, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 201. China was therefore faced with similar serious problems to those of the Soviet Union. In China's economy, the role and importance of agriculture cannot be overstated. The agricultural sector has provided not only food for the entire population but also 90% of the raw materials for the consumer goods industries and 75% of the exports. Thus the lag in agricultural output has been a serious problem. Farm production through the years has grown only slowly. Paris H. Chang, Power and Policy in China, University Park, USA, 1978, p. 9, and there was general agreement within the Communist Party of China that, at least in the long run, the only solution to this situation was to achieve cooperation step by step throughout our rural areas. Mao Zedong, July 1955, Op. Cit. p. 189. In fact, certain measures of short-term cooperation had been developed in the Chinese countryside long before the establishment of the People's Republic in 1949. Traditionally, the Chinese peasants had from time to time formed mutual aid groups to assist each other at harvest time, at spring planting, or in the face of flood or drought. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 29. And after 1949 such mutual aid groups came to be formed on a wider scale. It was after the founding of the People's Republic of China that our party led the peasants in setting up agricultural producers' mutual aid teams more extensively. Mao Zedong, July 1955, Op. Cit. p. 186. A further step followed, the establishment of permanent mutual aid teams. It was soon taken a stage further. Groups were set up which worked together and loaned each other tools and animals on a permanent all-the-year-round basis. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 29. The intra-party struggle over cooperativization policy. On the question of the further development of agricultural cooperativization, there was a cleavage of opinion in the Communist Party. John and Elsie Collier, Ibid. p. 29. The Marxist-Leninist Party grouping, headed by Cow Kang, representing the interests of the working class, favored the policies of 1. Postponing the cooperativization of agriculture until industrialization of the country had been achieved. 2. Supporting the principle of distributing cooperative farmers' income on the basis of work performed. And 3. Combining agricultural cooperativization with an offensive against the rich capitalist peasants. The kulaks, the national bourgeois grouping of the party, headed by Liu Shaoqi, fiercely argued for the postponement of collectivization until China's industry was ready to support the creation of large-scale mechanized collective farms. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 10. Secondly, supported the principle of distributing cooperative farmers' income partly on the basis of property brought into the farm, and thirdly, rejected an offensive against the rich capitalist peasants, the kulaks, with whom the national bourgeoisie had close relations. In 1953 Liu Shaoqi argued that allowing a rich peasant economy to develop for some years would result in increased agricultural production and allow time to develop industry to the point where farming could be mechanized, and that only mechanization could create a suitable basis for collective farming. This line of argument resulted in a call for the four freedoms: to rent land, to sell land, to hire labor and to lend money. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 28. Later, during the Cultural Revolution, the line that industrial development should precede cooperativization of agriculture was denounced as nothing but a pretext used by China's Khrushchev, Liu Shaoqi, ed., to oppose the socialist transformation of agriculture. Editorial depths of People's Daily and Red Flag, Struggle Between Two Roads in China's Countryside, December 1967, in Peking Review Volume 10, Number 49, December 1, 1967, p. 14. The Comprador Bourgeois Party grouping, headed by Mao Zedong, wishing to use the cooperativization of agriculture only as a weapon to drive a wedge between the national bourgeois grouping of the party and the peasantry, strongly opposed postponing cooperativization of agriculture until the industrialization of the country had been achieved, while supporting an offensive against the rich, capitalist peasants. The policy of this grouping, adopted on the basis of the leadership of Mao Zedong, was to commence to develop forms of cooperative production immediately after the land reform. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 29. Lower-level cooperative farms, January 1951 July 1955. From January 1951, an ideological controversy went on between the groupings of the party on the question of the cooperativization of agriculture. In July 1951, Liu Shaoqi wrote and distributed a comment in his own name. In this comment, he opposed Comrade Mao Zedong's line on the socialist transformation of agriculture. As an erroneous, dangerous and utopian notion. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 71. In September 1951, Mao Zedong personally took charge of drafting the resolution of the Central Committee of the CPC on Mutual Aid and Cooperation in Agricultural Production, draft. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 71. The draft resolution was intended to rebuff Liu Shaoxi's opposition. Note 2. Mao Zedong, Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 71, and was distributed as an inter-party document in December 1951. From January 1951, the Comprador bourgeois grouping of the party headed by Mao Zedong succeeded in establishing a number of cooperative farms, although the national bourgeois grouping of the party was able to ensure that these adopted a distribution system which favored the rich peasants. These first, so-called lower-level, coups paid out part of their product in the form of rent paid in proportion to the land each family had put into the coup, and rent for the use of the members' tools and animals, and the rest according to a system of work points. The lower-level coups favored the old rich peasants in that it was they who in general owned more land and capital for which they received rent. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 29. In spite of this enforced concession, for the most part at this time, a coalition of the Marxist-Leninist and national bourgeois groupings dominated the party machinery, so that the party policy towards the cooperativization of agriculture was one of restraint. Up to the summer of 1955, the principle of gradualism prevailed. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 10-11. Until the summer of 1955, the government had on the whole been wary in its advance towards the formation of agricultural producers' cooperatives. The majority of the Central Committee was genuinely adhering to the often proclaimed principles of gradualness and voluntariness. Communist China, 1955-59, Policy Documents with Analysis, hereafter listed as Communist China, Cambridge, USA, 1962, p. 3. For example, in March 1955, the State Council ordered the cadres to slow down agricultural collectivization and reorganize and consolidate the existing agricultural producers' cooperatives, APCs. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 10. And in May 1955 Deputy Premier Tang Soo-hui retrenched and dissolved 200,000 cooperatives at a Central Committee Rural Work Conference. In the provinces there was a widespread feeling against rapid collectivization. The decision of the May 1955 Central Work Conference to cut back APCs probably reflected this consensus. Paris H. Chang, Ibid, p. 13, 14. The First Leap Forward, July 1955, June 1956. Mao's Speech on Agricultural Cooperativization, July 1955. The liquidation of the Marxist-Leninist grouping of the party in 1954 ended the coalition between this grouping and the national bourgeois grouping on the question of the cooperativization of agriculture. In July 1955, therefore, confronted with the strong opposition of the national bourgeois grouping of the party, Mao Zedong intervened and attempted to reverse the moderate policy that was being implemented. Paris H. Chang, Ibid, p. 11. Mao chose to bypass the regular decision-making bodies and appeal directly to provincial-level leaders. At the end of July 1955, Mao convened a conference in Peking of the secretaries of the provincial-level party committees, a forum stipulated in neither the 1945 nor the 1956 party constitutions. Paris H. Chang, Ibid, p. 14, and, against the wishes of most of his colleagues in the CP leadership, called for an acceleration of the transition to lower level, and then to higher level, agricultural producers' cooperatives in the countryside. Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, Chicago, 1994, p. 145. Mao's intervention precipitated a new stage in intra-party dissension. It was in connection with Mao Zedong's new policy on cooperatives that opposition first became acute and obvious. Communist China? Op. Cit. p. 3. In a report he delivered to this conference entitled On the Cooperative Transformation of Agriculture, Mao strongly criticized the slow pace of agricultural cooperativization which had been adopted under the aegis of the national bourgeois grouping of the party. Some of our comrades, tottering along like a woman with bound feet, are complaining all the time, you are going too fast, too much carping, unwarranted complaints, boundless anxiety and countless taboos. This is not the right policy. Mao Zedong, July 1955, Op. Cit. p. 184. He condemned the practice of dissolving cooperative farms, even where a majority of the members favored this course. No decision should be made to dissolve cooperatives unless all, or nearly all, the members are determined not to carry on. If the majority is firmly against carrying on, but the minority is willing to do so, let the majority withdraw while the minority stays in and continues. Mao Zedong, July 1955, Ibid, p. 189. In particular, Mao called for the transition from lower-level cooperative farms to higher-level cooperative farms, in which collective farmers' incomes were dependent only upon work performed. The advanced coup farms were formed by the amalgamation of several small coups. In these coups rent on land was abolished, the capital of the members was bought out by the coup, thus abolishing rent on tools and animals, and ownership of the land was vested in the coup. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 29. Mao called on the peasants to organize large fully socialist agricultural producers cooperatives. Mao Zedong, July 1955, Op. Cit. p. 199. Following Mao's intervention, the movement to form advanced coups swept the country. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 29. But Mao's speech remained unpublished, until the policy suggested by Mao had been ratified and formalized in the decisions of the party's Central Committee in October 1955. Communist China, Op. Cit. p. 92. By this time, the leap in agricultural collectivization was already a fait accompli in many provinces. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 15. And came later to be called the first leap forward. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 26. The Sixth Plenum of the 7th CC, October 1955. In October 1955, Mao convened the 6th Plenum of the 7th Central Committee, to formally endorse and legitimize the campaign that had already been launched. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 15. At the 6th Plenum of the 7th Central Committee, in October 1955, Mao demanded a large-scale expansion of cooperative farming. The view in favor of a small expansion of cooperative farming, is wrong. Mao Zedong, concluding speech at 6th Plenum of the 7th CC of the CPC, October 1955, hereafter listed as Mao Zedong, October 1955, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 216. And an expansion on a country-wide scale. Expansion is possible in areas which were liberated late, in mountain areas, in backward townships and in areas affected by disasters. It is possible in all such places. Mao Zedong, October 1955, Ibid. p. 216. He argued against the liquidation of even poorly run cooperative farms. Generally, the so-called poorly run cooperatives should not be dissolved, for they can take a turn for the better after a checkup. Mao Zedong, October 1955, Ibid. p. 217, and reaffirmed the comprador bourgeois line that cooperative farms could be successfully established without funds or machines. Cooperatives can be set up without funds, carts and oxen. Cooperatives can be set up without farm machinery. Mao Zedong, October 1955, Ibid. p. 217, and argued again for the setting up of at least a batch of advanced-type cooperative farms in the near future. Should we set up a number of cooperatives of the advanced type in the near future? A batch of such cooperatives should be set up. Mao Zedong, October 1955, Ibid. p. 218. The 17 Articles, November 1955. It was in this situation of continuing domination of the comprador bourgeois grouping of the party that, in November 1955, Mao wrote the so-called 17 Articles. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 19. These formed the basis of a new pseudo-left agricultural program for the comprador bourgeois grouping of the party areas. They were circulated unofficially in the rural areas, where they produced a colossal mobilization force. These 17 articles, apparently without approval by legitimate decision-making bodies, were transmitted to the rural areas, where they produced a colossal mobilization force. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 19. Chu Enlai's speech on intellectuals, January 1956. The dominance within the party of the comprador bourgeois grouping of the party was illustrated when Chu Enlai told a conference on intellectuals in January 1956 that the Central Committee had decided to make opposition to rightist conservative ideology the central question for the 8th National Congress of the party. Chu Enlai, speech on the question of intellectuals, January 1956, in Communist China, Op. Cit. p. 129. The 1956-67 Draft Program for Agricultural Development, January 1956. In January 1956, after more discussions with provincial party officials in Peking, Mao expanded the 17 articles into 40 articles and produced the first version. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 19. Of the 1956-67 Draft National Program for Agricultural Development, which was launched in January 1956, at a Supreme State Conference. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 17. Thus, It was, in the context of the inter-party disputes over the tempo of collectivization and Mao's victory leading to the speed-up of collectivization, that the Draft 40 Article 1956-1967 National Program for Agricultural Development was launched. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 17. The draft program, called for a continuation of the fairly radical line pushed by Mao since the previous summer. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 17-18. It set the goal of getting about 85% of all peasant households into APCs in 1956. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 17. And that of completing the transition to higher-level cooperative farms, collective farms, by 1958. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 18. Whereas in fact this program was exceeded, since 63% of all farm households were in collectives by June 1956, and 88% by December of that year. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 18. Following the announcement of the draft program, an intensive publicity campaign was launched to publicize it and to arouse the enthusiasm of the masses as well as that of the cadres. With great fanfare, various provinces began to map out plans in accordance with the spirit of the draft program. Unprecedentedly large numbers of peasants were mobilized. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 20-21. The voluntary principle was discarded. The cadres, spurred on by their superiors, often ignored the principles of voluntarism and mutual benefit as prescribed by TBE central authorities. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 21-22. And all but the most extreme counter-revolutionary elements were admitted into membership, since Article 5 of the new draft program provided for the admission to collectives of all but the worst counter-revolutionaries. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 78. The Crisis in Agriculture, June 1956–September 1956. The pseudo-left character of the draft agricultural program, and especially its coercive aspects, quickly aroused mass discontent among the peasantry. The peasants were dissatisfied and resentful. The peasants slaughtered livestock and draft animals instead of surrendering them to the APCs. Cadre's lack of experience in managing the APCs and the resulting mismanagement further exacerbated the difficulties of the APCs. Food crops and cotton were overemphasized, because they were targets in the draft program, at the expense of other economic crops. Agriculture was overstressed, and subsidiary occupations were neglected. Sideline production generally represented 30–40% of the peasants' total income, and the falling output in economic crops and sideline occupations greatly affected the peasants' cash income and increased the difficulties in their daily life. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 22–23. As a consequence of all this, by April 1956, the national economy was encountering some serious problems. Both the problems afflicting national economy and the difficulties in the countryside resulted largely from the rapid collectivization drive and poor management of the APCs, as well as from the attempts to achieve the goals of the draft program ahead of time. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 23–24. Thus, the economic crisis of spring 1956 served to vindicate the position of those party officials who advocated gradualism. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 24. Clearly those party members who in the winter of 1955–56 had been accused of conservatism for opposing Mao's new line on cooperatives must have felt themselves amply justified by events. Communist China, Op. Cit. p. 9. As a result of the unscientific nature of the draft agricultural program, by June 1956, the economic situation was now so serious that a top-level conference at Piataiho decided that the production drive should be slowed down. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 86. The campaign against reckless advance, April 1956 – September 1956. Thus, by April 1956 the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Liu Shaoqi, had succeeded in winning a majority of the leading cadres of the party to the view that the first leap forward initiated by the comprador bourgeoisie headed by Mao Zedong had been economically harmful. In consequence, the policy of the CPC was changed. In May 1956, a joint meeting of the Politburo of the CC of the CPC and of the State Council issued an important joint directive to stop the tendencies of reckless advance. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 23. At the NPC in June 1956, Minister of Finance Li Jiannin amended Mao's slogan of opposing right conservatism to that of simultaneously opposing impetuosity and adventurism, saying in his budget report, While opposing conservatism, one must at the same time oppose the tendency towards impetuosity and adventurism. Li Jiannin, Budget Speech, June 1956, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 86, citing People's Daily, June 16, 1956. A few days later, an editorial in the People's Daily made it clear that while conservatism would still be criticized, opposition to impetuosity would be the more important task. Its real aim was to oppose blind advance. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 87, 88. The text of this editorial was approved by Liu Shaoqi and sent for comment to Mao, who wrote on the draft, "I won't read this." Mao Zedong, comment on draft of People's Daily editorial of June 20, 1956, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 87. 18 months later, in 1969, Mao explained, "Why should I read something that abuses me?" Mao Zedong, comment on draft of People's Daily editorial of June 20, 1956, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 87. In September 1956, on the eve of the 8th National Congress of the CPC, a joint CC, State Council Directive on Agricultural Production made a curt reference to the 12-year agricultural program in its preamble, but the whole intention of the directive was clearly to rectify the distortions of the rural economy that the program had caused. Effectively, the 12-year program had been shelved. Since the program had been the centerpiece of the 1956 leap, its abandonment, along with the attack on adventurism, symbolized the abandonment of the leap itself. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 91. Thus, 8 months after its emergence in January 1956, the draft program had fallen into oblivion. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 31. Chapter 8, Chinese Socialism and Pseudo-Socialism in Practice. Summer 1955 September 1956, Socialism in Agriculture. In September 1956, Liu Shaoqi told the 8th National Congress of the CPC that, in spite of opposition, agriculture in China had been fundamentally reorganized on the basis of higher-level cooperatives. The elementary type of cooperatives were subsequently reorganized into the advanced type, which are socialist in character. In these advanced cooperatives, the land and other principal means of production are changed from private into collective ownership. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 16. Since Marxist-Leninists agree that cooperative farm property is socialist property, collective farm property is socialist property. Joseph V. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, September 1952, in Works, Volume 16, London, 1986, p. 394. One must agree with Liu Shaoqi's assessment that, we have been able to accomplish in the main the socialist transformation of agriculture. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 18. Socialism in Handicrafts. At the same time, in September 1956, Liu Shaoqi told the 8th National Congress of the CPC that handicrafts had been fundamentally reorganized on the basis of cooperatives, the property of which, as in agriculture, could correctly be regarded as socialist property. Individual handicraftsmen throughout the country have joined producers' cooperatives of various forms. Those who are in cooperatives now constitute 90% of the total number, all who follow the calling of individual handicrafts. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 11. Thus, we have now achieved a decisive victory in the socialist transformation of handicrafts. In our country. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 11. Pseudo-Socialism in Industry and Commerce. In the summer of 1955, a program began, for the socialist transformation of industry and commerce. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, 1994, p. 145. In the case of industry and commerce, however, this socialist transformation followed the pseudo-socialist lines already described, pages 43 to 46. Capitalist industry and commerce in the country has, by and large, come under joint state-private operation. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 12. The new democratic state maintained the unreasonably high salaries which were being received by the capitalists involved. Even the unreasonably high salaries enjoyed by many of the capitalists and agents in these enterprises were continued after the changeover. Kuomintang, Op. Cit. p. 87. And paid the capitalists a guaranteed rate of interest on their investments, thus maintaining exploitation of the workers. A fixed rate of interest was paid by the state for the total investment of the capitalists in the joint state-private enterprises. Irrespective of locality and trade, the interest was fixed at a rate of 5% per annum, thus maintaining exploitation. Kuomintang, Ibid. p. 86 to 87. 91. Indeed, the amount of profit being made increased significantly. Statistics of 64 factories in various parts of China which had gone over to joint operation earlier than others revealed that their profits were increasing. Taking their profit in 1950 as 100, it was 113 in 1951, 228 in 1952, and 306 in 1953 inches. Quantaton? Ibid. p. 78. 91. Not unnaturally, the capitalists welcomed this spurious socialism. Our bourgeoisie has heralded its acceptance of socialist transformation with a fanfare of gongs and drums. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 59. And we're happy to be remolded by educational measures into working people. While the enterprises are being transformed, educational measures are adopted to remold the capitalists gradually. Into working people. Liu Shaohai, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 25. Thus, Liu Shaoqi was able to tell the 8th National Congress of the SPC in September 1956 truthfully that capitalist industry and commerce in the country has, by and large, come under joint state-private operation. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 12. And untruthfully that, we have now achieved a decisive victory in the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, Op. Cit. p. 11. Chapter 9, The Controversy Over Economic Planning, February 1956, December 1958. Introduction. As we have seen, page 41, the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Liu Shaoqi, favored the planning of economic development so as to maximize industrial development. On the other hand, the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Mao Tse-tung, favored the restriction of industrial development to the establishment of the infrastructure, communications, ports, etc., required by a colonial-type economy. The intra-party struggle over this question was fought out on the issue of centralized economic planning. Since a planned economy is one of the foundations of a socialist society, the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie did not campaign openly for the abolition of economic planning, only for its decentralization, omitting to point out that centralization, the binding nature of planning on every peripheral organization, is one of the essential features of economic planning. In the absence of centralized economic planning in a new democratic society, production can be regulated only by profitability. Under these conditions, the law of value regulates the proportions of labor distributed among the various branches of production. Joseph V. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, February 1952, hereafter listed as Joseph V. Stalin, 1952, in Works, Volume 16, London, 1986, p. 315. In these conditions, light industries, which are the most profitable. Joseph V. Stalin, 1952, Ibid. p. 315, would develop to the full, in contrast to heavy industries, which are often less profitable, and sometimes altogether unprofitable. Joseph V. Stalin, 1952, Ibid. p. 315. The 20th Congress of the CPSU, February 1956. In February 1956, Nikita Khrushchev, the revisionist first secretary of the CPSU, launched in his secret speech at the 20th Congress of the CPSU, his attack upon Stalin. The speech was, in reality, an attack upon Marxism-Leninism, and it had the important effect of making revisionism respectable within the international communist movement. Khrushchev also utilized the Congress to call for the decentralization of economic planning, that is, for the abolition of centralized economic planning. In the past, practically all enterprises in certain republics had been managed through union ministries, but this system requires revision. Nikita S. Khrushchev, Report of the Central Committee to the 20th Congress of the CPSU, February 1956, in Keesing 5 Contemporary Archives, Volume 10, p. 14747. CPC Reaction to the 20th Congress, April 1956, that there were from the outset differences within the CPC on the question of the 20th Congress of the CPSU, is suggested by the fact that, from February to April 1956, Chinese communist media virtually ignored the question of de-Stalinization. Donald S. Zagoria, The Sino-Soviet Conflict, 1956–1961, Princeton, USA, 1962, p. 43. However, at the beginning of April 1956, the People's Daily published a long article entitled On the Historical Experience of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, stated to be based on discussions at an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CC of the CPC. Donald S. Zagoria, Ibid. p. 43. The Chinese article endorsed the main points made in Khrushchev's secret speech. It declared, Stalin failed to draw lessons from isolated, local and temporary mistakes on certain issues and so failed to prevent them from becoming serious mistakes of a nationwide or prolonged nature. Stalin took more and more pleasure in this cult of the individual, and violated the party's system of democratic centralism. As a result he made some serious mistakes, such as the following. He lacked the necessary vigilance on the eve of the anti-fascist war. He failed to pay proper attention to the further development of agriculture and the material welfare of the peasantry. He gave certain wrong advice on the international communist movement and, in particular, made a wrong decision on the question of Yugoslavia. On these issues, Stalin fell victim to subjectivism and one-sidedness, and divorced himself from objective reality and from the masses. The Chinese Communist Party congratulates the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on its great achievements in this historic struggle against the cult of the individual. People's Daily, on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, April 1956, in John Giddings, Survey of the Sino-Soviet Dispute, a commentary and extracts from the recent polemics, 1963–1967, London, 1968, p. 291–92, 293. Mao's On the 10 Major Relationships, April 1956. According to Marxist-Leninist principles, priority in economic planning has to be given to heavy industry, to the production of means of production. The national economy cannot be continuously expanded without giving primacy to the production of means of production. Joseph V. Stalin, 1952, Op. Cit. Works, Volume 16, London, 1986, p. 316. In a speech entitled On the 10 Major Relationships, delivered to an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the CPC in April 1956, Mao Zedong paid lip service to the Marxist-Leninist principle that priority in economic planning should be given to the production of means of production. The production of means of production must be given priority. That's settled. Mao Zedong, On the 10 Major Relationships, April 1956, hereafter listed as Mao Zedong, April 1956, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 285. However, he criticized Soviet planning policy for its alleged lopsided stress on heavy industry to the neglect of agriculture and light industry. Mao Zedong, April 1956, Ibid, p. 285, and demanded that the proportion of investment devoted to light industry and agriculture be increased. The proportion of investment for agriculture and light industry must be somewhat increased. Mao Zedong, April 1956, Ibid, p. 286. Mao also demanded a reduction in centralized economic planning, that is, greater autonomy in the control of production for individual enterprises. It's not right, I'm afraid, to place everything in the hands of the central or the provincial and municipal authorities, without leaving their factories any power of their own, any room for independent action. Every unit of production must enjoy independence as the correlative of centralization if it is to develop more vigorously. Mao Zedong, April 1956, Ibid, p. 290. The foundation of the State Economic Commission, May 1956. In May 1956, on Mao's initiative, a State Economic Commission was established, charged with charting over ambitious annual targets in a bid to outflank the more cautious State Planning Commission and secure the adoption of pseudo-left economic plans. Mao hoped to outflank the State Planning Commission on both sides. Very long-term plans, like the 12-year agricultural program, would set high goals. The State Economic Commission would set high annual targets in an attempt to reach these goals. The intermediate targets of the five-year plan, could thus be bypassed. The first head of the State Economic Commission was P0IPO Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 58. The 8th National Congress of the CPC, September 1956. Following the failure of the first leap forward, at the 8th National Congress of the CPC in September 1956, the national bourgeois faction of the party, headed by Liu Shaoqi, was dominant. Mao played a minor public role at the 8th Congress. He gave only a short opening address. The real blow to Mao 5 prestige at the 8th Congress was the omission from the new party constitution of both the references to the thought of Mao Zedong that had been included in the 1945 constitution. Maoists felt that the chairman's prestige received a blow at the 8th Congress. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 100, 107. While Liu Shaoqi's political report to the Congress on behalf of the CC made no mention of Mao Zedong's thought. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974. Ibid, p. 101. Indeed, Liu Shaoqi played an active and important role in securing agreement to drop Mao's thought. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974. Ibid. p. 102. And, during the Cultural Revolution, Bang Tahui declared, in 1956, at the 8th Party Congress, when the 8th Congress was held, it was I who proposed to cross out, from the party constitution, Mao Zedong's thought. As soon as I made this proposal, Liu Shaoqi gave me his approval. Bang Tahui, Record of Interrogation in Custody, December 1966 January 1967, in The Case of Pang Tahui, Hong Kong, 1968, p. 119-20. Later, in October 1966, Mao revealed that at the time of the 8th Congress, we set up a first and second line. I have been in the second line. Mao Zedong, Talk at Central Work Conference, October 1966, in Stuart Schramm, ed. 1975, op. Cit. p. 270. The dominance of the national bourgeois grouping within the party was further reflected in the resolutions adopted by the Congress. In contrast to Mao's formulation that the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie was now the principal contradiction in China, i.e. the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie has become the principal contradiction in China. Mao Zedong, the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie is the principal contradiction in China, June 1952, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 77. The 8th Congress resolution on the political report declared, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in our country has been basically resolved. The major contradiction in our country, is already that between the advanced socialist system and the backward productive forces of society. Resolution on the political report of the CC, September 1956, in 8th Congress of the Communist Party of China, Volume 1, Peking, 1956, p. 115, 116. That is, the political resolution effectively stated that the main task of the CPC was now economic development. This in turn implied that the CPC was not in need of rectification. Mao disagreed sharply. The political resolution seemed designed to head off any demand by Mao for rectification of the CPC. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, op. Cit. p. 120, 121. In the field of economic planning, the 8th Congress of the CPC reaffirmed the national bourgeois view that priority in economic planning should be accorded to heavy industry, and explicitly repudiated Mao's view that the rate of development of heavy industry should be lowered. We must continue to carry through the policy of giving priority to the development of heavy industry. Some comrades want to lower the rate of development of heavy industry. This line of thinking is wrong. Liu Shaoqi, 1956, op. Cit. p. 39-40. Decentralization of economic planning in the USSR, March 1957. In March 1957, Khrushchev put forward 20,000-word theses amplifying his 20th Congress proposals for decentralization of economic planning. Mr. Khrushchev proposed that the central ministries for particular branches of industry, and the similar ministries in the Union republics, should be abolished and replaced by economic councils, each of which would be responsible for a particular region. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 11, p. 15,575. The adoption of revisionist deviations from Marxism-Leninism by the CPSU greatly assisted the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Mao Zedong, in ditching the correct planning principles applied during the period of the first five-year plan. The third plenum of the 8th CC of the CPC, September, October 1957, before the third plenum of the 8th CC, which was held in September, October 1957, Mao Zedong traveled extensively in the provinces. Paris H. Chang, op. Cit. p. 39. Attempting, in the new situation following the 20th Congress of the CPSU, which had made revisionism respectable in the international communist movement, to recruit support from the provincial secretaries, many of whom had been brought into the CC since the 1956 Party Congress. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 39. Thus, at the plenum, Mao suddenly turned the tables, as he had in 1955 on the issue of collectivization, when he was assured of new support, and challenged the opponents among his colleagues by presenting his own policy. Paris 2. Chang, Ibid. p. 39. As a result, the balance of power among the party leaders changed. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 37. Putting the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie, including Mao himself, in a very strong position. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 37. Thus, at the plenum, decentralization was one of the major topics discussed. Franz Sermon, op. Cit. p. 195, and gave rise to heated argument. The unusual length of the meeting indicated that the CC engaged in hot and serious arguments. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 39. What came out of the third plenum was a clear-cut decision for decentralization to Franz Sermon, Op. Cit. p. 197. That is, powers were put into the hands of lower echelon administrative units. Franz Sermon, Ibid. p. 197. Furthermore, reflecting the dominant position of the Comprador bourgeoisie party grouping at the plenum, the draft 12-year National Program for Agricultural Development was unexpectedly resurrected. It became one of the major items on the agenda of the plenum. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 38-39. Despite some modifications made at the plenum, the document was still a very ambitious and unrealistic program. Its revival represented a radical departure from the neo-moderate economic line which the regime had pursued since the second half of 1956 inches. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 40. Nevertheless, Mao's victory in the third plenum was not total, inasmuch as the revised draft program was only basically passed, implying reservations by some of the party leaders. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 39. The 1957 Decentralization, November 1957. In November 1957, the State Council, acting on the decision of the last CC plenum, promulgated reforms in the system of industrial, commercial and financial administration in the field of industry. The power of provincial authorities was increased by transferring to their control many enterprises previously managed by the ministries of the central government. By the decree of November 1957, enterprises in consumer goods industries, most of which were then controlled by the Ministry of Light Industry, non-strategic heavy industry, and all other factories suitable for decentralization were to be transferred downward to the local, primarily provincial, authorities. The provincial authorities now would assume operational responsibilities for a broad range of industries coming under their control. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 55-56. In the field of commerce, as in industry, considerable authority devolved from Peking to the provinces and to the local authorities. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 57. These measures included the abolition of centralized price control. Provincial authorities were given the right to set some prices in their areas of jurisdiction. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 57. In fact, decentralization of economic planning was equivalent to the abolition of economic planning. Decentralization could easily be carried, as it was, to the point where even pretense of unity in national planning and national economic development was destroyed. Li Chongming, China's Industrial Development, 1958-63, in Roderick Mayak Farquhar, ed. 1972, Op. Cit. p. 197. It was followed by a call for a rapid build-up of local industry, which was almost entirely of the light type. The decentralization of decisions called for a rapid build-up of regional industry, which was almost entirely of the light type. The industries transferred from central to provincial control were almost entirely in the light category. Franz Sermon, Op. Cit. p. 203. Mao's 60 Articles on Work Methods, January 1958. In a collection of articles by Mao Zedong entitled 60 Articles on Work Methods, dated January 1958, Article 9 contained the seeds of the undermining of the basis of careful planning, the statistical system. Roderick McFarquhar, The Origins of the Cultural Revolution. 2. The Great Leap Forward, 1958-1960, Oxford, 1983, p. 31. On the grounds that imbalance is constant and absolute, while equilibrium is temporary and relative. Mao Zedong, 60 Articles on Work Methods, January 1958. In Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 30. Not surprisingly, Mao's enthusiasm for disequilibrium was not shared by the planners. Stuart R. Schramm, Mao Zedong and the Theory of the Permanent Revolution, 1958-69, hereafter listed as Stuart R. Schramm, 1971, in China Quarterly, No. 46, April, June 1971, p. 233, and an editorial in the journal Planned Economy, the organ of the State Planning Commission, in March 1958 declared that, should disequilibrium emerge, strenuous efforts should be made to overcome it. Editorial, Planned Economy, No. 3, 1958, in Stuart R. Schramm, 1971, Ibid. p. 235. At the end of 1958, Planned Economy ceased publication. Stuart R. Schramm, 1971, Ibid. p. 235. The 1958 Decentralization, early June 1958. In early 1958, the State Council carried out a sweeping reorganization. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 62, which was, in fact, a more drastic decentralization measure than that of the previous year. As the comprador bourgeoisie's grip on the policy-making machinery became tighter in the winter of 1957-58. Gradualism and caution were discarded. Thus, some 80% of the enterprises and institutions controlled in 1957 by the central government had been handed over to the provincial level authorities by the end of June 1958, and the share of the locally controlled enterprises rose from 54% of the industrial value produced in 1957 to 73% in 1958. Inches. Paris H. Chang, Ibid, p. 61. By the middle of 1958. The central government controlled virtually none of the output of manufactured consumer goods. Edward J. Wheelwright and Bruce McFarlane, Op. Cit. p. 69. In the short span of 10 months, the central government had announced that it was, in effect, giving up most of the major instruments at its disposal for planning and managing the economy. Nicholas R. Lardy, Centralization and Decentralization in China's Fiscal Management in China Quarterly, No. 61, March 1975, p. 29. The second session of the 8th National Congress of the CPC, May 1958. In May 1958, the second session of the 8th National Congress of the CPC decided to approve the draft program in principle. Resolution of second session of the 8th National Congress of the CPC on the National Program for Agricultural Development, 1956 to 1967. In second session of the 8th National Congress of the CPC, Peking, 1958, p. 95. The Second Five-Year Plan, 1958-62. Although a resolution adopted by the 8th National Congress of the CPC in September 1956 characterized the basic tasks of the Second Five-Year Plan, 1958-62, as continued development of various industries, with heavy industry as the core. Resolution of 8th Congress of CPC, September 1956, in Roderick McFarquhar, ed. 1972, Op. Cit. p. 177. In fact, China had no second five-year plan, 1958-72, only 5 ad hoc annual plans during that period. Li Choming, China's Industrial Development, 1958-63, in Roderick McFarquhar, ed. 1972, Ibid. p. 175. Chapter 10, The Hundred Flowers Affair, May 1956, September 1957. Introduction. The term Hundred Flowers Affair is used to describe the campaign launched by the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party, headed by Mao Tse-tung, to mobilize the intellectuals of the national bourgeoisie into conflict with the political representatives of the Communist Party. Mao's Hundred Flowers speech, May 1956. In May 1956, Mao Zedong gave his famous Hundred Flowers speech, made to a closed session of the Supreme State Conference. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 51. The speech has never become available, but its main themes were elaborated 3 weeks later by the director of the Central Committee's Propaganda Department, Liu Tingyi. Roderick McFarquhar et al., 1989, Op. Cit. p. 6, who said, "If we want art, literature and science to flourish, we must apply a policy of letting 100 flowers blossom, letting 100 schools of thought contend." Liu Tingyi, Let 100 Flowers Blossom, Let 100 Schools of Thought Contend, May 1956, in Communist China, Op. Cit. p. 152. Clearly, the speech called for liberalism in the fields of art, literature and science. However, spokesmen for the national bourgeois faction of the party professed to interpret Mao's Hundred Flowers speech as merely an attack on dogmatism. For example, in a speech to students at Peking University on 13 May, 1956, Liu Shaoqi asserted that the main objective of the policy was to oppose doctrinarism. Liu Shaoqi, speech to history students at Peking University, May 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 53. Mao's Contradictions speech, February 1957. In February 1957, in his capacity as head of state, Mao Zedong summoned a Supreme State Conference of 1,800 leading communists and non-communists. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 184, and addressed it in closed session. Roderick McFarquhar, ed. The Hundred Flowers, hereafter listed as Roderick McFarquhar, ed. 1960, Paris, 1960, p. 17. His speech was entitled On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People. Roderick McFarquhar, ed. 1960, Ibid. p. 17. This major policy initiative had apparently not been preceded by extensive discussions within the CC. In this respect it resembled Mao's personal initiative on collectivization policy in the summer of 1955 inches. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 192. Mao's speech remained unpublished, but in 1985 a version described as Speaking Notes of Mao's famous speech, Note 2, Roderick McFarquhar et al., eds. 1989, Op. Cit. p. 131-32 was circulated. According to this 1985 version of the contradictions speech, Mao defined contradictions as of two types: antagonistic contradictions with a class enemy, and non-antagonistic contradictions among the people. One type is antagonistic contradictions, contradictions between the enemy and ourselves. Contradictions among the people are non-antagonistic contradictions. Mao Zedong, on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, February 1957, Speaking Notes, hereafter listed as Mao Zedong, February 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar et al., eds. 1989, Op. Cit. p. 132. According to Mao, although the contradictions between the working class and the national bourgeoisie are antagonistic, the working class and the national bourgeoisie are two antagonistic classes. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 136. The contradictions with the national bourgeoisie cannot be put in the category of contradictions between the enemy and ourselves. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 135, but must be regarded as contradictions among the people. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 131. Since such antagonistic contradictions, if properly handled, can be transformed into non-antagonistic contradictions. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 136. For a long time, asserted Mao, Stalin failed to differentiate between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions. During the period when Stalin was in charge, for a long time he confused these two types of contradictions. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 136. The bourgeoisie, admitted Mao, will have its own ideology, reflecting its class interests. The bourgeoisie, must certainly reflect their ideological consciousness. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 170, and it must be free to express this ideology. All attempts to use administrative fiat or compulsion to solve ideological problems are not only ineffective, but harmful. The bourgeoisie, must express themselves, using various methods, staunchly. We cannot use coercive methods to stop them from expressing themselves, we can only debate with them. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 135, 170-71. In order to resolve contradictions among the people, Mao proceeded. Criticism of the party by the people is necessary. There are two types of criticism. There is the enemy criticizing us, and there are the people criticizing us. And the two must be distinguished. Stalin for so many years did not make such distinctions. You therefore need to go through the process of first uniting, then criticizing and struggling, finally reaching the result of unity. From going through this process we have obtained this formula: unity, criticism, unity. With capitalists, that is, exploiters, we can use this method. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 136-37, 139. This encouragement of freedom to criticize the party was expressed under the slogan "Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools contend." Letting 100 flowers bloom, letting 100 schools contend. How did these slogans come to be put forward? It was in recognition of various contradictions in society. If you want only grain, and absolutely don't want any weeds, that's unachievable. To ban all weeds, not allowing their growth, is that possible? In reality it is not. After all, what is to be called a fragrant flower? What is to be called a poisonous weed? Stalin in the past was 100% a fragrant flower. Khrushchev in one blow turned him into a poisonous weed. All these fragrant flowers and poisonous weeds that have grown up, what is there to fear from their growth? There is nothing to fear. Getting sick regularly is a good thing. It can produce immunity. Mao Zedong, February 1957, Ibid. p. 164-67, 173, 174. The national bourgeois grouping of the party, headed by Liu Shaoqi, did not bother to conceal their objection to Mao's speech. Liu Shaoqi, ostentatiously boycotted. the session of the Supreme State Conference at which Mao delivered his contradictions speech. When a picture of that session appeared in the People's Daily on 3 March, 1957 ed., Liu Shaoqi was conspicuous by his absence from Mao's right-hand side. Liu's attitude was thus made clear to the whole country. 5 other Politburo members were not in their rightful places on the rostrum. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 191. 192. The CPC National Propaganda Conference, March 1957. In March 1957, Mao renewed his call for criticism at a national propaganda conference of the CPC. We are for a policy of opening wide, so far there has been too little of it rather than too much. We must not be afraid of criticism and poisonous weeds. Recently a number of ghosts and monsters have been presented on the stage. Seeing this, some comrades have become very worried. In my opinion, a little of this does not matter much. Within a few decades such ghosts and monsters will disappear from the stage altogether. Mao Zedong, speech at the CPC's Conference on Propaganda Work, March 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 193. However, despite Mao's intervention, no mention of the 100 Flowers campaign appeared in the party press until April 1957, more than 6 weeks after it had been launched. One sign of the persisting hostility to Mao's ideas was the failure of party propagandists decisively to slap down opponents of the 100 Flowers policy. No editorials on the subject were publicized in the People's Daily until 13 April 1957, ed. An extraordinary propaganda lapse. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 192, 193. And Mao, in a speech first published in September 1968 during the Cultural Revolution, denounced the party press for its silence. It is a mistake that the Conference on Propaganda Work has not been reported in the press. Why is it that no editorial has been issued on the Supreme State Conference? Why are the party's policies being kept secret? There is a ghost here. Where is his ghost? The papers are being run by the dead. You resist. You oppose the Central Committee's policies. Mao Zedong, speech of April 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 193-94. Finally, a majority of the party leadership was temporarily swayed, and People's Daily published an editorial, criticizing opponents of the 100 Flowers policy and also criticizing itself for not having tackled them earlier. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 201. The Rectification Campaign, April 1957. In January 1957, it had been announced that the Central Committee of the party recently decided that as from 1958 there will commence a rectification of work style throughout the party. Article, China Youth, January 16, 1957, in R. L. McFarquhar, Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communists' Rectification Movement, in World Today, Volume 13, Number 8, August 1957, p. 340. Rectification of work style was a well-tried method pioneered by Mao in the early 1940s as he sought to impose his leadership. Roderick McFarquhar et al., eds. 1989, Op. Cit. p. 9. In March 1957, Mao told a meeting of party cadres in Shanghai that, the center has not yet made a formal decision on rectification. We plan to do it in this way, making preparations this year, getting the movement underway in the following years. Mao Zedong, talk at meeting of party cadres in Shanghai, March 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar et al., eds. 1989, Op. Cit. p. 359. However, in April 1957 the rectification campaign was brought forward so as to begin immediately. In April it was announced that a nationwide campaign to rectify party members was to be launched immediately. Merle Goldman, Literary Dissent in Communist China, Cambridge, USA, 1967, p. 189, and it was launched at the end of April 1957, in the teeth of strenuous opposition from Liu Shaoqi, Beng Chen and other party officials. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 10. Taking the principles outlined by Mao as its guide. Roderick McFarquhar, ed. 1960, Op. Cit. p. 10. That is, along the lines of Mao's proposal at the National Propaganda Conference in March that non-party people may take part in it. Mao Zedong, speech at National Propaganda Conference, March 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 10. Blooming and contending. In May 1957, a series of forums, organized by the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee, to which the leaders of the Democratic parties and non-party personages were invited, encouraged the movement of criticism against the party among the intellectuals, and particularly in colleges, all over the country. Rene Goldman, The Rectification Campaign at Peking University, May to June 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, ed., China under Mao, Politics Takes Command, a selection of articles from the China Quarterly Cambridge, USA, 1972, p. 257. For a brief 6 weeks in the early summer of 1957, Mao Zedong invited his country's academic, artistic and managerial intelligentsia to criticize his regime. The intelligentsia responded enthusiastically. Roderick McFarquhar, ed., 1960, op. Cit. p. 3. During the Rectification Campaign, Mao urged the intellectuals to criticize officials and show them how they had misused their power. Merle Goldman, op. Cit. p. 188. In May 1957, a mass movement to criticize the party started at Peking University, Patriotic, the nation's premier university. Spread to other universities, and was snowballing rapidly. Hundreds of posters were stuck up every day expanding the targets of the movement and attacking the policy of the party towards the intellectuals. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, op. Cit. p. 220. The students of Patriotic were looked upon by others as leaders, not only because of their school's revolutionary traditions, but also because of their location in the capital. Another form of voicing criticism was the open-air meeting. One small plaza on the campus, became the center of political life. It was called the Democratic Plaza. Rene Goldman, op. Cit. p. 258. On May 25, 1957, Liu Shaoqi warned the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress that the position was critical. If the worker masses, the teachers from the middle and primary schools and other mass organizations also start mobilizing, then we won't be able to stand our ground. If we don't control things, then in a jiffy millions of people will be on the move and then we won't be able to do anything. Liu Shaoqi, Speech to Standing Committee, NPC, May 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, op. Cit. p. 221. And it was in this situation that on 25th of May the opening of the NPC, which had been scheduled for 3rd of June, was postponed until 20 June. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 274. And on 19th of June postponed again, this time till 26th of June. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 274. The end of the 100 Flowers Affair, June 1957. It was in these circumstances that, on June 8, 1957, the national bourgeois faction of the CPC was able to convince a majority of the leadership to stop the rectification campaign. The shocking events of the late spring and early summer during the 100 Flowers period finally led to a political realignment. The balance of power among the party leaders changed. Paris H. Chang, op. Cit. p. 37. And so bring the 100 Flowers Affair to an end. Thus, in mid-June, 1957 ed. The blooming and contending period. Came to an abrupt halt. The period of 100 Flowers, Mao's phrase, had lasted but a scant 6 weeks. Donald S. Zagoria, op. Cit. p. 66. Mao had to abandon the rectification campaign when the situation began to get out of hand on the campuses in late May and early June. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 249. The blossoming of the 100 Flowers, launched by Mao, was violently interrupted. The party discreetly sealed Mao's lips. Philippe Devlers, Mao, London, 1967, p. 193. The publication of Mao's Contradictions speech, June 1957. Mao's Contradictions speech of February 1957 remained unpublished in China until 18 June. However, on June 13, 1957, a summary of his speech with extended quotations, Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 267, was published in the New York Times, to which it had been leaked via Warsaw. In these circumstances, the adherents of the national bourgeois faction of the party used the history of Khrushchev's secret speech to press the view that without the publication of an official text, no amount of official denials would discredit the leaked version. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 267. Accordingly, an officially approved version of the speech was issued by the New China News Agency on 18th of June and published in the People's Daily the following day. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 267-68. The principal differences between the leaked version and the officially approved version were a number of insertions, principal among which were 6 criteria for criticism which, had they been included in the original contradictions speech, would effectively have discouraged any real blooming and contending. What should be criteria today for distinguishing fragrant flowers from poisonous weeds? Broadly speaking, the criteria should be as follows. 1. Words and deeds should help to unite, and not divide, the people of all our nationalities. 2. They should be beneficial, and not harmful, to socialist transformation and socialist construction. 3. They should help to consolidate, and not undermine or weaken, the people's democratic dictatorship. 4. They should help to consolidate, and not undermine or weaken, democratic centralism. 5. They should help to strengthen, and not shake off or weaken, the leadership of the Communist Party. 6. They should be beneficial, and not harmful, to international socialist unity and the unity of the peace-loving people of the world. Mao Zedong, on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. Official version, June 1957, in Selected Works, Volume 5, Peking, 1977, p. 412. The Anti-Rightist Campaign, 1957. However, although ended in substance, the rectification campaign was not ended in name. In fact, it was transformed into an anti-rightist campaign which was directed, in fact, at the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party headed by Mao Zedong. The anti-rightist campaign was a ferocious counterattack. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, OpCit, p. 270. Upon the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Mao Zedong, led by a 5-man group under Peking First Secretary Peng Chen, which cowed the intellectuals. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 1. Rightists continued to be condemned for advocating propositions which clearly stemmed from Mao. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 275. In this situation, Mao was forced by circumstances to disavow his original intention and concur in the anti-rightist campaign. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 280. Claiming in an editorial in People's Daily on July 12, 1957 that the 100 Flowers affair had been a mere maneuver to get rightists to reveal themselves, that is, a deliberate lure to flush out the enemy. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 279. In Mao's own words, the objective was to let hobgoblins and demons contend and bloom greatly, to allow the weeds to grow particularly long and let the people see them. Mao Zedong, editorial, People's Daily, July 1, 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 279. All that Mao could do was to plead that the rightists were so small in number that they need not be punished. The bourgeois rightists are a handful of people. They are extremely small in number. Should they be punished or not? As it looks at present, this does not seem necessary. Mao Zedong, editorial, People's Daily, July 1, 1957, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Ibid. p. 280. Under the anti-rightist campaign, many rightists were removed from influential positions. Du W. Fakma, Literary Doctrine in China and the Soviet Influence, 1956-1960, The Hague, 1965, p. 151. And, by the end of the year, over 300,000 intellectuals had been branded rightists. Many were sent to labor camps or to jail, others to the countryside. Jonathan D. Spence, The Search for Modern China, New York, 1991, p. 572. In July 1957, the People's Daily began to print direct attacks on Mao. Roderick McFarquhar, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 283. Clearly, the anti-rightist campaign was a major defeat for Mao. Roderick McFarquhar et al., eds. 1989, Op. Cit. p. 13. At the second session of the 8th Congress of the party in May 1958, Liu Shaoqi said, "The anti-rightist struggle has been of profound significance within our party. We expelled a number of rightists from the party. They were alien class elements who had sneaked into the party. In league with the rightists outside the party, they attacked the party." Liu Shaoqi, Report on the Work of the Central Committee, May 1958, in Second Session of the 8th National Congress, Peking, 1958, p. 22. The Compromise, September 1957. The 100 Flowers campaign was ended on the basis of a compromise agreement between the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie and those of the comprador bourgeoisie. The main features of this compromise agreement were embodied in an editorial in People's Daily on September 5, 1957. 1. The latter, The comprador bourgeoisie agreed to the modification of the 100 Flowers policy along the lines of the revised version of Mao's contradictions speech, in particular, to accept the leadership of the Communist Party and party discipline. Relying on the strength of the masses and solving problems by means of mass debate does not mean that we can abdicate leadership. On the contrary, the object of debate is precisely to strengthen leadership and the necessary centralism and discipline and not to weaken them. Editorial. Resolutely trust the majority of the masses. In People's Daily, September 5, 1957. In Roderick McFarquhar, 1974. Ibid. p. 303. 2. The former, the Nation, the bourgeoisie, agreed to end the anti-rightist campaign by merging it into the rectification movement. The party's rectification movement and the mass struggle against bourgeois rightists is now just expanding into an all-people rectification movement. Editorial. Resolutely trust the majority of the masses. In People's Daily, September 5, 1957. In Roderick McFarquhar, 1974. Ibid. p. 303. Chapter 11. The Great Leap Forward. May 1958. January 1961. Introduction. The term Great Leap Forward is used to describe the campaign launched by the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party, headed by Mao Tse-tung, to mobilize the peasantry into conflict with the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Liu Shaochi. The Chengdu Conference, March 1958. Since the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party made preliminary preparations for the Great Leap Forward at a CPC conference held in May 1958 at Chengdu, in Sichuan province, this must be regarded as the most important of the pre-Leap Party conferences. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 36. At the conference, Mao called for a campaign, fiercely, against slavish adherence to the Soviet model. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 36. Saying, we should learn from the good points of the Soviet Union. This is a principle. But there are two methods of learning, one is merely to imitate, and the other is to apply the creative spirit. To import Soviet codes and conventions inflexibly is to lack the creative spirit. The Chinese Revolution won victory by acting contrary to Stalin's will. When our revolution succeeded, Stalin said it was a fake. Mao Zedong, talk at Chengdu Conference, March 1958. In Stuart Schramm, ed. 1975, Op. Cit. p. 96, 102-03. Secondly, Mao disagreed with Stalin's view that the training of new cadres for socialist industry. Cadres capable of providing social and political, as well as production and technical leadership, for our enterprises, is a cardinal task. Unless this task is fulfilled, it will be impossible to convert the USSR from a backward into an advanced country. Joseph V. Stalin, to the graduates of the Industrial Academy, April 1930, in Works, Volume 12, Moscow, 1955, p. 235. And Mao began calling for a campaign against excessive respect for experts. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 36. His message was that truth was more important than knowledge, redness superior to expertise. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 41. In attack upon expertise, which was crucial to the evolution of the Great Leap strategy, for by diminishing respect for expertise he laid the foundations for exclusive reliance on the mass mobilization of labor. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 40. Thirdly, Mao called for a new, general line for socialist construction. Edwin P. W. Leung, Historical Dictionary of Revolutionary China, 1839-1976, New York, 1992, p. 414, that was expressed in the slogan, achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results in building socialism. Edwin P. W. Leung, Ibid. p. 414. This general line was the product of the compromise agreement between the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie and those of the comprador bourgeoisie. In it, the Chinese leadership still seemed committed to relatively modest goals. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 33. The second session of the 8th National Congress of the CPC, May 1958. In his report to the second session of the 8th National Congress of the CPC, Liu Shaoqi claimed there was taking place the beginning of a leap forward on every front. The current mighty leap forward in socialist construction is the product of a correct implementation of the party's general line to achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results. Comrade Mao Zedong has often said that there are two methods of carrying on socialist transformation and construction. One will result in doing the work faster and better, the other more slowly and not so well. On this question some comrades still clung to such outmoded ideas as It's better to take small steps than to go striding forward. The struggle between the two methods in dealing with this question was not fully decided until the launching of the Rectification Campaign and the anti-rightist struggle. Liu Shaoqi, Report on the Work of the CC of the CPC to the Second Session of the 8th National Congress, May 1958. In Second Session of the 8th National Congress of the CPC, Peking, 1958, p. 29. 33-34. It is clear that Liu's report to the Congress was specifically designed to launch a new campaign. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 51. So that it may be said that the Great Leap Forward was launched in May 1958 at the second session of the 8th CPC Congress with the full panoply of a party Congress. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 51. And by agreement, initially, between the political representatives of both the comprador and the national bourgeoisie. Thus, the second session of the Congress gave its wholehearted and unanimous support to the general line for the construction of socialism first proposed by Chairman Mao, in words which today are on the lips of everybody in China, to exert the utmost efforts, press ahead consistently and achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results. Report of Second Session of 8th Congress of CPC, May 1958, in Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 14. June 3, 1958, p. 5. It is true that the second session of the Congress represented the high point of the Mao-Liu alliance on development policy. Both men committed themselves to an all-out economic drive. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 51. However, even at the Congress there were indications of different attitudes towards economic development on the part of the two allied groupings. For Liu it was essential that the energy of the masses be harnessed and organized. Party leadership was crucial. In none of his, Mao's, ed. 5 known speeches to the Congress does he mention it. Party leadership, ed. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 53-54. On the contrary, Mao told the Congress, our method is to lift the lid, and let the initiative and creativity of a laboring people explode. Mao Zedong. Speech at Second Session of 8th Congress of CPC, May 1958, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 54. And asserted that it was not the party which should lead the people, but the people who should lead the party. First of all, one should learn from the people and follow them. We follow the people first, and afterwards the people follow us. Mao Zedong. Speech at Second Session of 8th Congress of CPC, May 1958, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 54. And immediately after the Congress the comprador bourgeois faction of the party leadership began to diverge to the pseudo-left from the policies which had been agreed at second session of the Congress, which was the last major public occasion on which the Chinese leadership still seemed committed to relatively modest economic goals. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 33. The revival of the People's Militia, July 1958. After the end of the Civil War, the People's Militia lay largely dormant, and from 1953 to the summer of 1958, little was said about the militia. Franz Sermon, Op. Cit. p. 561. But within a few weeks of the second session of the 8th Congress of the CPC, the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Mao Zedong, moved to revive the militia. Responsibility and credit for the campaign to make everyone a soldier lies with Mao Zedong. Ralph L. Powell, Everyone a Soldier. The Chinese Communist Militia, in Foreign Affairs, Volume 39, Number 1, October 1960, p. 102. The chief advocates of the People's Militia were Mao Zedong and Lin Piao. Mao Zedong must be seen as the prime mover in the campaign to implement the militia system. Franz Sermon, Op. Cit. p. 562, 571. Against the strong opposition of the political representatives of the national bourgeois grouping, headed by Liu Shaoqi, Mao Zedong appears to have had more confidence in the basically reliable qualities of the peasants who made up the militia than Liu Shaoqi. Franz Sermon, Ibid. p. 568. And hereby Minister of National Defense Bang Tahui. One of the key issues of contention between Mao Zedong and Bang Tahui was over the question of the People's Militia. During the summer of 1958, Mao Zedong had won out. The peasants were militarized and the militia was resurrected. But the opposition to Mao must have been strong, for the decision was only made after the Military Affairs Committee of the Central Committee had met for over a month. May to July 1958. Franz Sermon, Ibid. p. 567. In other words, the revival of the militia was a policy opposed by the Red professionals. Franz Sermon, Ibid. p. 567. In this way, a powerful paramilitary force, composed mainly of peasants, was formed. The sudden distribution of arms to the militia in the summer of 1958 created new sources of village power. The militia came to constitute a competitor for local power. Franz Sermon, Ibid, p. 567-68. By January 1959, there were 220 million men and women recruited into the militia. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 102. But in order that this peasant power structure might be used as a counter-revolutionary weapon against the national bourgeoisie, it was first necessary to alienate the mass of the peasantry from the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie. This function was performed by the successful bid of the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie to divert the production drive agreed upon at the Party Congress to the pseudo-left and to the Great Leap Forward which began in July 1958. The initiation of the People's Communes, July 1958. In May 1958, Mao returned from a nationwide trip. Participating in over 10 provincial party meetings. Beyond Yunnan, Chinese Politics and the Cultural Revolution, Dynamics of Policy Processes, Seattle, 1976, p. 23, during which he sought and obtained support from provincial leaders against the attitudes of central leaders. Beyond Yunnan, Ibid, p. 22-23. The second session of the 8th Party Congress had added 25 alternate members to the Central Committee, most of whom were provincial leaders who had actively responded to Mao's agricultural policy. Subsequently the 5th Plenum, in May 1958, added Mao's other supporters to the Politburo. Beyond Yunnan, Ibid, p. 24, including Lin Piao as its new vice-chairman and member of its standing committee. Beyond Yunnan, Ibid, p. 24. In this situation, political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Mao, were able to divert the policy of the party along pseudo-left lines from that agreed with the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Liu. The clearest manifestation of this pseudo-left deviation, which became known as the Great Leap Forward, was the initiation of People's Communes. In July 1958, Chen Pota used for the first time the term commune as the name of these collectives. Jurgen Domes, Bang Taehui, The Man and the Image, London, 1985, p. 78. The inauguration of People's Communes was clearly carried out on the initiative of the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party leadership, headed by Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong jumped the gun, pressing for the formation of communes without prior formal endorsement even by the Politburo. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 77. It seems probable that Mao did not want to have the policy discussed in the Central Committee until the communes were already in being. Jeffrey Hudson, Introduction, The Chinese Communes, A Documentary Review and Analysis of the Great Leap Forward London, 1960, p. 13. It was Mao Zedong who began to suggest the amalgamation of a number of agricultural production cooperatives, APCs, into larger production units. While the central decision-making organs of the party were still reluctant to follow this concept, Mao, succeeded in inspiring provincial and local cadres to start experiments based on his ideas. Jurgen Domes, Op. Cit. p. 78. And it was Mao Zedong himself who in August 1958, established the first People's Commune in Hebei Province. Edwin P. W. Leung, Op. Cit. p. 414. People's Communes differed from APCs in 4 major respects. 1. The commune was much bigger both in size and scope. It was concerned with the coordination of every type of activity, agriculture, industry, education and defense. Its predecessor, the collective, was merely an agriculture unit. 2. The district government was merged with the commune administration. 3. Food consumption no longer depended entirely on the amount of work done. A percentage was freely given to each person in the commune, regardless of whether he or she worked. Commune mess halls were set up to facilitate the distribution and consumption of food. The free supply proportion, therefore, represented the application of one of the first principles of communism, distribution according to need. The rest of a person's food consumption was still related to the work he did. 4. The private plot, land beneath houses, and all trees were communized. Kenneth R. Walker, Planning in Chinese Agriculture, Socialization and the Private Sector, 1956-1962, London, 1965, p. 13. In particular, communes differed from APCs in insisting on a collectivization of the peasant's whole life. Jurgen Domes, Op. Cit. p. 78. Under the commune system, the peasant was deprived of the private plot, livestock and implements which had been left to him by the previous collectivization. Jeffrey Hudson, Op. Cit. p. 11. While his workload was greatly increased, under the commune system, Peasants may either be required to perform non-agricultural tasks during the slack periods of the agricultural year, or they may be drafted for mining, construction and industrial work in their localities more or less permanently. Since the establishment of the communes, the total of work required of the peasants has been enormously increased without any corresponding increase in their real incomes. Indeed, in many cases their living standards have declined. Jeffrey Hudson, Ibid, p. 10. And he was placed under a military discipline. The working people have put forward these slogans which are full of revolutionary spirit. Get organized along military lines, do things the way battle duties are carried out. Greet the upsurge in forming people's communes. In Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 27, September 2, 1958, p. 6. The militia movement facilitated the militarization of labor within the communes. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 101. Every commune is simultaneously a unit of a national militia, and its members are regarded as being permanently under military discipline. Jeffrey Hudson, Op. Cit. p. 12. Commune members were pressed to adopt a collectivist lifestyle. The most spectacular feature of the Chinese communes has been the drive for collectivization of living. The attack on the family and the communes went far beyond what might have been claimed as necessary on economic grounds. The peasant had to surrender his home, and it was part of the idea of the commune that he should be rehoused in some kind of communal building to be constructed from materials obtained from the demolition of private family houses. In some cases the rehousing was in large dormitories with families broken up. Everywhere communal mess halls or canteens were set up, and the strongest pressure was put on commune members to eat at them exclusively and give up family meals. Indeed, where private kitchens were eliminated and even cooking utensils were taken by the commune, there ceased to be any alternative. Jeffrey Hudson, Ibid, p. 11. Within the communes, a collectivist lifestyle was to be promoted through community mess halls, kindergartens, nurseries, tailoring teams, barber shops, public baths, happiness homes for the aged. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 87. Furthermore, some people's communes began to operate a system of free provision of meals, clothes, housing, schooling, medical attention, burial, haircuts, theatrical entertainment, money for heating in winter and money for weddings. A. V. Sherman, The People's Commune, London, 1960, p. 36, citing People's Daily, October 1, 1958. And this rapidly became the basis of an attempted leap towards communism. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 103. The Great Leap Forward began slowly everywhere. However, it quickly gained an incredible momentum. Stephen Enders, China's Industrial Revolution, Politics, Planning and Management, 1949 to the Present, New York, 1977, p. 70. So that by the autumn of 1959, people's communes had been established in all rural areas throughout the country, with the exception of a few national minority areas. Long live the people's communes. In Peking Review, Volume 2, Number 36, September 8, 1959, p. 6. The later months of 1958 were the high tide of the Great Leap Forward. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 91. And by the end of the year, the proportion of peasant households in people's communes had reached 99.1%. Kenneth R. Walker, Op. Cit. p. 14, citing 10 Great Years, Peking, 1959, p. 36. The PTIO Politburo Conference, August 1958. An enlarged meeting of the Politburo of the CC of the CPC, held in August 1958 at the seaside resort of Piataiho, gave retrospective approval to the formation of people's communes, which had already been set up over a large part of China before there was any public directive on the subject. Jeffrey Hudson, Op. Cit. p. 13. At Piataiho, the establishment of people's communes was proclaimed as official party policy and therefore mandatory for the whole country. Jurgen Domes, Op. Cit. p. 78. Although in many respects the resolution on the establishment of communes adopted by the conference still fell short of what was actually being done in the villages. Jeffrey Hudson, Op. Cit. p. 13. The resolution endorsed the practice of transferring private plots from the peasants to the commune. Generally speaking, reserved private plots of land may perhaps be turned over to collective management in the course of the merger of cooperatives. CPC, Resolution on the Establishment of People's Communes in the Rural Areas, August 1958. In Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 29, September 16, 1958, p. 22. But the regulations replaced the may perhaps of the resolution by the more rigid shall. The regulations stipulate the members shall turn over to the common ownership of the commune all the small plots of private holdings, privately owned house sites and other means of production such as livestock, tree holdings, etc. What is a people's commune? In Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 30, September 23, 1958, p. 13, and also endorsed the principles of military-style organization and collective living within the commune. The people have taken to organizing themselves along military lines and to lead a collective life. CPC, Resolution on the Establishment of People's Communes in the Rural Areas, August 1958. In Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 29, September 16, 1958, p. 21. Apart from the decisions on communes, the key decisions taken at Piataiho were to raise the 1958 steel target to 10.7 million tons, double the 1957 output. The major Piataiho prediction was that grain output would reach between 300 and 350 million tons. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 85. Theoretically, the resolution broke new ground in maintaining that the formation of communes symbolized the imminent transition to a communist society, in which distribution would be based on the principle to each according to his needs. The communes will develop into the basic social units in communist society. The attainment of communism in China is no longer a remote future event. We should actively use the form of the People's Commune to explore the practical road of transition to communism. CPC, Resolution on the Establishment of Communes, August 1958. In Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 29, September 16, 1958, p. 23. Up to that point, the leap was still basically a production drive. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 82. After Piataiho, it became a launching pad for an ideological leap towards communism. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 82. The Backyard Steel Drive, August to October 1958. Thus, after the Piataiho Conference, all China was plunged into an all-out steel drive in the effort to reach the new national target of 10.7 million tons. By mid-September, over 20 million people were engaged in producing iron and steel. At the height of the steel drive the figure rose to 90 million. The 1.07 million ton target was achieved by mid-December, 1958 head. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 113, 114, 116. Nowadays native-style steel smelting furnaces, mostly small reverberatory furnaces made of bricks, can be seen in the backyards of government offices, along the alleys and on open grounds. Chu Jilin, New High in Steel Output. In Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 37, November 11, 1958, p. 15. The policy of steel as the leading link in the high tide of the Great Leap Forward produced a nationwide fanatical mass movement having for its slogan the entire nation making steel. Backyard furnaces mushroomed and millions of people all over the country took part in their construction and the production of iron and steel. Ronald Shaw, The Concept of Economic Growth. In Werner Klatt, ed., The Chinese Model, A Political, Economic and Social Survey, Hong Kong, 1965, p. 87-88. By this time, the three movements of the General Line for Socialist Construction, the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes had become known collectively as the Three Red Banners. Edwin P. W. Lung, Op. Cit. p. 414. The agricultural crisis, 1958-1961, particularly as a result of the diversion of rural labor to backyard steelmaking. In the fields, bumper harvests of grain, cotton and other crops awaited collection. A massive tragedy was in the making. Even with shock work, many areas failed to gather in all the harvest. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 116, 120. In consequence, acreage sown to grain declined by 6 million hectares in 1958, and a further 11.6 million hectares in 1959, a total reduction of 13% over the 2 years. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 126. In 1959, when nature turned nasty. An agricultural labor force reduced by over 0% was in no position to cope. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 328. As a result, grain rations had to be reduced as follows during the Great Leap, 1957, 1958, 1959, 1960. Kilograms per head, 203.0, 198.0, 186.5, 163.5 inches. Yang Jian Bian Leagues. The relations between agriculture, light industry and heavy industry in China. In Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid, p. 329. And there were famine conditions prevailing in the winter of 1959. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid, p. 328. Countrywide, the mortality rate doubled from 1.08% in 1957 to 2.54% in 1960. In that year the population actually declined by 4.5%. Anywhere from 16.4 to 29.5 million extra people died during the leap, because of the leap. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid, p. 330. By the autumn of 1960, the country was in the throes of the worst agricultural disaster in a century. By the end of the year, well over half the cultivated acreage had been devastated, sometimes repeatedly. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid, p. 322. And in 1961, China began to import food on a huge scale. From December 1960, when the first shipments arrived, up to the end of 1963, about 16 million metric tons of grain have been purchased, largely from Canada and Australia. Li Xiaoming, China's Industrial Development, 1958-63, in Ronald McFarquhar, ed. 1972, op. Cit. p. 182. The Steel Crisis, 1958-1962. The Great Leap in Steel fared no better than the Great Leap in Agriculture. Of the 10.7 million tons of steel, ed. produced, only 9 million were of good quality. The following autumn the figure would be reduced further to 8 million tons. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, op. Cit. p. 128. The 3 million tons of steel produced in rural furnaces were largely unusable and represented a waste of resources and labor. A. V. Sherman, op. Cit. p. 55. High material cost and low quality of product gave rise to a negative contribution from the native iron smelting sector to the GNP, gross national product, ed. During the period of the Great Leap Forward. Wu Yuan Li, The Steel Industry in Communist China, New York, 1975, p. 236. Thus, during 1959 and 1960, many of the native iron and steel furnaces were either abandoned or replaced by furnaces of improved design. Wu Yuan Li, Ibid, p. 236. The Sixth Plenum of the 8th CC, November, December 1958. The developing crisis in agriculture, together with the loss of their private plots, the increased workload and militarized lifestyle enforced in the communes had by October of 1958 aroused intense opposition among the peasants to the three red banners. Opposition of the peasantry to the new collectives had not been particularly strong at the start of the campaign, but it increased rapidly and soon began to turn into open resistance. From mid-October 1958 this open resistance took on, in many regions, the character of a general though entirely uncoordinated movement. The peasants refused to march to their work in the fields in military formation and they secretly continued cooking food at home despite orders from the cadres to the contrary. Parents took their children out of the nurseries and kindergartens in large numbers, and elderly people left their houses of happiness and returned to their families, often over great distances. Grain was not delivered to the state granaries because the labor units in the villages divided it among their members. During November and December 1958, these activities escalated into local rebellions which began to pose a serious threat to the structures of political and economic control. Jurgen Domes, op. Cit. p. 81. These developments caused most of the leaders of the civilian party machine, led by Liu Shaoqi and Tang Xiaoping, to intensify their opposition to Mao's prescriptions. Jurgen Domes, op. Cit. p. 107. And at the 6th Plenum of the 8th Central Committee of the CPC, held in Wuhan in November, December 1958, difficulties around the Great Leap and the forming of the People's Communes constituted the main problem. Jaap van Ginneken, op. Cit. p. 33. As a result of the disaffection within the party itself, Bill Brugger, Introduction, The Historical Perspective, in Bill Brugger, ed. China, The Impact of the Cultural Revolution, London, 1978, p. 19-20. The political representatives of the national bourgeoisie were able in late November, early December 1958 to win a majority of the party leadership to support a strategic retreat from Mao's developmental concept of the three red banners. Jurgen Domes, op. Cit. p. 81. Fiercely, the plenum called for a return to economic planning and to proportionate development of the economy. It is necessary to endeavor to put economic planning on a completely reliable basis, and to maintain suitable proportions between the various targets in accordance with the objective law of the proportionate development of the various branches of the national economy. 6th Plenum of 8th CC of CPC, Communiqué, December 1958, in Peking Review, Volume 1, Number 43, December 23, 1958, p. 7. Laying down, for the immediate circumstances, a policy of simultaneous development of industry and agriculture. 6th Plenum of 8th CC, Communiqué, December 1958, in Peking Review Volume 2, No. 3, January 20, 1959, p. 3. Symbolized as a policy of walking on two legs. 6th Plenum of 8th CC, Communiqué, December 1958, in Peking Review, Volume 2, No. 3, January 20, 1959, p. 3. Secondly, it asserted that the industrialization of China would take 20 or more years. It will still take a fairly long time to realize on a large scale the industrialization of our country. This whole process will take 15, 20 or more years to complete, counting from now. 6th Plenum of 8th CC, Resolution on some questions concerning the People's Communes, December 1958, in Peking Review, Volume 1, No. 43, December 23, 1958, p. 11. Thirdly, it took a stand against the free supply system, saying, any premature attempt to negate the principle of to each according to his work. Is undoubtedly a utopian concept that cannot possibly succeed. Resolution on some questions concerning the People's Communes, December 1958, in Peking Review, Volume 1, No. 43, December 23, 1958, p. 13. In other words, it sharply denounced the belief in the imminence of communism. A. V. Sherman, Op. Cit. p. 49. Fourthly, since life in the communes had aroused so much opposition from the peasants, Jeffrey Hudson, Op. Cit. p. 11. The plenum called a halt and ordered that families should be permitted to remain together, and even eat together if they wanted to. Jeffrey Hudson, Ibid. p. 11. And decided upon a relaxation of the military-style discipline that had been promoted in the early days of the communes. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 136. However, since the essence of the commune was military-industrial organization, the abandonment of that type of organization must be regarded as equivalent to the abandonment of the commune system. Franz Sermon, Op. Cit. p. 498. In short, the plenum marked the beginning of the retreat for the communes. Accommodating peasants by sexes, each sex in a separate barracks, was now forbidden, and the resolution guaranteed that peasants would retain the private ownership of their houses, vegetable gardens and small animals for all time, as well as having 8 hours sleep and 4 hours leisure every day. Working time was to be restricted to 8 hours. Wages should once more mostly be paid in cash. The use of nurseries, kindergartens and mess halls would now be entirely voluntary for commune members, and it was strictly forbidden to seize and destroy household utensils. Jurgen Domes, Op. Cit. p. 83-84. At the plenum, Mao made a self-criticism, admitting, I made a mistake at the Piataiho Conference. The Piataiho Conference resolution must now be revised. I was enthusiastic at the time, and failed to combine revolutionary fervor and the practical spirit. Mao Zedong, Statement at Wuhan Plenum, December 1958, in Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 129. Finally, the plenum approved the removal of Mao from the position of state chairman, i.e., president, but under the face-saving formula that this was at Mao's request. It decided to approve this proposal of Comrade Mao Zedong's, and not nominate him again as candidate for chairman of the People's Republic of China. Decision approving Comrade Mao Zedong 5 proposal that he will not stand as candidate for chairman of the People's Republic of China for the next term of office. December 1958, in Communist China, Op. Cit. p. 487. Peng's letter of opinion, July 1959. In July 1959, just before the 8th plenum of the 8th CC, Peng Dehuai wrote a critical letter of opinion to Mao. In it he detailed all the disaster stemming from the Great Leap and the Commune movement, and then implicitly but unmistakably laid the blame where it ultimately belonged, at the door of the chairman. His letter amounted to an indictment of the chairman. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 216. The letter said, some small and indigenous blast furnaces which were not necessary were built, with the consequence that some resources, material and financial, and manpower were wasted. This is, of course, a relatively big loss. The habit of exaggeration spread to various areas and departments, and some unbelievable miracles were also reported in the press. This has surely done tremendous harm to the prestige of the party. At that time, from reports sent in from various quarters, it would seem that communism was around the corner. This caused not a few comrades to become dizzy. Extravagance and waste developed. Peng Dehuai, letter of opinion, July 1959, in the case of Peng Dehuai, Op. Cit. p. 9, 11, and attributed the leftist mistakes of the previous 12 months to petty bourgeois fanaticism. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, op. Cit. p. 216, saying, petty bourgeois fanaticism makes us liable to commit left mistakes. Peng Te-Hui, letter of opinion, July 1959, in The Case of Peng Te-Hui, op. Cit. p. 11. Peng's letter was immediately printed and distributed to participants at the conference before Mao got down to reading it. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, op. Cit. p. 217. The 8th Plenum of the 8th CC, August 1959, the 8th Plenum of the 8th Central Committee, held in Lushan in August 1959, was marked by a severe intra-party battle. Donald S. Zagoria, op. Cit. p. 135, at which Peng Te-Hui openly attacked the whole range of Great Leap policies. Stuart Schramm, Mao Zedong, A Preliminary Reassessment, Hong Kong, 1983, p. 51. The plenum witnessed the most bitter political and personal attack on Mao Zedong in the history of the Chinese Communist Party. David and Nancy D. Hilton, The Wind Will Not Subside, Years in Revolutionary China, 1964 to 1969, New York, 1976, p. 37. At the plenum, Mao charged, Peng Te-Hui's letter of opinion constitutes an anti-party outline of right opportunism. Mao Zedong, speech at 8th Plenum of 8th CC, August 1959, in Chinese Law and Government, Volume 1, No. 4, Winter 1968-69, p. 25. However, there was such agreement among the leaders about the erroneous character of the Great Leap Forward that Mao was compelled to make a self-criticism. I have committed 2 crimes, one of which involved calling for 10.7 million tons of steel. As for the people's communes, there is also the general line for which, you also shared some responsibility. The smelting of 10.7 million tons of steel and the participation of 90 million people in it, was a great disaster for which I must be responsible myself. Mao Zedong, speech at 8th Plenum of 8th CC, August 1959, in Chinese Law and Government, Volume 1, No. 4, Winter 1968-69, p. 41, 42-43. Mao excused himself by saying that Marx also been guilty of bourgeois fanaticism. Marx also committed many errors. He hoped every day for the advent of the European Revolution, but it did not come. Wasn't this bourgeois fanaticism? We have blown some communist wind and enabled the people of the entire nation to learn a lesson. Mao Zedong, speech at 8th Plenum of 8th CC, August 1959, in Chinese Law and Government, Volume 1, No. 4, Winter 1968-69, p. 42. Peng made several interventions at the plenum. He questioned the value of the backyard steel campaign. He criticized the launching of the communes and the free food supply system without prior experimentation. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, op. Cit. p. 202-03. Mao's reply was a brilliant debating performance, designed to rally his supporters and frighten Peng Te-Hui's sympathizers. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, op. Cit. p. 218. It included a threat by Mao to return to the hills and organize a new revolutionary army of peasants to fight the leadership. David and Nancy D. Milton, op. Cit. p. 36. Mao saying that in the event of the CC not backing his position, I would go to the countryside to lead the peasants to overthrow the government. If the Liberation Army won't follow me, I will find a Red Army. Mao Zedong, speech at 8th Plenum of 8th CC, August 1959, in Chinese Law and Government Volume 1, No. 4, Winter 1968-69, p. 35. And Mao, as conference chairman, was able to ensure that Peng had no effective right of reply. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, op. Cit. p. 222. The group around Peng wanted to disband the communes and to undertake a general retreat from the leap forward. Donald S. Zagoria, op. Cit. p. 135. While the comprador bourgeois grouping around Mao wanted to press on with the communes and the leap forward more or less as originally conceived. Donald S. Zagoria, Ibid. p. 135. But the main grouping representing the interests of the national bourgeoisie, the group headed by Liu Shaoqi, were reluctant to force the issue to a showdown, especially in the face of Mao's explicit threat to lead the peasants into civil war against the government. Thus, the main national bourgeois grouping persuaded Peng, in the name of party unity, to accept a compromise agreement under which the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes policy would be tacitly ended but, in deference to Mao, without being publicly repudiated. Thus, Liu Shaoqi, Premier Chu, and Lai, ed. and Chu Te exhorted him, Peng Te Hui, ed., to consider protecting the authority of Chairman Mao and protecting the unity of the party. Jurgen Domes, Op. Cit. p. 98. It was in these circumstances that, at the plenum, Peng was persuaded to make a full, indeed exaggerated self-criticism. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 233. Consequently, the struggle at the 8th plenum ended in a compromise truce. Under this compromise, it was agreed 1. That Peng would confirm his self-criticism and accept dismissal from his state positions, but he would not be expelled from the party, and a resolution criticizing his clique for anti-party activity would remain secret. 2. That Mao would confirm his self-criticism concerning the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes, both of which policies would be halted in practice but, in deference to the reputation of their author, not publicly repudiated. Thus, at the Lushan plenum, the period of unrealistic targets and claims ended. Kenneth R. Walker, Op. Cit. p. 81. And, as agreed, the Central Committee at Lushan not only made drastic reductions in the target figures, but also admitted that there had been gross exaggerations in the claims of production for 1,958 inches. Jeffrey Hudson, Op. Cit. p. 14. The principal production figures were adjusted downwards as follows. The grain output figure for 1958 was reduced from 375 million tons to 250 million tons, the cotton figure from 3.35 million tons to 2.1 million tons, the steel figure from 11.08 million tons to 8 million tons, with an estimated 3.08 million tons produced in backyard furnaces now disregarded as being below quality. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 247. While these reductions, published in the 8th plenum communique, forced corresponding reductions in the 1959 targets, grain down from 525 to 275 million tons, cotton down from 5 to 2.31 million tons, steel down from 18 to 12 million tons. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Ibid. p. 247. The plenum resolved that the production of steel by indigenous methods for local use be decided upon by the local authorities in accordance with local conditions. It will no longer be included in the state plan. 8th plenum of 8th CC, Communique, August 1959, in Peking Review Volume 2, Number 35, September 1, 1959, p. 6. The plenum adopted a resolution concerning the anti-party clique headed by Peng Te Hui, published only during the Cultural Revolution, which declared that in the period prior to the plenum, a fierce onslaught on the party's general line, the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes was made inside our party by the right opportunist anti-party clique headed by Peng Te Hui. 8th plenum of 8th CC of CPC, resolution concerning the anti-party clique headed by Peng Te Hui, August 1959, in Peking Review Volume 10, Number 34, August 16, 1967, p. 10. The compromise agreed upon at the 8th plenum, in fact, favored the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party, since, with Peng's dismissal, the balance of forces turned once again in the chairman's favor. David and Nancy D. Milton, Op. Cit. p. 110. It prepared the way for Lin Piao's rise to power in the army, and renewed attempts to implement the militia system on a nationwide scale. Franz Cernan, Op. Cit. p. 567. In September 1959, Peng was removed from his post as Minister of National Defense and replaced by Mao's trusted Lieutenant Marshal Lin Piao. Along with Peng, Huang Kekeng was dismissed as Chief of the General Staff. Jurgen Domes, Op. Cit. p. 99. In fact, the victorious comprador bourgeois intra-party grouping felt it necessary not merely to replace Chief of Staff General Huang Kecheng, allegedly Peng's principal co-conspirator, with someone from outside the existing military hierarchy, but also to sack a number of other generals whose ties to the departing defense minister might make suspect their loyalty to the incoming one. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 247. Immediately after the new Minister of Defense, Lin Piao, took office, a campaign for the glorification of Mao and for widespread circulation of his writings began within the armed forces. Jurgen Domes, Op. Cit. p. 100. Later, after the Cultural Revolution, Mao accused Peng of having attempted to carry out a military coup as a foreign agent. At the 1959 Lushan Conference, Peng Te Hui colluded with a foreign country to seize power. Mao Zedong, summary of talks with responsible comrades at various places during his provincial tour, August, September 1971, in Stuart Schramm, ed. 1975, Op. Cit. p. 292. The 9th plenum of the 8th CC, January 1961, after the Lushan plenum of July 1959, the Great Leap Forward began to taper off. Stephen Enders, Op. Cit. p. 70. And at the 9th plenum of the 8th cc in January 1961 a decision was formally taken to slow down the hectic pace of the Great Leap Forward. Stephen Enders, Op. Cit. p. 98. In fact, at the plenum the people's communes were so reorganized. Liu Shaoqi was attacked as a right opportunist. In documents made public later in the Cultural Revolution, Shaoqi, ed. Whipped up the evil wind of reversing the correct verdict passed on the right opportunists. He vainly tried to help Peng Dehuai to rise again and resume command of the armed forces. Peng Dehuai and his behind-the-scenes boss cannot shirk responsibility for their crimes. In Peking Review, Volume 10, Number 35, August 25, 1967, p. 7. Epilogue. With the failure of the Great Leap Forward and his removal from the post of state president, Mao retreated to the Second Front to lick his wounds. Roderick McFarquhar, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 336. Thereupon, he began to move steadily and relentlessly toward what was ultimately to become the greatest wave of all. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Stuart Arshram, 1983, Op. Cit. p. 51. Chapter 12, The Agriculture First Policy. Summer 1960, September 1962. Introduction. Compelled to bring the Great Leap Forward to an end, the comprador bourgeois grouping of the party nevertheless successfully utilized the agricultural chaos caused by the leap to impose on the party for a time a policy of according the priority to agriculture. The Putaiho Central Work Conference, summer 1960. In the summer of 1960, a Central Work Conference was convened at Putaiho, attended by all provincial party first secretaries. The proceedings of the conference were not made public, but subsequent events indicated that it decided to change drastically the priorities of economic policy, above all by mobilizing available resources to support agriculture. After the work conference, the shift towards an agriculture-first policy became clearly discernible. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 126. The 9th plenum of the 8th cc, January 1961. This policy was confirmed at the 9th plenum of the 8th cc, in January 1961, which decided to reinforce the agricultural front by making agriculture the foundation of the national economy and giving industry second priority. Edward Del Wheelwright and Bruce McFarlane, Op. Cit. p. 68. The plenum declared that, since there had been tremendous development in heavy industry in the last 3 years, the scale of the basic construction industry should therefore be appropriately reduced. Li Xiaoming, China's Industrial Development, 1958-63, hereafter listed as Li Xiaoming, 1972. In Roderick McFarquhar, ed. China under Mao, Politics Takes Command, a selection of articles from the China Quarterly Cambridge, USA, 1972, p. 182, and reaffirmed the call for a movement of all the party and all people to agriculture and food grains. Resolution of 9th plenum of 8th cc, in Li Xiaoming, 1972, Ibid, p. 182. 70 Articles of Industrial Policy. December 1961. In December 1961, the party issued secretly to the cadres in the field a document known as 70 Articles of Industrial Policy. In essence, it directed that, unless special authority was given, all basic construction should be suspended, all those enterprises that had been operating regularly at a loss be shut down, and the practice of recruiting labor from rural areas be abandoned for at least 3 years. Li Xiaoming, 1972, Ibid, p. 182-83. The 10th plenum of the 8th cc, September 1962. The 10th plenum of the 8th cc in September 1962 resolved that, as the immediate urgent task of the people, the development of agriculture, itself the foundation of the national economy, must be given the topmost position. Resolution of 10th plenum of 8th cc, September 1962. In Li Xiaoming, 1972, Ibid, p. 183-84. Chapter 13. The Socialist Education Movement, September 1962, April 1966. Introduction. The Socialist Education Movement was a movement initiated by the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party leadership which aimed at mobilizing the poor and lower middle peasants in counter-revolutionary struggle against the national bourgeoisie. The 10th plenum of the 8th cc, September 1962. By the time of the 10th plenum of the 8th cc, in September 1962, China's internal political and economic situation was just beginning to improve following 3 years of severe crop failures and a series of emergency administrative retrenchments made necessary by the collapse of the Great Leap Forward. Richard Baum, Prelude to Revolution, Mao, The Party and the Peasant Question, 1962-66, hereafter listed as Richard Baum, 1975, New York, 1975, p. 11. At the plenum, Mao Zedong put forward the slogan "Never Forget the Class Struggle." John Giddings, 1968, Op. Cit. p. 271, which was, of course, a call for class struggle against the national bourgeoisie. The most important decision taken by the plenum was to set up a mass movement called the Socialist Education Movement. The aim of this movement was to counter all moves towards an individualistic economy, and generally to raise the socialist consciousness of the whole people by bringing about mass participation in the struggle and relating Mao Zedong's works to it. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 58. The Socialist Education Movement of 1962-66 was not just directed at capitalist attitudes in the countryside. It was also concerned with institutional arrangements which might contribute to capitalist relations. Dennis Woodward, Two-Line Struggle in Agriculture, in Bill Brugger, ed. Op. Cit. p. 153. The official aim of the Socialist Education Movement was to rectify the foreign cleanse in rural administration, lack of political discipline, ideological deviations, organizational deviations and the mismanagement of economic affairs, and thus became popularly known as the Four Cleanups Movement. David and Nancy D. Milton, Op. Cit. p. 71. But it, in addition to stressing class struggle, was increasingly identified with the thought of Mao Zedong. William F. Dorrell, Power, Policy and Ideology in the Making of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, in Thomas W. Robinson, ed. The Cultural Revolution in China, Berkeley, USA, 1971, p. 56. The Socialist Education Movement, SEM, or Campaign, SEC, must be regarded as a rehearsal of the Cultural Revolution. Alam Chamsel, A Critique of China's Cultural Revolution, 1966-76, Calcutta, 1980, p. 5. And by February 1963, it was well underway in many provinces. Paris H. Chang, Ibid, p. 148. The two lines within the SEM from the outset, however, within the Socialist Education Movement there developed two opposed policies. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 59. And a great struggle between the representatives of the two roads. David and Nancy D. Milton, Op. Cit. p. 75. The national bourgeois grouping within the party continued to stress not politics but production. Not class struggle but technical reform. Richard Baum, 1975, Op. Cit. p. 20. While the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party sought to utilize it to mobilize masses of the peasantry into class struggle, that is, into counter-revolutionary action against the national bourgeoisie and its political representatives. As a result of the opposition of the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie to Mao's class struggle aims for the SEM, up to February 1963, party functionaries at the intermediate and lower levels dragged their feet in implementing the new campaign. Richard Baum, 1975, Ibid, p. 19. And as a result, the SEC was relatively lifeless. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 148. The Central Work Conference, February 1963. In a speech to a Central Work Conference in February 1963, in an effort to put the SEC on what he regarded as the correct course, Mao intervened. Paris H. Chang, Ibid, p. 149, and revealed the extraordinary political significance he attached to the new movement. How can we achieve socialist construction when there is peaceful coexistence in politics? Once we grasp class struggle, miracles are possible. Richard Baum, 1975, Op. Cit. p. 17. Mao's Note on 7 Well-Written Documents, May 1963. In May 1963, Mao issued Note on 7 Well-Written Documents of the Chakyong Provincial Committee concerning cadre participation in physical labor, in which he warned that, without class struggle, the day would not be far off. Before a counter-revolutionary restoration on a nationwide scale would inevitably occur, the whole of China would then change color. Isn't that a most dangerous prospect? Mao Zedong, Note on 7 Well-Written Documents of the Chakyong Provincial Committee concerning cadre participation in physical labor, May 1963, in Richard Baum, 1975. Ibid, p. 22. Mao's First 10 Points, May 1963. In May 1963, the chairman's growing displeasure, was clearly manifested. When the Central Committee, acting under Mao's personal supervision, promulgated a draft directive on some problems in current rural work, known in Maoist parlance as the First 10 Points, This directive served notice to party officials throughout the country that their superficial, perfunctory and lackadaisical attitudes towards class struggle would no longer be tolerated. Richard Baum, 1975. Ibid. p. 21. This document was the first major policy directive concerning the SEC and was clearly intended by Mao to guide the campaign along the course he desired. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 149. Its most important feature was that those cadres who had failed to emphasize the class struggle or had paid insufficient attention to the class struggle phenomena were criticized. Paris H. Chang, Ibid. p. 149. For example, Article 4 declared, "Not all of our comrades have paid attention to the various phenomena of class struggle. Many have failed to observe these phenomena and have not given them the serious thought required. Instead they adopt an attitude of indifference, thereby letting the phenomena continue to develop." Draft Directive on Some Problems in Current Rural Work, May 1963, in Richard Baum, 1975, Op. Cit. p. 21. The first 10 points held that cadre corruption was the most prevalent cause of peasant dissatisfaction with the existing rural leadership. Richard Baum, 1975. Ibid. p. 24. And that this must be corrected by mobilizing the masses of the poor and middle peasants against the forces of corruption. In other words, the first 10 points called for the revitalization of long-dormant poor and lower-middle peasants' organizations in the countryside. The poor and lower-middle peasants, who reportedly constituted some 65% to 70% of China's total rural population, were now instructed to form a class army to do battle against the forces of corruption and reaction in the countryside. Richard Baum, 1975. Ibid. p. 24. The first 10 points declared, during the course of the movement, the masses must be given every opportunity to fully air their views, make criticism of errors and shortcomings, and expose evil people and evil deeds. Draft Directive on Some Problems in Current Rural Work, May 1963, in Richard Baum, 1975. Ibid. p. 24. Because of opposition from the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, Mao's first 10 points were only officially adopted by the Central Committee at its 11th plenum in August 1966, when the Cultural Revolution was in full blood. It took 38 months for these ideas to be accepted by the majority of the party's highest body. G. Nesman, The Chinese Cultural Revolution, London, 1975, p. 44. The second 10 points, September 1963. In September 1963, 4 months after the issuing of the first 10 points, the leaders of the national bourgeois grouping within the party succeeded in getting the Central Committee to issue another directive on the SEC, some concrete policy formulations of the CC of the CPC and the Rural Socialist Education Movement, also known as the second 10 points. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 150. They were drafted on the basis of a report. By Peking Party boss, Feng Chen. Richard Baum, 1975, Op. Cit. p. 43. Later, during the Cultural Revolution, the second 10 points were attributed, if not to Liu Shaoqi personally, at least to Liu's thought. David and Nancy D. Milton, Op. Cit. p. 71. The second 10 points essentially reversed the political line of Mao's first 10 points. The second 10 points substantially modified the spirit and softened the impact of the SEC as set forth in its predecessor. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 150. Reliance in the movement should be placed, the revised 10 points stated, not on the poor and lower middle peasants, but on the party leadership. David and Nancy D. Milton, Ibid. p. 71. Thus, the net effect of both the second 10 points and the ensuing propaganda campaign in the mass media was to ensure that the socialist education movement would be a relatively low-key affair. Richard Baum, 1975, Op. Cit. p. 63. Mao's 23 Articles, December 1964. In December 1964, the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party struck back with the issue of a new directive. Some problems currently arising in the course of the rural socialist education movement, also known as the 23 points, which was said to have been drafted under Mao's personal guidance. Paris H. Chang, Op. Cit. p. 156. The document redefined the socialist education movement as a movement meant to confront the contradiction between socialism and capitalism in China's countryside. In order to accomplish this, it called once again on the peasant masses to supervise the party cadres by their criticism and, for the first time, there appeared the formulation that was to be the central political focus of the Cultural Revolution, to direct the spearhead of criticism against those people in authority within the party who take the capitalist road. David and Nancy D. Milton, Op. Cit. p. 71-72. It attempted to make the new line final and definitive by declaring, if the present document should contradict previous Central Committee documents concerning the socialist education movement, then this document shall uniformly be regarded as the standard CPC. Some problems currently arising in the course of the rural socialist education movement, January 1965, in Richard Baum, 1975, Op. Cit. p. 127. During the socialist education movement, Lin Piao rose to ideological prominence. Roxanne Witt, Op. Cit. p. 375, and Chiang Ching. After 2 decades of isolation, began her return. Roxanne Witt, Ibid. p. 306. Conclusion. In April 1966, Mao's study was incorporated into the socialist education movement on a regular and nationwide basis. Richard Baum, The Cultural Revolution in the Countryside, Anatomy of a Limited Rebellion, hereafter listed as Richard Baum, 1971, in Thomas W. Robinson, ed., The Cultural Revolution in China, Berkeley, USA, 1971, p. 376, and was associated with The Initiation of the Cultural Revolution. Richard Baum, 1971, Ibid. p. 376. So that the socialist education movement overlapped the Cultural Revolution and virtually merged with it in the autumn of 1966. John and Elsie Collier, Op. Cit. p. 62. The ritual study of the thought of Mao Zedong was common to both the socialist education movement and the Cultural Revolution. Mao's study was the common element of both the urban Cultural Revolution and the rural socialist education movement. Richard Baum, 1971, Op. Cit. p. 376. Indeed, the socialist education movement may justly be regarded as Mao's test run. David and Nancy D. Milton, Op. Cit. p. 127. For the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution of 1966-69. Chapter 14, Prelude to the Cultural Revolution, September 1962, April 1966. The 10th Plenum of the 8th CC, September, October 1962. The 10th Plenum of the 8th CC was held in September, October 1962. Although Mao presided over this meeting, Kenneth Lieberthal, the Great Leap Forward and the Split in the Yan'an Leadership, hereafter listed as Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, in Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbank, eds. The Cambridge History of China, Volume 14, The People's Republic, Part 1, The Emergence of Revolutionary China, Cambridge, 1987, p. 334, and, as has been said, put forward the slogan Never Forget the Class Struggle. Mao Zedong, Speech at 10th Plenum of 8th CC, September, October 1962, in John Giddings, 1968, Op. Cit. p. 271. This policy was not endorsed by the plenum, and, in the months that followed, precious time slipped by while the Secretariat of the Central Committee appeared to do nothing. G. Nesman, Op. Cit. p. 44. The initiation of the Learn from the PLA campaign, December 1963. In December 1963, Mao issued a general call for people to learn from the P.L.A. a startling slogan. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 338. In this period, the PLA generated several models of political rectitude including the selfless soldier, Lei Feng. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 338. Lei Feng was a peasant soldier from Hunan province who was held up by Mao Zedong to be youthful paragon of Maoist virtues. These virtues included courage, humility, sacrifice, and above all unquestioned loyalty. Edwin P. W. Leung, Op. Cit. p. 205. He died in an accident. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 338. Crushed by a fallen telegraph pole. Edwin P. W. Leung, Op. Cit. p. 205. Chiang Ching in Cultural Reform, January 1964. By 1962, Chiang Ching had convinced Mao that the cultural sphere needed attention. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 343. And in January 1964, with Mao's support, she was able to put into practice her plans to revolutionize Peking opera and other aspects of Chinese culture. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid. p. 343. However, being under the control of the national bourgeois grouping of the party leadership, the Ministries of Culture and Education and the Propaganda Department of the CPC, paid her no heed and scoffed at her efforts. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid. p. 345–46. In this situation Chiang Ching linked up with other pseudo-left opposition elements, such as Kang Sheng, who heavily and personally involved himself in Chiang Ching's efforts to revolutionize Peking opera. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid, p. 345. Chang Hunqiao, who was in the cultural apparatus in Shanghai. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid, p. 345. Yao Wenyuan, a Shanghai critic. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid, p. 345. Semi-Colon and, above all, Minister of Defense Lin Piao. In July 1964, clashes occurred at the Festival of Peking Opera on contemporary themes. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid, p. 346. In February 1966, Lin Piao and Chiang Ching were clearly linked up when Lin invited Chiang to stage a forum on literature and art for troops and made her the official cultural advisor to the military. This for the first time gave Chiang an official position that she could use as a base for pursuing her political goals. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid, p. 342. The forum directly challenged the policies of Peng Chen, Liu Tingyi and others. Frederick C. Taylor and Warren Son, The Tragedy of Lin Piao, Riding the Tiger During the Cultural Revolution, 1966–1971, London, 1996, p. 57. The establishment of the Five-Man Group for Cultural Reform, June 1964. In June 1964, the party secretariat formed a five-man group to coordinate efforts toward cultural reform. Peng Chen, took charge of the group. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid, p. 346. The publication of the Little Red Book, May 1965. In May 1965, the Army compiled the Little Red Book of Mao quotations. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. People's China, Social Experimentation, Politics, Entry onto the World Scene, 1966–1972, New York, 1974, p. 225. The removal of Luo Juiqing, September 1965. Luo Juiqing had been appointed Chief of Staff of the PLA in April 1959, at the time of the ousting of Peng Dehuai, and, over the course of time, Luo came to adopt views similar to those of Peng. Luo S.D. Dreshak, Revolt of the Generals, in the case of Peng Dehuai, Op. Cit. p. 339–40. General Luo was a recent convert to the modernizers. Gerard H. Corps, The Chinese Red Army, Campaigns and Politics Since 1949, Reading, 1974, p. 149. In the sphere of military science, Luo held that the strategy of guerrilla warfare originally adopted by the CPC was no longer suitable for China now that the People's Republic had become a sovereign power, and that the strategy of guerrilla warfare needed to be replaced by more orthodox military strategy. Indeed, among many PLA officers, Mao's military ideas were dismissed as a romantic daydream inspired by nostalgia for the caves of Yan'an, holding China back from building the modern armed forces that she needs. Joan Robinson, The Cultural Revolution in China, Harmondsworth, 1969, p. 32. Chu Tai, the commander-in-chief of the PLA, said in a radio broadcast in August 1951, "Our troops must absorb the highly advanced military science of the Soviet Union." Chu Tai, broadcast of August 1951, in Gerard H. Corps, Op. Cit. p. 143. However, the Comprador bourgeois grouping within the party, headed by Mao Zedong, aims to use the PLA primarily as a weapon against the national bourgeoisie rather than an instrument of national defense, and therefore demanded that the PLA retain its reliance on guerrilla warfare and a military organization appropriate for such warfare. Lin Piao, the new Minister of National Defense, was given the job of remolding a new PLA, one more to Mao's liking and one which in the future could be used as a military political instrument. Gerard H. Carr, Op. Cit. p. 147. On becoming defense minister, Lin had overtly dropped the interest he had once shown in what Mao called positional warfare and, unhesitatingly, accepted the chairman's concept of a people's war with all the supporting ideology. Claire Hollingworth, Mao and the Men Against Him, London, 1985, p. 104. Thus, Lin Piao played up the role of the militia and of unconventional forces rather than of the regular army. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 340. And he began his reform of the PLA by bringing back into prominence the Military Affairs Commission, MAC, of the party. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Ibid, p. 336. And giving greater power to the Army's political department. Gerard H. Carr, Op. Cit. p. 148. The MAC was the command vehicle through which the party exercises control over the professional military. Day-to-day leadership of this body generally resided in the Minister of Defense. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 336. Also, Lin began to stress the use of Mao Zedong thought in the military. Kenneth Lieberthal, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 337. In his capacity of Chief of Staff, Luo Juicheng resisted the introduction of Mao Zedong thought into the PLA, and after November 1965 he ceased to appear in public in his official capacity. However, no official announcement of his removal was made, and it was not until August 1966 that this was implied in the official reference to General Yang Chengwu as acting Chief of Staff. Later, during the Cultural Revolution, Luo was accused of opposing the thorough establishment by our army of the absolute authority of the great thought of Mao Zedong. Yang Chengwu thoroughly established the absolute authority of the great Supreme Commander Chairman Mao and of his great thought. In Peking Review, Volume 10, Number 46, November 10, 1967, p. 19. Lin Piao's Long Live the Victory of People's War. September 1965. In September 1965, Lin Piao's famous programmatic document, Long Live the Victory of People's War, was published. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. p. 226. Apart from approving Mao's theses on People's War, it supported the theory of the revolutionary movement spreading from the countryside to the cities. The countryside alone can provide the revolutionary basis from which the revolutionaries can go forward to final victory. Comrade Mao Zedong's theory of establishing revolutionary base areas in the rural districts and encircling the cities from the countryside is attracting more and more attention among the people in these regions, Asia, Africa and Latin America. Ed. Lin Piao, Long Live the Victory of People's War, Peking, 1965, p. 48. The Central Work Conference, September, October 1965. At a Central Work Conference in September, October 1965, Mao severely criticized a play written in 1961 by Wu Han, historian and deputy mayor of Peking, entitled Hai Jui Dismissed from Office. Hai Jui was an official of the Ming period, renowned for his honesty, who had been dismissed by the emperor, and Mao regarded the play as a veiled political attack on Mao's 1959 dismissal of Peng Dehuai. Hongwei Li, The Politics of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, A Case Study, Berkeley, USA, 1978, p. 11, and demanded that the play be criticized by the Group of Five in charge of revolutionizing literature and art. Hong E. Li, Ibid, p. 11. It was a very stormy meeting. G. Nesman, Op. Cit. p. 56. At which Mao gave instructions regarding the criticism of Wu Han. Circular of the CC of the CPC, May 1966, CCP Documents of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1967, hereafter listed as CCP Documents, 1968, Hong Kong, 1968, p. 20. But, Mao was in a minority. Shamsul Alam, Op. Cit. p. 15. And no critique of Wu Han emerged from the meeting. Shortly afterwards, Mao withdrew to Shanghai. G. Nesman, Op. Cit. p. 56. As Mao himself expressed it in January 1967, in September and October 1965, the Central Committee surrendered to revisionism, and I thought that I could not put my ideas into practice in Peking. Mao Zedong, Statement of January 1967, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,985. He, therefore left the capital, where the party machine was controlled by his opponents, and settled in Shanghai. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,985. Of course, in singling out Wu Han, Mao was actually focusing his fire against Peng Chen and the Peking party apparatus, for Wu Han was one of Peng's protégés. Stanley Carnot, Mao in China, From Revolution to Revolution, London, 1973, p. 159. Yao Wenyuan's Critique, November 1965. Mao had to go to Shanghai to find his man who might expose the so-called bourgeois outlook in culture and ideology. It was Yao Wenyuan who drafted the critique of Hai Jui and Wu Han. Alam Shamsul, Op. Cit. p. 8. The critique, although commissioned by Mao, was turned down by every official publication in Peking. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, Op. Cit. p. 225, but was published in November 1965 in the Shanghai newspaper Wenhui Daily. Yao's critique was, in fact, the first bullet of the Cultural Revolution. Alam Shamsul, Op. Cit. Semi-Colon p. 8. The February Thesis, February 1966. In February 1966 the Group of Five finally published its report on the Wuhan Affair, a document which became known as the February Thesis, in the name of the CC of the CPC. It criticized Wuhan, but implied that the matter involved academic questions, such as the appraisal of historical figures, and the viewpoint and method of historical research. Outline a report concerning the current academic discussion of the Group of Five in charge of the Cultural Revolution, February 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, Op. Cit. p. 7. Rather than questions of political principle, as Mao demanded. In essence, the report discarded any connection between the play of Wuhan and Pang Tehuai's dismissal. Shamsun Alam, Op. Cit. p. 9. It said, as regards people like Wuhan, who treats history with the bourgeois world outlook and committed political mistakes, the discussion in the press should not be confined to political questions, but should go fully into the various academic and theoretical questions involved. Outline a report concerning the current academic discussion of the Group of Five in charge of the Cultural Revolution, February 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, Op. Cit. p. 10. It even defended the right to put forward anti-Marxist ideas by quoting some of Mao's own pronouncements during the 100 Flowers campaign. The policy of opening wide propounded by Comrade Mao Zedong calls for a full expression of all kinds of opinion, including anti-Marxist things. Outline a report concerning the current academic discussion of the Group of Five in charge of the Cultural Revolution, February 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, Ibid. p. 9. The CC Circular, May 1966. In May 1966, the Comprador bourgeois grouping within the party leadership persuaded an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CC of the CPC to denounce, in the name of the Central Committee, the February Thesis as an outline report by Peng Chen alone. Circular of CPC, May 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, Ibid. p. 21, and one which violates the basic Marxist thesis that all class struggles are political struggles. Circular of CPC, May 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, Ibid. p. 22. It therefore revoked the February Thesis and dissolved the Group of Five. The Central Committee has decided to revoke the outline report on the current academic discussion made by the Group of Five in charge of the Cultural Revolution. To dissolve the Group of Five in charge of the Cultural Revolution and its offices. Circular of CPC, May 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, Ibid. p. 20. It charged that the February Thesis, while feigning compliance, actually opposes and stubbornly resists the great cultural revolution initiated and led personally by Comrade Mao Zedong, as well as the instruction regarding the criticism of Wuhan which he gave. In September and October 1965. It obscures the sharp class struggle that is taking place on the cultural and ideological front. Circular of CPC, May 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1967. Ibid. p. 20. It replaced the existing Group of Five by a new Cultural Revolution group controlled by the Comprador bourgeois grouping within the leadership of the party. That is, it resolved to set up a new Cultural Revolution group directly under the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau. Circular of CPC, May 1966, in CCP Documents, 1968, Ibid. p. 20. The new Cultural Revolution group was known as the Cultural Revolution Small Group, Hong Yi Op. Cit. p. 16, and was placed under the leadership of Chiang Ching, who took control of the party propaganda machine. Hong Yi, Ibid. p. 16. The Cultural Revolution, properly so called, had begun. Chapter 15, The Cultural Revolution, April 1966, April 1969. Introduction. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution was an attempt by the political representatives of the Comprador bourgeoisie within the Communist Party, headed by Mao Zedong, to destroy the political power of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Liu Shaochi, by mobilizing against them, fiercely, the youth, when that failed. Secondly, the workers, and when that in turn failed. Thirdly, the People's Liberation Army. In other words, the Cultural Revolution was neither cultural nor revolutionary, but political and counter-revolutionary. The initiation of the Cultural Revolution, April 1966. The Cultural Revolution began in April 1966, when Premier Chu Enlai called for a fierce and protracted struggle to wipe out bourgeois ideology in the academic, educational and journalistic fields, in art, literature and all other fields of culture. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21,577. In the same month, April 1966, the newspaper Liberation Army Daily, the most important press organ under the control of the comprador bourgeois grouping of the party, published an editorial which declared, "There exists in our literary and art circles an anti-party, anti-socialist black line running counter to Mao Zedong's thinking. We must take an active part in the great socialist revolution on the cultural front, thoroughly eradicate this black line. We must not mind being blamed for brandishing the stick. Hold high the great red banner of Mao Zedong's thinking, actively participate in the great socialist cultural revolution." In Peking Review, Volume 9, Number 18, April 29, 1966, p. 6, 9. In May 1966, Yao Wenyuan in Liberation Army Daily published a violent attack. On 3 journals published by the Peking Party, the Peking Daily, the Peking Evening News and the Fortnightly Frontline, Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21,577, denouncing them as instruments for opposing the party and socialism. Yao Wenyuan, on 3 Family Village, May 1966, in Peking Review, Volume 9, Number 22, May 27, 1966, p. 5. In June 1966, the People's Daily, now controlled by the comprador bourgeois grouping of the party, published a violent attack on the party leadership at Peking University. Peking University is a key point of the 3 Family Village sinister gang, a stubborn bastion used by them to oppose the party and socialism. The people of the whole country will rise up, oppose and knock down all those who oppose Chairman Mao. The whole nation will smash their sinister gang, sinister organization and sinister discipline to pieces. Hail the big character poster at Peking University, June 1966, in Peking Review, Volume 9, Number 37, September 9, 1966, p. 21, 22. On the following day, it was announced that the Central Committee of the CPC had decided to reorganize the Peking Party Committee. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21,577, as well as the Party Committee of Peking University. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21,577, and had appointed a new Peking First Secretary in place of Peng Chen. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21,577. The announcement was immediately followed by demonstrations outside the Peking Party headquarters and at the university, which continued for several days. Thousands of people marched through the streets carrying portraits of Mao Zedong, beating drums and cymbals, exploding firecrackers and acclaiming the purge as a victory for Chairman Mao's thought. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21,578. The Red Guards, May 1966, January 1967. The first stage of the Cultural Revolution was led by the students. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. People's China, Social Experimentation, Politics, Entry onto the World Scene, 1966 through 1972, New York, 1974, Op. Cit. p. 230. From May 1966, young people were recruited into a paramilitary fascist-type organization called Red Guards. The PLA and People's Militia trained groups of teenagers in schools and universities to form Red Guard units which were designed to promote the teachings of the chairman. Claire Hollingworth, Op. Cit. p. 136. The Red Guards were designed to function as a shock force against the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie. The Red Guards are the shock force of the great proletarian cultural revolution. In praise of the Red Guards, September 1966, in Peking Review Volume 9, Number 39, September 23, 1966, p. 15. Significantly, their allegiance was declared to be, not to the Communist Party but to Mao Zedong personally. The Red Guards say, and say it well, "Chairman Mao is our Red Commander and we are the young, Red soldiers of Chairman Mao." They carry with them copies of quotations from Chairman Mao. In praise of the Red Guards, September 1966, in Peking Review Volume 9, Number 39, September 23, 1966, p. 15. Accepting the dictum that a genuine revolutionary is one who accepts Mao Zedong thought without question, the attitude towards Mao Zedong's thought, whether to accept it or reject it, to support it or oppose it, to love it warmly or be hostile to it. This is the touchstone to test and the watershed between true revolution and sham revolution, between revolution and counter-revolution. Mao Zedong's thought is the telescope and microscope of our revolutionary cause. June 1966, in Peking Review, Volume 9, Number 24, June 10, 1966, p. 7. In June 1966, universities and schools were closed indefinitely to enable them, the students, ed., to participate in the Cultural Revolution. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21986. In July 1966, great prominence was given in the Chinese press, to a report that Mr. Mao had swum 9 miles in the Yangtze River in 65 minutes, apparently in order to dispel rumors that he was in poor health. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21579. In August 1966, at a mass rally of Red Guards in Peking, Mao signified his approval of the movement by donning the red armband which they wore. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21986. Between August and December 1966, 8 such giant rallies of 1 million or more Red Guards were held in the Great Tiananmen Square in Peking. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. Semi-Colon p. 268. In August 1966, it was announced that the entire printing industry would be mobilized to print 35 million copies of the selected works of Mao Zedong by the end of 1967. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21579. In November 1966, Deng Xiaoping was dismissed as General Secretary of the CPC. In December 1966, Deng Chen was dragged from his bed and arrested by Red Guards and was displayed before a rally of 100,000 Red Guards in a Peking stadium. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21987. Also arrested by Red Guards were Lo Juiqing. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21987, who had been secretly removed as Chief of Staff in November 1965, accused of opposing the thorough establishment by our army of the absolute authority of the great thought of Mao Zedong. Yang Chengwu thoroughly established the absolute authority of the great Supreme Commander Chairman Mao and of his great thought. November 1967, in Peking Review, Volume 19, Number 46, November 10, 1967, p. 19, and Lu Dingyi. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21987. Former head of the Propaganda Department and Minister of Culture. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21578. Who had been removed from both posts. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21578. In July 1966, the 11th Plenum of the 8th CC, August 1966. The 11th Plenum of the 8th CC of the CPC was held in August 1966, guarded by the troops of Lin Piao, Alam Shamsul, Op. Cit. p. 17, and Mao resorted to the extraordinary measures of packing the galleries with youthful supporters and convoking only about half the total CC membership. Lowell Dittmer, Liu Shaoqi and the Chinese Cultural Revolution, The Politics of Mass Criticism, Berkeley, USA, 1974, p. 95. At the plenum, presided over by Comrade Mao Zedong, Communique 11th Plenum of CC of CPC, August 1966, in CCP Documents, Op. Cit. p. 62, p. 1. Those present were confronted with a big character poster written by Mao himself, David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. p. 267-68. Reading, Bombard the Headquarters. Mao Zedong, big character poster, August 1966, in David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Ibid. p. 268. The poster was immediately understood by all the delegates as an attack on Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and other prominent leaders of the powerful party apparatus. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. p. 268. The plenum demoted Liu Shaoqi, and elevated Lin Piao, the Minister of Defense, to the post of Deputy Chairman of the Chinese Communist Party. Lin was officially proclaimed as Chairman Mao's closest comrade in arms and successor. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. p. 268. It gave formal approval both to the Cultural Revolution and to Mao Zedong thought. It stressed that the series of directives by Comrade Mao Zedong concerning the great proletarian cultural revolution are the guide to action in the present cultural revolution of our country. Communique 11th Plenum of CC of CPC, August 1966, in CCP Documents, Op. Cit. p. 65. It reiterated that our objective is to struggle against and crush those persons in authority who are taking the capitalist road. Decision of the CC of the CPC concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, August 1966, in 1 CCP Documents, Op. Cit. p. 42. And instructed, trust the masses, rely on them, and respect their initiative. Cast out fear, don't be afraid of disorder. T. Decision of the CC of the CPC concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution CPC, August 1966, in CCP Documents, Op. Cit. p. 45. In particular, the plenum emphasized that the intensive study of Comrade Mao Zedong's works by the whole party and the whole nation is an important event of historic significance. Comrade Mao Zedong is the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era. Comrade Mao Zedong has developed Marxism-Leninism with genius, and has raised Marxism-Leninism to a new stage. Mao Zedong's thought is Marxism-Leninism of the era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing to worldwide victory. It is the guiding principle for all the work of our party and country. Communique of 11th Plenum of 8th CC of CPC, in CCP Documents, Op. Cit. p. 69. The Revolutionary Rebels, November to December 1966, to counter the offensive of the Red Guards, Liu Shaoqi organized a large number of work teams, perhaps 400 teams with more than 10,000 members in all, and dispatched them to universities and high schools and to bureaucratic agencies. To re-establish party leadership over the student movement. The work teams were able to restore a modicum of normality to many universities. Harry Harding, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 136. On the other hand, in the long run, the student movement became unmanageable because of factional quarrels. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. p. 229. Thus, the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie were able to repulse the first attack by Red Guards in August and September, 1966, by mobilizing workers. In their defense, Philip Bridgham, Maoist Cultural Revolution in 1967, hereafter listed as Philip Bridgham, 1971, in Richard Baum, ed., China and Ferment. Perspectives on the Cultural Revolution, Englewood Cliffs, USA, 1971, p. 122. As a result of the failure of the Red Guards to fulfill the role allotted to them, it was announced in November 1966 that free transport, food and accommodation would no longer be provided for Red Guards coming to Peking. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21986, and that Red Guards from the provinces must leave the city within 3 days. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 22,986. The political representatives of the Comprador bourgeoisie responded to the failure of the campaign of the Red Guards in November 1966 by seeking to supplement them with adult workers, called revolutionary rebels. The campaign began, with the formation of new revolutionary rebel organizations in industrial and mining establishments. Philip Bridgham, 1971, Op. Cit. p. 122. The revolutionary rebels, consisting of adult workers, replaced the Red Guards from this time on as the main agents of the Cultural Revolution. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 15, p. 21988. However, the revolutionary rebels, did not form a single movement organized on a national scale. Scores of militant Maoist organizations bearing a wide variety of names sprang up throughout the country, often operating independently and even in rivalry. In Shanghai, for example, there were at least 31 revolutionary rebel and Red Guard organizations. In many cities and provinces the revolutionary rebels were opposed by equally militant anti-Maoist organizations. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,988-89. In other words, under the direction of the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, armed organizations were formed to resist them. The Revolutionary Rebels, ed. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,985. Furthermore, under the influence of the demagogic pseudo-left propaganda of the Cultural Revolution, the Revolutionary Rebels demanded higher wages, lower working hours, better housing, improved medical care and other benefits. Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. p. 265. In many areas, the revolutionary rebels pursued their demands with strikes, which reached particular intensity in Shanghai. Widespread strikes in support of demands for wage increases began in Shanghai at the end of December, 1966, ed. The port was brought to a standstill. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,989. The port officials, revolutionaries, fearful of being branded as revisionist counter-promised to satisfy every demand. Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. p. 265, and as a result, they were then told that they had been hoodwinked into following the evil road of economism. Philip Bridgham, 1971, Op. Cit. p. 123. The struggle raged even more fiercely through December, 1966, ed. Joan Robinson, Op. Cit. p. 57. The Revolutionary Committees, January 1967, September 1968. During the early months of the Cultural Revolution, the Army had remained neutral in the struggle. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,989. But by January 1967 the Cultural Revolution had brought the country to a state of anarchy. Philip Bridgham, 1971, Op. Cit. p. 125. And only one institution had the capacity to fill the power vacuum: the Army. Semi-Colonial, Op. Cit. p. 275. Resistance to involving the Army in the Cultural Revolution was apparently led by officers like Marshal Holung. Semi-Colonial, Ibid. p. 279. And in May 1967 Red Guards arraigned Holung before a kangaroo court and he disappeared from public view. Semi-Colonial, Ibid. 282. In January 1967, the policy of Army non-involvement was changed, in the light of the general stalemate that had occurred throughout the fall, and the collapse of authority that had begun to appear around the turn of the year. Harry Harding, The Chinese State in Crisis, hereafter listed as Harry Harding, 1991, in Roderick McFarlane and John K. Fairbank, eds. The Cambridge History of China 1 Volume 15, The People's Republic, Part 2. Revolutions within the Chinese Revolution, 1966 to 1992, Cambridge, 1991. Op. Cit. p. 161. And the PLA was ordered to intervene in the Cultural Revolution 1 on the side of the revolutionary leftists. All past directives concerning the Army's non-involvement in the Great Cultural Revolution are null and void. Active support must be rendered to the broad masses of revolutionary leftists in their struggle to seize power. Counter-revolutionaries and counter-revolutionary organizations who oppose the proletarian revolutionary leftists must be resolutely suppressed. Decision. Concerning the resolute support of the PLA for the revolutionary masses of the left, January 1967, in CCP documents, Op. Cit. p. 196. It was decided that the former provincial and municipal administrations must be replaced by revolutionary committees, based on a triple alliance of revolutionary rebels, army representatives. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,992. And old party cadres who had passed the test of the Cultural Revolution. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. p. 354. Revolutionary committees were set up between November 1967 and May 1968 in 16 provinces. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 22,945. While in August and September 1968, revolutionary committees were established. In the 5 remaining provinces. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 22,945. The PLA played by far the dominant role in the revolutionary committees. The Triple Alliance policy in practice gave the Army control of the revolutionary committees. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 21,993. With Maoist politicians playing only a subsidiary role. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 22,945. In most provinces, the chairman of the committee was the local political commissar or military commander. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 22,949. In January 1968, the public sale of Red Guard literature was forbidden. On the ground that certain of them fomented sectarianism. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 22,949. And July 1968 saw the last campaign of the historic Peking Red Guards. Massive worker and army teams were sent in to direct and lead the universities. The mass movement was over. David Milton, Nancy Milton and Franz Sermon, eds. Op. Cit. p. 354. And Mao himself repudiated the Red Guards. Semi-Colonial, Op. Cit. p. 441. In October 1968, the CC of the CPC ordered that all schools and universities should reopen immediately. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 16, p. 22,949. The rebuilding of the party. September 1968, August 1971. During this time, the Communist Party had disintegrated, except in the army. The CPC editor had virtually disintegrated during the Cultural Revolution. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 24,698. Reorganization of the Communist Party. Began in September 1968, local branches being established first. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 24,698. And the pattern of military predominance was dutifully applied to the party committees germinating in the provinces. Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. p. 462. At the provincial level. Party authority gradually slipped into the hands of the local PLA leaders. Liao Guangsheng, Factional Politics After the Cultural Revolution. The Gang of Four and Old Revolutionaries, hereafter listed as Liao Guangsheng, 1977, in Steve S. K. Chin, ed., The Gang of Four, First Essays After the Fall, Hong Kong, 1977, p. 124. While the Red Guards ended up with derisory treatment. Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. p. 458. In almost all provinces, the post of First Party Secretary was assumed by the chairman of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, who in most cases was an army officer or political commissar, whilst the majority of the assistant secretaries were also officers or political commissars. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 24,698. The last of the new party committees were finally established in late August 1971. Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. p. 463. The 12th Plenum of the 8th CC, October 1968. The 12th Plenum of the 8th CC of the CPC was held in October 1968. Like the 11th Plenum in August 1966, it was a rump session. Only 54 full members of the Central Committee attended the meeting, representing a bare quorum of the surviving members of the body. Furthermore, like its predecessor, the 12th Plenum was packed with people who were not Central Committee members. The extra participants were members of the Cultural Revolution Group, representatives of the Provincial Revolutionary Committees, and principal responsible comrades of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. Harry Harding, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 193-94. The plenum announced that Liu Shaoqi was being dismissed from all his government and party positions, and was being expelled from the party once and for all. Harry Harding, 1991, Ibid. p. 194. As a renegade, traitor and scab hiding in the party, as a lackey of imperialism and modern revisionism, and Kuomintang reactionaries. Resolution of 12th Plenum of 8th CC, CPC, October 1968, in Harry Harding, 1991, Ibid. p. 194-95. However, that the victory of the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie in the Cultural Revolution was not complete or decisive was illustrated by the fact that, at the plenum, the Cultural Revolution Group's proposal that Deng Xiaoping be expelled from the party altogether, along with Liu Shaoqi, was rejected. Harry Harding, 1991, Ibid. p. 195. The 9th National Congress of the CPC, April 1969. The 9th National Congress of the CPC was held in April 1969, the first such conference to be held in more than a decade. Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. Semi-Colon p. 454. It was held in conditions of strict secrecy, no journalists or foreign observers being admitted. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 17, p. 23,377. And no foreign parties were invited to send delegations. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 17, p. 23,379. Delegates to the Congress were appointed by the central authorities after negotiation with the provinces. Harry Harding, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 193. Reporting on the Cultural Revolution, Lin Piao declared that it had achieved a great victory. Lin Piao, Report on the Cultural Revolution, 9th National Congress CPC, April 1969, in Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. p. 405. Although admitting that, we cannot speak of final victory. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 17, p. 23,377. As has been said, the PLA emerged as the single most powerful institution in China at the 9th Congress. Frederick C. Taizé and Warren Sun, Op. Cit. p. 127. The Congress adopted a new party constitution, replacing that of 1956. It declared, "The Communist Party of China takes Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's thought as the theoretical basis guiding its thinking." Mao Zedong's thought is Marxism-Leninism of the era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing to worldwide victory. Constitution of CPC adopted at 9th National Congress, April 1969, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 17, p. 23,378, and laid down that Comrade Lin Piao is Comrade Mao Zedong's close comrade in arms and successor. Constitution of CPC adopted at 9th National Congress, April 1969, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 17, p. 23,378. A new Central Committee was elected, to which only 54 out of the 167 members of the previous Central Committee were re-elected. Harry Harding, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 197. It was overwhelmingly weighted in favor of army officers and party cadres who had survived the Cultural Revolution. Stanley Carnot, Op. Cit. p. 458. At its first plenum the new Central Committee elected a Politburo, and its Standing Committee with Mao as chairman, Lin Piao as deputy chairman, Chen Po-ta, Chu Enlai and Kang Sheng. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 17, p. 23,378. While new members of the Politburo included Ye Hun, Lin Piao's wife, ed. Chiang Ching, Chu Te, Chiang Hun Chiao, Yao Wen Yuan. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 17, p. 23,378. Conclusion with the 9th Congress of the CPC in April 1969. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution effectively, although not officially, came to an end. The Cultural Revolution, whilst virtually destroying the Communist Party organization, greatly strengthened the political role of the army, which largely controlled the provincial revolutionary committees and many ministries and economic enterprises. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. It left the comprador bourgeois grouping within the party, headed by Mao Zedong, in the dominant position and the national bourgeois grouping, headed by Liu Shaochi, in a greatly, although not fatally, weakened position. Chapter 16. The Lin Piao Affair, September 1971, August 1973. Introduction. As we have seen, the Cultural Revolution was basically a struggle for power between the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie and those of the national bourgeoisie of China. But as the Cultural Revolution drew to a close, a latent conflict of interest was becoming manifest within the Chinese comprador bourgeoisie, between that section linked to United States imperialism and that section linked to Soviet imperialism. This contradiction was reflected in contradictions within the Communist Party of China between the grouping representing the political interests of the pro-US compradors, headed by Mao Zedong, and the grouping representing the political interests of the pro-Soviet compradors, headed by Lin Piao. According to the biographer of Mao's wife, Chiang Ching, even before the lines of Cultural Revolution began to be drawn in 1965, the chairman was a foe of Lin Piao. Contradictions between them were already evident. Roxanne Wick, Op. Cit. p. 311. And Chiang Ching herself told Wick that, during the Cultural Revolution, the Lin Piao clique commissioned two groups of people to search for materials that could be used against her in the power struggle. Roxanne Wick, Ibid, p. 59. Furthermore, having been called upon to intervene in the Cultural Revolution, the People's Liberation Army emerged from it with greatly increased power. During the Cultural Revolution, the power of the army grew to unprecedented proportions as the PLA was called on to intervene to impose military control. Later, in the reorganized party committees, the military continued to play the dominant organizational role. Cao Yingmao and Pierre M. Perol, The Politics of Lin Piao's Abortive Military Coup, in Asian Survey, Volume 14, No. 6, June 1974, p. 560. The Rift Within the Party, 1970-71. The contradiction between the two comprador bourgeois groupings within the party showed itself particularly in disagreements inside the party leadership over foreign policy. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. Fiercely, in September 1970 the pro-US faction pressed for a fourth five-year plan which involved a massive program for the mechanization of agriculture. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. To be financed by reducing expenditure on the armed forces. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. This reduction to be made possible by bringing about a détente with the United States. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. The pro-Soviet faction of the party, headed by Lin Piao, naturally opposed the policy of détente with the United States. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. Secondly, in December 1970 a movement began for the revival of the provincial party committees. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. A movement strongly opposed by Marshal Lin and a section of the army leadership. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. Since it threatened the army's political ascendancy. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,437. Mao himself is on record as telling French Foreign Minister Maurice Schumann and Sri Lankan Prime Minister Sirumavo Bandaranaike that Lin broke ranks with the leadership on a number of domestic and foreign issues, including the decision to seek a normalization of relations with the United States. New York Times, July 28, 1972, p. 2, and that another policy opposed by Mr. Lin was the move to rebuild the Communist Party apparatus, which had been shattered by the Cultural Revolution. New York Times, July 28, 1972, p. 2. Thus, by the beginning of 1971, a certain ambiguity became apparent. In the Chinese attitude towards the United States. While violent opposition to American intervention in Asia continued to be voiced, Edgar Snow and several other Western mediators were sounding out Washington's readiness to establish a dialogue. Jaap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 244. In initiating these approaches to the U.S. imperialists, the grouping headed by Mao was supported by Chu Enlai, though Lin Piao remained opposed to it. Jaap van Ginneken, Ibid. p. 244. The more radical faction in China, led by Lin Piao, vigorously opposed the prospect of détente. Michael Schaller, The United States and China in the 20th Century, Oxford, 1990, p. 185. This opposition to rapprochement with U.S. imperialism was denounced by its supporters as ultraleftism. Dennis Woodward, Political Power and Gun Barrels, The Role of the P.L.A. in Bill Brugger, ed. Op. Cit. p. 88. The Second Plenum of the 9th CC, August, September 1970, at the Second Plenum of the 9th Central Committee, held at Lushan in August, September 970, the struggle between the two main current groupings within the party, between that representing the interests of the pro-American compradors and that representing the interests of the pro-Soviet compradors, emerged into the open. The plenum was a particularly lengthy one. Jaap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 206. Lin Piao and his supporters were reported to have been responsible for having the original agenda of the session amended in such a way that Chen Po-ta could place the question of the presidency on the new agenda. Jaap van Ginneken, Ibid. p. 217. The state presidency having remained vacant. Since Liu Shaoqi was removed from it during the Cultural Revolution. Dennis Woodward, Op. Cit. p. 80. At the plenum, a movement developed. To solve the problem of the presidency immediately, by pressing Mao to accept. Chen Po-ta delivered a seemingly unprepared speech on the subject of the presidency. He then proposed spontaneously to nominate Mao as president. Jaap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 215. The proposal was accompanied by criticism of those, particularly Chu Enlai, who were alleged to have deleted from the draft state constitution the position of state chairman and a provision extolling Mao as a genius. The surprise attack contained in speeches by Lin Piao, Chen Po-ta and other top military leaders was directed at those, Chu Enlai in particular, who, in drawing up the new state constitution, had deleted the post of chairman and a provision extolling the genius of Mao Zedong. Philip Bridgham, The Fall of Lin Piao, hereafter listed as Philip Bridgham, 1973, in China Quarterly, No. 55, July, September 1973, p. 434-35. But the maneuver backfired when Mao rejected both the proposal for a state chairman, and the view of genius which Lin and Chen had propounded in their speeches. Philip Bridgham, 1973, Ibid. p. 435. As Mao insisted later, I don't want to be state chairman. I have said this 6 times already. Mao Zedong. Summary of Chairman Mao's talks with responsible comrades at various places during his provincial tour, August, September 1971, in Stuart Schramm, ed. 1975, Op. Cit. p. 294-95. The real aim of the maneuver, however, was to nominate Lin Piao to the vacant post after Mao had once again declined nomination. Lin, through his supporters, attempted to reappoint Mao to the position of chairman, president, ed. of the People's Republic. Lin's supporters, led by Chen Po-ta, knowing that Mao would decline the position, hoped that by this tactic, Lin would be appointed to the revived post. Dennis Woodward, Op. Cit. p. 80. If this maneuver had been successful, Lin would have come to hold the influential post of state president, while he would also have become party chairman in the event of Mao's death, while still remaining commander-in-chief of the army. Jaap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 215-16. But Mao saw through the maneuver as a hypocritical attempt to organize a coup d'état. At the 1970 Lushan conference they made a surprise attack and carried out underground activity. They caused trouble. For 2 days and a half. This kind of behavior shows that they had some aim in mind. Their program was to appoint a state chairman, and to extol genius. A certain person was anxious to become state chairman, to split the party and to seize power. I am no genius. I wrote some opinions which specially criticizes the genius theory. We should not appoint a state chairman. Chen Po Ta. Gave the appearance of meaning to establish my prestige. But when you get to the bottom of it, he really meant himself. Mao Zedong. Summary of Chairman Mao's talks with responsible comrades at various places during his provincial tour, August, September 1971, in Stuart Schramm, ed. 1975, Op. Cit. p. 292, 293, 294-95. Later, at the 10th National Congress of the CPC in August 1973, Chu Enlai characterized the events at the second plenum bluntly as an aborted coup. Lin Piao. Went further to start a coup d'état, which was aborted, at the second plenary session of the 9th Central Committee in August 1970. Chu Enlai, report to the 10th National Congress of the CPC, August 1973, in the 10th National Congress of the CPC, Documents, Peking, 1973, p. 5-6. As a result, at the plenum, Chen Po Ta had to face a full-scale attack. His whole political career was closely examined, bringing reproaches of ultra-left deviationism. He was finally deposed. From his position as a member of the Standing Committee and, obviously, from the position of propaganda chief. Jaap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 216. Significantly, it was Lin Piao who resisted Chen's dismissal longest. Jaap van Ginneken, Ibid. p. 217. The moves to weaken Lin Piao's base of support, September 1970, January 1971, with the conclusion of the second plenum, the pro-US comprador grouping of the party was determined to undermine Lin's power base so as to stall off an attempt to seize power. Wu Jianwei, Lin Piao and the Gang of Four, Contra-Confucianism in Historical and Intellectual Perspective, Carbondale, USA, 1983, p. 17. Immediately following the second plenum, Chen Po Ta was taken into custody in September 1970. Wu Jianwei, Ibid. p. 17. And a campaign to criticize Chen Po Ta and to oppose idealism and metaphysics followed immediately after the end of the plenum. Dennis Woodward, Op. Cit. p. 80. However, because of Lin Piao's wider and stronger power base, Mao was compelled to resort to indirect tactics to undermine Lin's base of power in the army. Philip Bridgham, 1973, Op. Cit. p. 435. Justifying these tactics by the need for unity, we have shielded Vice Chairman Lin and have not drawn conclusions concerning an individual. We still want to protect Lin, no matter who it is who has made mistakes. It is not a good thing to forget unity. Mao Zedong. Summary of Chairman Mao's talks with responsible comrades at various places during his provincial tour, August, September 1972, in Stuart Schramm, ed. 1975, p. 294. Instead, the political representatives of the pro-US compradors took indirect steps to weaken the power base of Lin and his fellow conspirators. In the months following the plenum, moves were taken to undermine Lin Piao's base of support as a prelude to his eventual demotion or dismissal. These moves embraced the launching of a campaign to criticize Chen Po Ta and to oppose arrogance and conceit within the PLA. In January 1971, the Peking military region was thoroughly reorganized. Dennis Woodward, Op. Cit. p. 80. And at an enlarged Politburo conference at Piataiho in December 1970, Lin's closest supporters, who had championed his cause at the second plenum, were criticized. Dennis Woodward, Op. Cit. p. 80. The plan for a coup, March 1971. Following their setback at the second plenum in August, September 1970, in March 1971, according to Chu Enlai's report to the 10th National Congress of the CPC in August 1973, Lin Piao, together with his wife Ye Hun and his son Lin Kikuo, who was Deputy Director of Operations of the Air Force, drew up the plan for an armed Coup d'état entitled Outline of Project 571. Chun. Report to the 10th National Congress of the CPC, August 1973, in the 10th National Congress of the CPC, Documents, Op. Cit. p. 6. Project 571, envisaged a military coup based on Air Force and Army support, Soviet pressure on the frontier, the arrest of Chairman Mao. And the murder of the conspirators' other opponents in the party leadership. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,635. A leading Chinese official told Scandinavian journalists in November 1972 that Marshal Lin had offered to cede large areas of Chinese territory to the Soviet Union in return for its support. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,635. In July 1972, Mao confirmed to French Foreign Minister Maurice Schumann and Sri Lankan Prime Minister Sirumavo Bandaranaike that Mr. Lin had plotted to assassinate him as part of a conspiracy aimed at replacing the civilian leadership of China with a military dictatorship. Mao Zedong, Statement of July 1972, in New York Times, July 28, 1972, p. 1. By bombing his train while he was on an inspection tour, Lin had arranged to blow up the train somewhere north of Nanking. Wilfred Burchett, Lin Piao's Plot, The Full Story, in Far Eastern Economic Review, Volume 81, Number 33, August 20, 1973, p. 23. Lin Piao's Flight, September 1971. However, Lin Tutu, daughter of Lin Piao, reported the situation to the Premier, Chu Enlai, ed., in time, which led to the foiling of her father's monstrous conspiracy. Top secret communique of CPC concerning Lin Piao's 1 September 12 anti-party incident, September 1971, in Michael Y.M. Cow, ed., The Lin Piao Affair, Power Politics and Military Coup, White Plains, USA, 1975, p. 70. During the 3 days 13 September 15, 1971, all internal air flights were halted. The Air Force remained almost completely grounded for some time. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,438, while the preparations for the annual mass procession on 1st of October were cancelled. Jaap van Ginneken, Ibid, p. 20. In addition, a number of high-ranking Army and Air Force officers were arrested, while, during the following months, the number of arrests began to run into hundreds. Jaap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 283. At the end of September 1971, the government of the People's Republic of Mongolia issued a statement declaring that, during the night of September 13 a jet aircraft belonging to the Chinese People's Republic violated the airspace of the Mongolian People's Republic. Crashed. The semi-carbonized bodies of 9 persons, a firearm, documents and equipment proving that the aircraft belonged to the Chinese Air Force were found on the scene of the catastrophe. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25,438. In December 1971, public attacks on Lin Piao began to appear in the Chinese press, in the innuendo of Liu Shaoqi and his kind of swindler. Wu Jianwei, Op. Cit. p. 20. But not until the summer of 1972 was any official Chinese statement made on these events. In July 1972, as has been said, Mao Zedong told French Foreign Minister Maurice Schumann and Sri Lankan Prime Minister Sirumavo Bandaranaike that Mr. Lin had plotted to assassinate him as part of a conspiracy aimed at replacing the civilian leadership of China with a military dictatorship. When the plot failed, he, Lin, ed., and certain of his followers commandeered a plane and tried to escape to the Soviet Union. The plane crashed and they were killed. New York Times, July 28, 1972, p. 1, 2. In July 1972, the Chinese embassy in Algiers officially confirmed that Mr. Lin had died in a plane crash in Mongolia. While fleeing to the Soviet Union. New York Times, July 29, 1972, p. 7. An ad hoc investigation committee was set up by the Central Committee of the CPC, to conduct the investigation into the Lin Piao Chenpo anti-party clique. Resolution of CC of the CDC concerning the Lin Chan anti-party clique, 1971, in Michael Y.M. Cow, ed., Op. Cit. p. 74. The Moves for Rapprochement with U.S. Imperialism, 1970-76. After the setback received by the political representatives of the pro-Soviet compradors, headed by Lin Piao, at the Lushan plenum in August, September 1979, and particularly after the frustration of Lin Piao's attempted coup in September 1971, moves towards a Sino-US rapprochement developed quickly. In November 1970, American proposals for improving relations between the USA and China were conveyed to Mr. Chu Enlai. by the Romanian government. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25437. And in December 1970, Chairman Mao told the American journalist Mr. Edgar Snow that he would like to meet President Nixon, and that it would be made clear in the coming months that it was not the army which wielded power in China. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 25437. In April 1971, after a 6-year absence from international competitions, the People's Republic of China competed in the World Table Tennis Championships. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 24645. And, when the American table tennis players arrived in Peking, the group received VIP treatment. They were received personally by Chu Enlai, Yap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 244, who told them, "Your visit to China on invitation has opened the door to friendly contacts between the people of the two countries." Chu Enlai, Statement to Visiting U.S. Table Tennis Team, April 1971, in Yap van Ginneken, Ibid. p. 244. In July 1971, following a secret visit to China by U.S. diplomat Henry Kissinger, the People's Daily announced, knowing of President Nixon's expressed desire to visit the People's Republic of China, Premier Chu Enlai has extended an invitation to President Nixon to visit China. Yap van Ginneken, Ibid. p. 250, citing People's Daily, 15 July 1971. In August 1971, U.S. Secretary of State William Rogers announced that the United States would support the admission of the People's Republic of China to the United Nations. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 18, p. 24765. In February 1972, U.S. President Richard Nixon and a large entourage landed in Peking. Premier Chu Enlai headed the welcoming party, and Nixon was received by Mao Zedong the same day. At dinner, Nixon said, "Let us start a long march together." Richard Nixon, Speech at Peking Dinner, February 1972, in Yap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 295. In November 1972, on Nixon's orders, the 22-year-old restrictions on travel to China by U.S. ships and aircraft were lifted. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 19, p. 25684. In February 1973, Dr. Henry Kissinger, Nixon's special assistant for national security affairs, arrived in Peking for a 5-day visit, during which the two countries agreed to establish a liaison office in each other's capitals. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 19, p. 25837. In November 1973, Dr. Henry Kissinger, now U.S. Secretary of State, made a 5-day visit to Peking. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 20, p. 26316. In August 1975, American columnist Jack Henderson reported that Chairman Mao Zedong had invited him, Nixon, ed., to visit China. New York Times, August 14, 1975, p. 19. In December 1975, U.S. President Gerald Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger visited Peking. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27557. Sino-U.S. rapprochement in World Affairs, 1971-76. The rapprochement between the U.S. and the PRC was reflected in the latter throwing off its false anti-imperialist mask in international affairs. This was seen in Chinese support for the strengthening of NATO. The Communist Chinese leadership promoted the strengthening of the NATO alliance. A. James Gregor, The China Connection, U.S. Policy in the People's Republic of China, Stanford, USA, 1986, p. 90. In Chinese support for German reunification and West European integration, China is the world's most consistent advocate of German reunification and West European integration. Economist, Volume 257, number 6898, November 8, 1975, p. 59. In Chinese support for the U.S.-Japanese Security Treaty. After 1972, Peking ceased its criticism of the U.S.-Japan Mutual Security Treaty. The Communist Chinese leadership actively encouraged the security relationship between Tokyo and Washington. A. James Gregor, Op. Cit. p. 90. In declining Chinese support for genuine national liberation movements, with the termination of the war in Vietnam, Communist Chinese support for insurrectionary movements in Southeast Asia rapidly declined. A. James Gregor, Ibid. p. 90. By 1975, the PRC had become a champion of stability in the Persian Gulf region. It had gradually disassociated itself from the national liberation movements in the region. A. James Gregor, Ibid. p. 91. In Chinese support for semi-colonies of imperialist powers, such as Imperial Iran, Pakistan, Zaire, Fascist Chile and the Philippines. In January 1971, the Chinese government declared, "The government of People's Republic of China firmly supports the imperial government of Iran in its just struggle to safeguard national independence and state sovereignty." Peking Review, Volume 14, Number 34, August 20, 1971, p. 4. After the proclamation of Bangladesh as an independent nation, China refused to recognize it as it had affected the integrity of Pakistan. China opposed the consideration of Bangladesh's application for UN membership. China offered so much aid to Pakistan that the latter occupied the first place on the list of recipients of Chinese economic aid. From 1965 to 1973, Pakistan received from China $445.7 million of economic aid. R. S. Chauvin, Chinese Foreign Policy, The Chu Enlai Era, New Delhi, 1979, p. 85-86. During a visit to China in January 1973 by President Sisi Mobutu of Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, at the invitation of the Chinese government, Premier Chu Enlai declared, "The Chinese government supports the just positions of the government of Zaire." Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 19, p. 25,751, and offered Zaire a big loan of $115 millions. R. S. Chauvin, Op. Cit. p. 198. In October 1973, the Chinese government informed the ambassador of the Chilean military junta that she no longer recognized him as Santiago's representative, in a move viewed in diplomatic circles as de facto recognition of the new Chilean military junta. New York Times, October 12, 1973, p. 3. In June 1975, at a banquet in honor of visiting Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos, Chinese Deputy Premier Tang Xiaoping praised the Philippine government's unremitting efforts to safeguard national independence and defend state sovereignty. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 27,334. In his reply, Marcos described the People's Republic of China as the natural leader of the Third World. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 27,334. The growing Sino-US rapprochement was also seen in Chinese support for spurious national liberation movements backed by imperialist powers. In the 1970s, the New York Times reported that the U.S.-backed National Union for the Total Liberation of Angola, UNITA, led by Jonas Savimbi, is supported by China and Zaire. New York Times, July 12, 1975, p. 3. And that UNITA had acquired Mirage jets, a French-made aircraft, and Chinese pilots to fly the planes. New York Times, August 24, 1975, p. 2. The 10th National Congress of the CPC, August 1973. In his report to the 10th National Congress of the CPC, held in August 1973, Chu Enlai declared that, "The shattering of the Lin Piao anti-party clique is our party's greatest victory since the 9th Congress." A movement to criticize Lin Piao and rectify style of work has been launched throughout the country. Chu Enlai, report to the 10th National Congress of the CPC, August 1973, in the 10th National Congress of the CPC, Documents, Op. Cit. p. 6-7. And the press communique issued by the Congress reported, "The Congress indignantly denounced the Lin Piao anti-party clique for its crimes." All the delegates firmly supported this resolution. Expel Lin Piao, the bourgeois careerist, conspirator, counter-revolutionary double-dealer, renegade and traitor, from the party once and for all. Expel Chen Po-ta, principal member of the Lin Piao anti-party clique, anti-communist Kuomintang element, Trotskyite, renegade, enemy agent and revisionist, from the party once and for all, and dismiss him from all posts. Press communique of the 10th National Congress of the CPC, August 1973, in the 10th National Congress of the CPC, Documents, Ibid, p. 92. The new party constitution adopted at the Congress did not vary greatly from the statutes adopted at the previous Congress. Jaap van Ginneken, Op. Cit. p. 304. Except that, the paragraph concerning Lin Piao was completely deleted. Wang Hongwen, Report on the Revision of the Party Constitution, August 1973, in the 10th National Congress of the CPC, Documents, Op. Cit. p. 43. The new Central Committee elected at the Congress mirrored the decline in military representation in the Chinese leadership towards pre-Cultural Revolution levels. Dennis Woodward, Political Power in Gun Barrels, The Role of the P.L.A. in Bill Brugger, ed. Op. Cit. p. 92. The Fourth National People's Congress, January 1975. The Fourth National People's Congress met in January 1975, For the first time in 10 years, the failure to reconvene had been generally attributed to the political upheaval caused by the Cultural Revolution. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26965. The Congress took place in complete secrecy. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26965. It adopted a new constitution from which the post of chairman, President of the Republic was abolished. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26966. And appointed a new state council, cabinet, headed by Chu Enlai as prime minister. The army was not strongly represented in the new government, there being only one military officer among the 12 deputy premiers. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26969. Chapter 17, The Resurgence of the National Bourgeoisie, April 1973, March 1976. Introduction. Engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the political representatives of the pro-Soviet comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Lin Piao, one section of the political representatives of the pro-American comprador bourgeoisie, that headed by Chu Enlai, sought a working alliance with the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, now headed by Deng Xiaoping. Chu asserted himself strongly in 1972. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 192. In these circumstances, the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie were able to recover some of the positions they had lost during the Cultural Revolution. Since Chu brought back into office many people who had been disgraced between 1966 and 1969. Richard Evans, Ibid. p. 192. The Resurgence of the Political Representatives of the National Bourgeoisie, November 1971, Autumn 1975. After the Lin Piao Affair, Deng Xiaoping wrote twice to Mao, in November 1971 and August 1972, asking to be allowed to work once more for the party and nation. Roderick McFarquhar, the successor to Mao and the end of Maoism, hereafter listed as Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, in Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbank, eds. 1991, Op. Cit. p. 338. In April 1973, Deng Xiaoping returned to public life. With his former title as a deputy premier, and was elected to the Communist Party Central Committee. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 20, p. 26786. At the 10th Congress of the CPC in August 1973. As has been said, the National People's Congress in January 1973 approved. A new state council, headed by Mr. Chu Enlai. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26968. As prime minister, and with only one military officer, among the 12 deputy premiers. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26969. The new government included representatives of different political tendencies. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26969. Only one deputy premier, Chang Hunqiao, was associated with the Shanghai Group. None of the other members of this group, Mr. Wang Hongwen, Madame Chiang Ching and Mr. Yao Wenyuan, received a ministerial post. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26969. From January 1974 onwards, Deng Xiaoping played an increasingly prominent role in public life. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 20, p. 26786. In April 1974, for example, he led the Chinese delegation to the special session of the UN General Assembly on Raw Materials and Development. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 20, p. 26786. In January 1975, Tang was appointed Chief of Staff. The post of Chief of Staff had been vacant since 1971, when General Huang Yongsheng disappeared from the political scene at the same time as Marshal Lin Piao. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26969. The second plenum of the 10th CC, in January 1975, elected Mr. Deng Xiaoping as one of its vice-chairmen and as a member of the Standing Committee of its Political Bureau. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 21, p. 26965. And in February 1975, Deng Xiaoping was appointed a vice-chairman of the Communist Party's Military Affairs Commission. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27668. By these appointments, Deng assumed day-to-day control of both party and government. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 351. Furthermore, During the summer and autumn of 1975, a large number of political leaders who had been denounced as revisionists during the Cultural Revolution were rehabilitated. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27669. For example, in July 1975, General Lo Jui-ching, a former Army Chief of Staff, made his first public appearance for 10 years. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27669. The Anti-Confucius Campaign, January 1974. Chu Enlai's policy of promoting a working alliance with the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie met with strong opposition from former activists of the Cultural Revolution period. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27669. And they prepared to denounce their most formidable opponent, Premier Chu Enlai himself. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit.semi-p. 343. In January 1974 a campaign was initiated under the slogan, Criticize Lin, Criticize Confucius. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 20, p. 26785. The group around Mao strove to transform this campaign into a political campaign to destroy the authority and reputation of Chu Enlai. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 193. Under cover of the campaign to resist the teachings of Confucius, the Gang of Four became more and more audacious in saying things that could only have been meant to apply to Chu Enlai. Dick Wilson, Chu, The Story of Chu Enlai, 1898-1976, London, 1984, p. 286. Organized by Chiang Ching and Wang Hongwen, teams of writers from Peking's two best-known universities, Peking University and Tsinghua, wrote articles to criticize Confucius and the Duke of Chu, a ruler of the 12th century BC whom Confucius had held up as a model. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 195. In August 1974, The People's Daily published an article which quoted Confucius as saying, "Revive states that have been extinguished, restore families whose line of succession has been broken, and call to office those who have retired to obscurity." This was an oblique but unmistakable critique of Chu's rehabilitation of senior cadres, particularly clear to those who knew that the passage referred to the actions of Chu's namesake, the great statesman of the 12th century BC, the Duke of Chu. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 345. Chapter 18, The First Tiananmen Square Incident, September 1975, March 1976. The Three Directives, September 1975. In September 1975, Deng Xiaoping, on behalf of the national bourgeoisie, launched a campaign in support of three directives which he attributed to Mao Zedong, namely, to study the theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, to combat and prevent revisionism, to promote stability and unity, and to boost the national economy. Deng Xiaoping, speech of September 1975, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27670. The New Campaign Against Unrepentant Capitalist Rulers, January 1976. In January 1976, a New Year editorial in People's Daily, Red Flag and Liberation Army Daily cited a new directive attributed to Mao Zedong. Class struggle is the key link, and everything else hinges on it. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27671. This slogan constituted a repudiation of the three-point directive popularized by Mr. Deng Xiaoping. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27671, and initiated a violent campaign against unrepentant capitalist rulers, and in particular against Mr. Tang. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27667. The Death of Chu Enlai, January 1975. On January 8, 1976, Chu Enlai died. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27589. On January 15, 1975, Tang delivered the official eulogy at Mr. Chu Enlai's funeral. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27672. Chu's death resulted in a direct confrontation between the two factions over the choice of his successor. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27667. The appointment of Hua Kuofeng as premier, February 1976. On February 3, 1976, the Politburo of the CC of the CPC issued a directive. Naming Hua Kuofeng, ed., as acting premier. Wang Ting, Chairman Hua, leader of the Chinese Communists, London, 1980. p. 101. Hua's nomination took place because the political representatives of the pro-US compradors, the grouping around Chiang Ching, refused to serve under Mr. Tang. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27671. Hua Kuo-feng was widely regarded as politically neutral in terms of the two major factional groupings within the elite. In Peking he successfully steered a course between the rival factions and could not be clearly identified with either. The image he presented was that of the diligent, moderate, modest and loyal follower of Mao. John Gardner, Chinese Politics and the Succession to Mao, London, 1982, p. 119. In other words, he was a compromise candidate. New Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 16, Chicago, 1994, p. 152-53. Who was acceptable to the veterans, the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, ed., and posed no direct threat to the Gang of Four, the political representatives of the pro-US compradors, ed. Liao Guangsheng, Factional Politics After the Cultural Revolution, the Gang of Four and Old Revolutionaries, hereafter listed as Liao Guangsheng, 1977, in Steve S. K. Chun, ed., The Gang of Four, First Essays After the Fall, Hong Kong, 1977, p. 137. Who, although a firm Maoist, was not linked with the grouping around Chiang Ching, now becoming widely known as the Gang of Four. He was, in fact, the only member of the Politburo Standing Committee who was neither a member of the gang nor a supporter of Tang's. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 207. Already in the autumn of 1975, Chiang Ching had begun sniping at the timidity with which the rising Hua Kuo-feng sought to pursue their shared goals. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 360. And after his appointment as acting premier, the gang stepped up their campaign against him. Hua, ed. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 360. The first Tiananmen Square incident, April 1976. At the beginning of April 1976, people began to place wreaths, posters and poems in memory of Mr. Chu Enlai on the monument to the people's heroes in Tiananmen Square. In preparation for Qingming, the festival when the Chinese honor the dead. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27805. Column after column, dozens of units, thousands of people, marched to the square to place their wreaths, declaim their tributes, and read those of others. On the festival day, 4th of April, 1976 ed., a Sunday holiday, an estimated 2 million people visited the square. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 361. However, the demonstrations were regarded as a display of popular support for Mr. Deng Xiaoping, who was under attack as a capitalist roader. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27805. Indeed, the slogans used during these demonstrations gave clear indications of the thrust of the movement. Down with the Empress Dowager. Down with Indira Gandhi. Both directed against Chiang Ching. Tang Xiaoping shall direct the work of the party center. Jurgen Domes The Gang of Four and Hua Kuo-feng, Analysis of Political Events in 1975-76, hereafter listed as Jurgen Domes, 1977, in China Quarterly, No. 71, September 1977, p. 490. On the morning of 5th of April, when the crowds returned to examine the wreaths, they found that they had all been removed during the night, whereupon rioting broke out which continued throughout the day. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27,805. When the crowds refused to disperse, militia contingents, numbering tens of thousands, were sent in. In the ensuing action, heavy casualties were inflicted on both the demonstrators and innocent bystanders. Wang Ting, Op. Cit. p. 105. The media controlled by Gang of Four denounced the demonstrations as counter-revolutionary in nature. Jurgen Domes, 1977, Op. Cit. p. 490, citing New China News Agency, April 7, 1976, and singled out Tang as the chief culprit of the Tiananmen incident. Wang Ting, Op. Cit. p. 10. On April 7, 1976, the Politburo of the CPC, on the proposal of our great leader Chairman Mao, Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27,806, confirmed the appointment of Hua Kuo-feng as first vice chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27,806. Another resolution, also made, on the proposal of our great leader Chairman Mao. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27,806, dismissed Mr. Tang from all his government and party posts. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 27,805. In other words, the comprador bourgeois political grouping were able to use the demonstrations as a pretext for securing the dismissal of Tang Xiaoping from his positions in the party, state and army. But they were still not able to obtain any promotions for themselves. Instead, the chief beneficiary of the Tiananmen incident was Hua Kuofeng, Harry Harding, China's Second Revolution, Reform after Mao, hereafter listed as Harry Harding, 1987, Washington, 1987, p. 51. Chapter 19, The Coup Against the Gang of Four, September to December 1976. The death of Mao Zedong, September 1976. On September 9, 1976, Mao Zedong died. Among the foreign tributes, U.S. President Gerald Ford described him as a man who had a vision and imagination to open the door so the United States and the People's Republic of China could do things in a new era. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 28,054, from 11 to 17 September, Mao's body lay in state. In the Great Hall of the People in Peking. The mourning period ended on September 18 with a mass meeting in Tiananmen Square, where the Prime Minister Mr. Hua Kuofeng delivered the funeral oration. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 28,053. In October 1976, it was announced that Mao's body would be preserved and displayed in a crystal sarcophagus in a mausoleum to be constructed in Peking. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 22, p. 28,054. The exacerbation of the intra-party struggle, October 1976, Mao's death, brought to a head the conflict. Inside the Chinese Communist Party. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,205. After Mao's death, the gang stepped up their campaign against him. Hua Kuofeng ed. Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbank, eds. The Cambridge History of China, Volume 15, The People's Republic, Part 2. Revolutions within the Chinese Revolution, 1966–1982, Cambridge, 1991, p. 360. They made it quite clear that they were not prepared to accept Hua as Mao's successor. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 215, and demanded that Chiang Ching should become chairman. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 216. Indeed, from 12 September, the gang promoted a write-in campaign to pressure the Politburo to appoint Chiang Ching chairman in Mao's place. Pictures published on the occasion of the obsequies for the late chairman were designed to accustom the public to the idea of Chiang Ching emerging as his successor. Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbank, eds. The Cambridge History of China, Volume 15, The People's Republic, Part 2. Revolutions within the Chinese Revolution, 1966–1982, Cambridge, 1991, p. 368. These developments caused the comprador bourgeois grouping around Hua Kuofeng to come round to the view that only there, the groupings around Chiang Ching, ed. Arrest could stop them from continuing to fight for total political power. Richard Evans, Ibid. p. 216. Thus, the grouping around Hua entered into a temporary tactical alliance with the national bourgeois grouping headed by Deng Xiaoping to achieve the aim of liquidating the grouping headed by Chiang Ching. The plan formulated by this alliance provided for a limited purge of the Politburo under the direction of its senior member, Hua, and with the backing of a majority within it. It guaranteed that the army remained united and available to act against the militia units which supporters of the gang had been arming in Shanghai and a few other large cities. Richard Evans, Ibid. p. 216. Aware of the moves to stage a coup against her, Chiang Ching tried unsuccessfully to seize power with the help of 3 members of the CPC's Politburo. The Europa World Yearbook, 1997, Volume 1, London, 1997, p. 858. But in comparison with the leaders of the other groupings, the backgrounds of the Gang of Four were both narrow and shallow. By narrow I mean that their career experience had been highly specialized, giving them a potential political base in only one functional area, that of culture and propaganda. The background experience of the four was for the most part confined to relatively few ranks of the bureaucratic hierarchy. Before 1966, they were relatively low-ranking officials, and not until the Cultural Revolution did they become nationally prominent, and not until the 9th Congress, in April 1969 ed., was their position at the summit of Chinese politics officially confirmed. Lowell Dittmer, The Backgrounds of the Gang of Four, in Steve S. K. Chin, ed., Op. CIT, p. 6. Indeed, the primary base of the Gang of Four was the chairman, Mao Zedong. In their primary reliance on the chairman as a base of support, the Four played a role similar to what historians of European court politics have termed the favorite, the royal advisor whose place in court depends on the favor of the crown. Lowell, Dittmer, Ibid, p. 7. In fact, by 1976, their relationship with Mao Zedong had become almost their only base of support. David D. G. Goodman, Op. CIT, p. 86. The appointment of Hua's party chairman, October 1976. On October 7, 1976, Hua Kuo-feng was elected chairman of the Communist Party and chairman of the party's Military Affairs Commission. In succession to Chairman Mao, apparently by the Politburo. As he retained the premiership and under the 1975 constitution the party chairman commands the armed forces, he thus acquired control of the party, the administration and the army, an accumulation of functions which even Chairman Mao had never held. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,206. The arrest of the Gang of Four, October 1976. The death of Mao in September 1976 removed the keystone of the narrow power structure of the Gang of Four and opened the door to a coup against them by a temporary alliance of the national bourgeois grouping within the party, headed by Deng Xiaoping, and the comprador bourgeois grouping headed by Hua Kuo-feng. And the narrower power base of the Gang of Four meant that this alliance was decidedly stronger than the gang. In the period preceding Mao's death, Deng moved about from place to place and actively encouraged those who visited him to make plans to overthrow the gang. Richard Evans, Op. CIT, p. 213. By mid-October 1976, Hua had won control over the press. Roxanne Witt, Op. CIT, p. 470. Final decisions to launch the coup against the Gang of Four were taken at a Politburo meeting, from which the gang were excluded and of which they remained in ignorance, held at a military headquarters on 5 October. Richard Evans, Op. CIT, p. 216. On the evening of October 6, 1976, Chang Hunqiao, Wang Hongwen and Yao Wenyuan were arrested by troops. Chiang Ching and Mao Yuanshan were arrested in their homes at about the same time. On October 9, 1976, Shanghai supporters of the Gang of Four mobilized 30,000 of the militia and issued them with arms and ammunition. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,207. Then, at a meeting of the Shanghai Party Committee on 12 October, some of the leadership proposed that the militia should occupy key positions and a general strike be called, but the meeting failed to agree on any action. Keesing's Contemporary Archives 1 Volume 23, p. 28,207. In Peking, there was some sporadic street fighting, but it ended in about a week. In other parts of the country, clashes between regular and militia units continued for over a year. Richard Evans, Ibid, p. 216. Posters denouncing the Gang of Four by name appeared on October 15 in Peking and Tsinghua universities. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,207. And, on October 21, 1976, 15 days after the event, widespread rumors that the gang had been arrested were officially confirmed. Richard Evans, Ibid, p. 218. The propaganda campaign against the Gang of Four was developed throughout November and December. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,208. The trial of the Gang of Four, however, did not begin until January 1981, nearly 5 years later, after the ground had been prepared to include the organizing of the Cultural Revolution among the crimes with which they could be charged. Chapter 20, The Second Resurgence of the National Bourgeois Grouping, October 1976. October 1987, introduction. Having utilized the comprador bourgeois grouping around Hua Kuo-feng to liquidate the Gang of Four, the national bourgeois grouping, headed by Deng Xiaoping, now embarked on a cunning strategy to liquidate the grouping around Hua. The long-term program of the grouping around Tang was, of course, to get the party to repudiate the Cultural Revolution, to substitute development for class warfare as the highest order of business, and to allow bold experiment. Richard Evans, Op. CIT, p. 228. Notably in the field of economic and foreign affairs. Naturally, as a representative of the pro-American comprador bourgeoisie, Hua Kuo-feng resisted Tang's program. Richard Evans, Ibid, p. 228. He had no intention of modifying either the revolutionary line or its underlying theory of continuing the revolution under the proletarian dictatorship that had been implemented in Mao's later years. Ron Ming, Wan Ming, Deng Xiaoping, Chronicle of an Empire, Boulder, USA. 1994, p. 18. And at this time Hua Kuo-feng commanded the leading role on the historical stage of China. Ron Ming, Wan Ming, Ibid, p. 41. The strategy of the grouping around Tang was, therefore, to work, in no matter what unprincipled way, to end the dominance of the party grouping headed by Hua Kuo-feng. Fiercely, by hypocritically pledging loyalty to Hua Kuo-feng and Mao Zedong thought in order to achieve rehabilitation by a party machinery dominated by the Hua grouping. Secondly, by forming a temporary working alliance, the so-called Democracy Wall movement, with elements which wished to establish forthwith parliamentary democracy in China against the party grouping headed by Hua Kuo-feng. Thirdly, by pretending to support the pro-American, anti-Soviet foreign policy of the grouping headed by Hua Kuo-feng. Fourthly, by working for a redefinition of Mao Zedong thought which would limit it to principles acceptable to the national bourgeois grouping of the party. And fifthly, by hypocritically supporting Hua's totally unrealistic economic program of 1978-79, known as the Great Leap Outward, so that its inevitable failure could be used as a weapon against the grouping around Hua. The campaign against the Gang of Four, October 1976, December 1977. In October 1976, posters denouncing the Gang of Four by name appeared in Peking and Tsinghua universities. The press meanwhile published a series of articles denouncing the Gang of Four without naming them. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,207. Throughout 1977, the propaganda campaign against the Gang of Four was developed. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,208, and resulted in changes in the leadership of many of the provincial communist parties, new first secretaries being appointed in 10 provinces. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,718. During late 1978 and the first half of 1978, mass meetings took place, at which supporters of the Gang of Four were denounced and in some cases arrested. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 24, p. 29,191. The two whatevers, October 1976, February 1977. On 10th of October 1976, only 4 days after the arrest of the Gang of Four, the party grouping around Hua decided to publish the complete works of Mao Zedong and Volume 5 of the selected works. For the second enterprise, Hua Kuo-feng himself wrote an article entitled Continue the Revolution Under the Dictatorship of the Proletariat to the End, a study of Volume 5 of the selected works of Mao Zedong. Ronming, Wanhing, Op. Cit. p. 18, citing Peking Review, May 6, 1977. In February 1977, the party grouping around Hua Kuo-feng proclaimed a principle of Maoist fundamentalism which crystallized their program and became known as the two whatevers, namely, whatever policies Chairman Mao decided, we shall resolutely defend. Whatever instructions he issued, we shall steadfastly obey. Hua Kuo-feng, Statement of Policy, February 1977, in Ronming, Wanming, Ibid, p. 20. The aim of the policy was to head off questioning of the actions of the later Mao. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 372. The Central Work Conference, March 1977. At a Central Work Conference in March 1977, Hua at first reaffirmed the two whatevers, repeated formulas from the Cultural Revolution, maintained that the Tiananmen incident was counter-revolutionary, and asserted that the campaign against Tang had been correct. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 373. Indeed, he denounced the demand for the return of Deng Xiaoping as equivalent to a call for the rehabilitation of the Gang of Four. Under cover of calling for the return of Deng Xiaoping, they want to rehabilitate the Gang of Four. Hua Kuo-feng, Speech at Central Work Conference, March 1977, in Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 22. However, under pressure from Tang's supporters, he later gave way. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 125. To some extent, telling the conference that Tang had nothing to do with the Tiananmen incident and that the Central Committee would give him an opportunity to work again. John Gardner, Ibid, p. 125. The rehabilitation of Deng Xiaoping, October 1976, December 1978. On October 10, 1976, only 4 days after the arrest of the Gang of Four, Tang wrote to Hua, praised him as a man of wisdom, and added that he put body and soul behind Hua Kuo-feng as leader of the party and nation. Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 40. This letter has never been released. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 374. But is known to have indicated Tang's willingness to support Hua Kuo-feng's continued leadership of the party. That could be why the letter was not included in Tang's selected works. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Ibid. p. 375. In January 1977, big character posters appeared which called for a reversal of the verdicts on the Tiananmen incident and the rehabilitation of Tang Xiaoping. Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 20. And in the same month, the propaganda campaign against Tang Xiaoping was officially ended. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28717. In a second letter to Hua in April 1977, Tang expressed, first of all, his joy and gratitude for Hua's proposals in March to the Central Committee. He next admitted that during his time at the State Council in 1975, he had committed mistakes and had willingly accepted instructions and criticism from Chairman Mao. Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 39. The way in which Tang's letters to Hua of October 1976 and April 1977 are covered in his selected works, the first is only referred to in the account of the second is incomplete, suggests that Tang himself feels that he has something to hide. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 239. Finally, in his April letter to Hua, Tang redefined Mao Zedong thought in terms which would make it acceptable to the national bourgeois grouping of the party, saying, "We should use genuine Mao Zedong thought taken as an integral whole, guiding our party, our army and our people." Tang Xiaoping, letter to Hua Kuomintang, April 1977, in The Two Whatevers Do Not Accord with Marxism, May 1977, in Selected Works, 1975-1982, Peking, 1984, p. 39, the Third Plenum of the 10th CC, July 1977. The tactics adopted by the group around Tang, despite their unprincipled character, enabled Tang Xiaoping to attend the 10th CC's Third Plenum, in July 1977, ed. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 375, where he paid hypocritical tributes to Hua's political wisdom, declaring that Hua Kuomintang possessed the historical attributes that made him worthy of his role as leader. Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 40. As a result, at the plenum Tang was reinstated in all his offices, party vice-chairman and member of the Politburo Standing Committee, vice-chairman of the MAC, Military Affairs Commission, ed. Vice-Premier, and PLA Chief of Staff. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 375. Thus, from July 1977, Tang was directly responsible for education, science and technology, military affairs and foreign affairs. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 225. At the plenum, Tang repeated his advocacy of an integrated view of Mao Zedong thought, but was discreet enough not to attack the two whatevers frontally at this time. Instead, he promoted an old slogan which was to become the essence of Tang Xiaoping's post-Mao policies: seek truth from facts. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 375. In addition, at the plenum, the Gang of Four were expelled from all posts both inside and outside the party and, for good measure, to their long list of crimes was added the accusation that they had feverishly attacked and fabricated accusations against Comrade Tang Xiaoping. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 125. The 11th National Congress of the CPC, August 1977. In August 1977, the 11th National Congress of the CPC was held in secret. Keesing's Contemporary Archivist, Volume 23, p. 28720. On the basis of the compromise cemented at the plenum. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 375. Between the groupings headed respectively by Hua Kuomintang and Tang Xiaoping, in a weaker position than at the Central Work Conference in March. Now, it was Hua's turn to be discreet, not reasserting the two whatevers, or repeating his estimation of the Tiananmen incident as counter-revolutionary. Instead, he opened with a long and effusive eulogy of the late chairman, went on to reaffirm the necessity for, and success of, the Cultural Revolution, the correctness of the line of the 10th Congress. And the need to persist with class struggle and continue the revolution under the proletarian dictatorship. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Ibid. p. 375. Presenting the report of the Central Committee, Hua alleged that the Gang of Four had colluded with the Lin Piao anti-party clique during the Cultural Revolution. After Mr. Chu Enlai's death, they had brought false charges against Mr. Tang. After Chairman Mao's death, they had distributed arms and ammunition in Shanghai. The smashing of the Gang of Four marks the triumphant conclusion of our first great proletarian cultural revolution. We must carry through the great struggle to expose and criticize the Gang of Four through to the end. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,720, 29,721. In his report, Hua invoked the late chairman's invocation of the Great Leap Forward by insisting that China must carry out the general line of achieving greater, faster, better and more economical results in building socialism. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 126. The Congress endorsed Mao's policy of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. 11th National Congress of CPC, Resolution on the Political Report, August 1977, in Peking Review, Volume 20, Number 35, August 26, 1977, p. 58. In elections to the Central Committee, nearly 80 of the former full members known to be still alive were not re-elected. The new members included. General Lo Jui-ching. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,722. At the Congress, Tang was elected a deputy chairman of the party, but succeeded in reinforcing neither his power nor his influence at this Congress. Wan Ming, Op. Cit. p. 41. Tang emerged at the Congress as the CPC's third-ranking leader. Tang's brief closing speech was the only other address to be accorded publicity. He referred to Hua as our wise leader, but did not emulate his wisdom by praising the Cultural Revolution. But he too had to compromise and express support for the current line to grasp the key link of class struggle and continue the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 375-76. The pro-US, anti-Soviet foreign policy of the Hua leadership, August 1977, September 1980. On the international situation, as has been said, the Hua leadership followed the line appropriate for the pro-US comprador bourgeoisie. In his report to the 11th National Congress of the party in August 1977, Hua declared that the Soviet Union and the United States are the source of a new world war, and Soviet social imperialism in particular presents the greatest danger. Hua Kuomintang, Report to 11th National Congress of CPC, August 1977, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 23, p. 28,720. From this time on, until the eclipse to the grouping headed by Hu Kuomintang, this view formed the basis of China's foreign policy. In particular, it was embodied in the Three Worlds theory, which, according to Chinese sources, was first formulated by Chairman Mao. In February 1974. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 25, p. 29,392. The theory became prominent in the summer of 1977. Chinese foreign policy statements in 1977-78 were dominated by the Three Worlds theory. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 25, p. 29,392. It rejected the earlier conception of the world as divided into the developed capitalist countries, the socialist camp and the developing countries. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 25, p. 29,392. In November 1977, the theory was developed in a long article in the People's Daily in November 1977, entitled Chairman Mao's Theory of Differentiation of the Three Worlds is a Major Contribution to Marxism-Leninism. Of the two imperialist superpowers, the Soviet Union is the more ferocious, the more reckless, the more treacherous, and the more dangerous source of world war. Soviet social imperialism. Is the more aggressive and adventurous. Chairman Mao's theory of differentiation of the three worlds is a major contribution to Marxism-Leninism. November 1977, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 25, p. 29,392. In December 1978, a joint Sino-US statement announced that the People's Republic of China and the USA have agreed to recognize each other and to establish diplomatic relations as of January 1, 1979. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 25, p. 29,534. At the same time, the U.S. government announced its intention of terminating the Mutual Assistance Treaty between the USA and Taiwan, and would withdraw its military personnel from Taiwan within 4 months. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,619. In 1978 there was a major increase in U.S. exports to China, which totaled $653 million in the first 11 months of the year. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 25, p. 29,537. In February 1979, the Chinese government launched a punitive war against Vietnam. The Carter administration viewed this war as an important element of the anti-Soviet strategy the United States and China had in common. The war lasted exactly 1 month. Wan Ming, Op. Cit. p. 51, 54. In January 1980, the U.S. Defense Department announced that it was now prepared to sell military equipment. To China. Keesing's Contemporary Archives Volume 26, p. 30,387. In February 1980, a trade agreement with the USA, granting China Most Favored Nation status. Entered into force. Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,387. The Great Leap Outward, February 1978, early 1979, at the National People's Council in February, March 1978, Chairman Hua Kuofeng launched a Great Leap Outward to promote high-speed industrial growth by developing China's oil reserves and exporting them in return for advanced technology. Zhu Shuang, Chu Xiaochang, Industry and the Urban Economy, hereafter listed as Zhu Shuang, Chu Xiaochang, 1995, in Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. China in the 1990s, Beijing Silk, 1995, p. 146. The planned target for steel output in 1985 was 60 million tons, 1977, 23.7 meters. Tons, for oil, 350 million tons, 1977, 93.6 meters. Tons. Hua called for the construction of 120 major projects, 14 major heavy industrial bases, and capital investment equivalent to that expended in the previous 28 years. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 377. It called for 10 new oil fields. Dwight H. Perkins, China's Economic Policy and Performance in Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbank, eds. The Cambridge History of China, Volume 15, The People's Republic, Part 2, Revolutions Within the Chinese Revolution, 1966–1982, Cambridge, 1991, p. 496. By the autumn of 1978, however, Hua's 10-year development plan had been shown to be the stuff of dreams. It had stipulated a more than fourfold increase in oil production, but from fields which remained to be discovered, and a twofold increase in steel production, which could only be achieved by importing equipment on a scale far beyond China's means. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 237. When the excessively optimistic estimates of oil reserves were revised downwards in 1978, the plan collapsed. Zhu Shuang, Chu Xiaochang, Op. Cit. p. 146. Hua had mimicked Mao's grandiose visions. Instead of covering himself with glory, he had pointed China towards another economic disaster. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 377. As a result, Hua's 10-year plan was shelved in early 1979, only a year after it had been announced. Harry Harding, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 56. The fiasco of the Great Leap Outward was followed by a program of retrenchment, agreed upon at a 3-week work conference which substituted a strategy of readjustment, restructuring, consolidation and improvement. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 237. The debate on the criterion of truth, May to November 1978. In May 1978, an article was published entitled Practice is the Sole Criterion of Truth, written under the tutelage of Hu Yaopeng, Ron Ming, Wang Ming, Ibid, p. 31, who had headed the propaganda department of the party since December 1977. This became a second rallying cry for the Tang forces. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 378. And, the spark that lit a prairie fire of nationwide debate. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Ibid, p. 378. From May to November 1978, over the criterion of truth. Ron Ming, Wang Ming, Op. Cit. p. 32. In June 1978, at an all-army conference on political work, Tang came out in support of Hu Yaopeng's formulation, saying, seeking truth from facts. Proceeding from reality, and integrating theory with practice, formed the fundamental principle of Mao Zedong thought. Tang Xiaoping, speech at all-army conference on political work, June 1978. In Selected Works, Peking, 1984, p. 132. Tang's criticism of the two whatevers, September to November 1978. In September 1978, Tang first criticized the two whatevers to an audience outside the inner circle. Richard Evans, Ibid, p. 229. Now, conferences in 10 provinces. Supported his position. By November, leading officials in all provinces and military regions had thrown their weight on Tang's side. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 379. The Democracy Wall Movement, November to December 1978. In November 1978, The national bourgeois grouping of the party, headed by Deng Xiaoping, formed a temporary coalition with elements, mainly non-party, calling for multi-party parliamentary democracy, whose program was featured on Democracy Wall at Sit, near Tiananmen Square in Peking. At this time, a powerful coalition emerged, consisting of the Democracy Wall movement and the democratic reform forces in the party. Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 45. The debate over the criterion of truth lit the fire under the democratic movement of the Sit and Democracy Wall. Ronming, Wanming, Ibid. p. 44. Big character posters flourished at Tilsit in greater and greater numbers. Ronming, Wanming, Ibid. p. 46. And by the end of 1978 the Democracy Wall movement had swept Peking. Harry Harding, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 61. The Central Work Conference, November 1978. In November 1978, just prior to the third plenum of the 11th CC, a Central Work Conference was held, and, under the influence of the Democracy Wall, completely deviated from the route mapped out by Hua Kuofeng. The delegates debated topics proposed on Democracy Wall, the 1976 Tiananmen Incident, the 1969 Lushan Conference and the purging of Peng Dehuai and finally, the issue of Liu Shaoqi. Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 47. In fact, the conference became a full-scale debate on the Cultural Revolution. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 379-80. With Tang proposing to evaluate Mao Zedong as a revolutionary leader in the Cultural Revolution itself. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 230. p. 230. During the conference, one important decision, to reverse the verdict on the Tiananmen incident of April 1976, was announced by the Peking Party Committee. Richard Evans, Ibid. p. 230. The incident was now declared to have been completely revolutionary. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,487. 3 days later, it was announced that investigations by the Peking Municipal Security Bureau had shown that none of the 388 people arrested in connection with the demonstration was a counter-revolutionary, and that all had been rehabilitated. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,487. The third plenum of the 11th CC, December 1978. An important development at the third plenum of the 11th CC, in December 1978, was the entry of a group of victims into the Politburo, large enough to tip the balance of the leadership in Tang's favor. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 380. At the third plenum, it was the close alliance of the democratic reform forces within the party and the People's Democratic Movement that would enable the victory over the two whatevers. Ronming, Wanming, Op. Cit. p. 44. At the third plenum, the Tiananmen Square demonstrations, of 1,976 were recognized as entirely revolutionary actions. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,488. And, the two whatevers were rejected. Class struggle was no longer to be the key link, the form modernizations were to take precedence. The theory of continuing the revolution under the proletarian dictatorship was abandoned. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 381. In other words, the third plenum rejected Hua's program. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Ibid. p. 381. And accepted that of Deng Xiaoping. An official history of the CPC, published in August 1991, states that Deng Xiaoping became the kernel of the party's leadership. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 231. At the third plenum of the 11th CC, Tang as paramount leader, July 1983, October 1987. In July 1983, selected works of Deng Xiaoping. Was published in an edition of 12.21 million copies. Keesing 5 Record of World Events, Volume 29, p. 32,505, and the 13th National Congress of the CPC in October 1987, semi-formally recognized Tang as the paramount leader. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 107. Chapter 21, The Ousting of Hua Kuofeng. December 1978, June 1981. Introduction. Having gained the dominant position within the party, the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Deng Xiaoping, proceeded to oust from leading positions the political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Hua Kuofeng. The rehabilitation of Peng Dehuai and Peng Chen. December 1978. In December 1978, the rehabilitation was announced of Peng Dehuai, who had survived in prison almost until the Cultural Revolution, was over and, among the living, Bang Chen, Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 231. In the same month, a memorial meeting in honor of Peng Dehuai was held. At this, Mr. Deng Xiaoping delivered the oration. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30488, The Restoration of Property to the National Bourgeoisie, January 1979. At a meeting in January 1979, General Alan Fu, a member of the Politburo of the CC of the CPC and the deputy chairman of the Standing Committee of the NPC, himself a rehabilitated victim of the Cultural Revolution, recalled that during the Cultural Revolution, the former capitalists' bank deposits and other property had been confiscated. Although they were protected by the Constitution, their salaries had been reduced, their houses had been taken over, and most of those holding administrative posts had been transferred to manual labor. Alan Fu, Statement of January 1979, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30489. Alan Fu continued, the Central Committee has now decided that all confiscated bank deposits should be returned to the owners, along with the interest due, that houses and other confiscated property should be restored, and that industrialists and other businessmen whose salaries had been cut should be paid their original salaries, together with their heirs due to them. Such people should be employed in posts where they could use their specialized skills. They should receive arrears of interest on their shares, payment of which had been stopped in 1966, and their children should not be discriminated against in any way. Alan Fu, Statement of January 1979, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30489, The Redefining of Mao Zedong Thought, March 1979. At a meeting of party theoretical workers in March 1979, Deng Xiaoping redefined Mao Zedong thought in a way which would make it acceptable to the national bourgeoisie, as the crystallization of the experience of the Chinese people's revolutionary struggle over half a century. Deng Xiaoping, Statement of March 1979, in Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 236. The Suppression of the Democracy Wall Movement, December 1979, January 1980. The political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Deng Xiaoping, did not at this time favor the principal aim featured on the democracy wall, that is, to establish multi-party parliamentary democracy, since this would completely expose their false facade of being Marxist-Leninists. Thus, having successfully utilized the democracy wall movement to assist in the overthrow of the pro-US Comprador grouping headed by Hua Kuofeng, the now dominant party grouping around Tang moved to suppress the movement. In December 1979, the democracy wall at Sitten was scrubbed clean. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 167. And, the Peking authorities forbade the display of posters except at a designated site in Newton Park or at the author's place of work, required their authors to register their names, addresses and places of work, and stated that authors would be held responsible for their contents. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30496. The new site was, in fact, merely a small enclosed park, where sign posters could be put up under the watchful eye of the police. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 167. In January 1980, Deng Xiaoping proposed the removal from the Constitution of Article 45. The right to speak out freely, air one's views fully, write big character posters and hold great debates. David S. G. Goodman, Deng Xiaoping, and the Chinese Revolution, A Political Biography. London, 1994, p. 97. The 5th Plenum of the 11th CC, February 1980. At the 5th Plenum of the 11th CC, in February 1980, Hu Yaopeng was promoted to the newly revived office of General Secretary. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30485 of the CPC, and, since, Hua's 4 principal supporters in the Politburo, had been voted off that body. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 237. Hu Yaopeng was, at the head of a secretariat which consisted almost entirely of men on whose loyalty Tang could rely. Richard Evans, Ibid. p. 237. The new party secretariat, headed by Hu Yaopeng, gradually assumed the responsibility for national policy making that had previously rested in the Politburo under Hua's chairmanship. Harry Harding, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 63. At this plenum, Deng's proposal, previous paragraph, to limit democracy was approved, and at the 1980 session of the NPC, the clause in the state constitution was shorn of, the right to engage in great debates and to put up big character posters. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 185. The rehabilitation of Liu Shaoqi, February 1980. It was also at the February 1980 plenum that Liu Shaoqi was posthumously rehabilitated. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 96. And in January 1982, the first volume was published. Of the selected works of Liu Shaoqi. His writings were described by the New China News Agency in January 1982 as an important treasure house of theory. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31815. The Eclipse of Hua Kuofeng, February 1980. By February 1980, Hua was now isolated. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 237. On the Politburo, and became a figurehead. Edwin P. W. Leung, Op. Cit. p. 169. He had watched helplessly as an anti-whatever coalition was inexorably built up within the top leadership. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 386. The Politburo Conference, August 1980. At a Politburo conference in August 1980, the top leadership agreed that Hua should be replaced as premier by Zhao Ziyang. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Ibid. p. 387. In other words, Hua was forced to resign as premier. In name, Hua stayed on as chairman of the Central Committee and the Military Commission until June 1981. But it was only in name. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 237-38. And Zhao Ziyang was elected Prime Minister. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30941. At the end of 1980 and in the first months of 1981, the Communist Party leadership passed through a serious crisis. Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30943. The Enlarged Politburo Meeting, November, December 1980. At an enlarged Politburo meeting in November, December 1980, Hua was severely criticized. Many Politburo members attacked him for committing grave mistakes in political and economic policy since Mao's death. These included showing an unclear attitude on questions of rehabilitation. It was said that he had deliberately delayed the return to power of Deng Xiaoping. And had opposed the posthumous rehabilitation of Peng Dehuai. Ideologically, he had advanced the two whatever slogan and had been reluctant to support the alternative advanced by Tang that practice is the sole criterion of truth. Furthermore, he had fostered his own personality cult. The Politburo considered him unfit for the high offices he held, and Hua offered to resign. It was agreed that his resignation should be offered to the 6th plenum of the 11th Central Committee, and that body should be asked to appoint Hu Yaopeng as party chairman and Tang as chairman of the Military Commission. In the interim, Hu and Tang would assume these responsibilities informally. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 184. The enlarged Politburo meeting of November, December 1980 agreed that Hua lacked the political and organizational ability to be the chairman of the party. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 388. Humiliated, Hua asked to be relieved of his party posts. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 238. However, it was agreed to appoint him as a vice chairman of the Central Committee. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 184. A very minor post. Thus, the enlarged Politburo meeting of November, December 1980, effectively completed the conversion of all the powers of Hua Kuofeng to Hu Yaopeng and Tang Xiaoping. Wan Ming, Op. Cit. p. 95. The 6th plenum of the 11th CC, June 1981. The 6th plenum of the 11th CC was postponed. It eventually met in June 1981, but had nothing left to do but to formalize this transfer after the fact. Wan Ming, Ibid. p. 95. The plenum accepted Mr. Hua Kuofeng's resignation from the post of chairman of the party. And replaced him by Mr. Hu Yaopeng. Mr. Tang Xiaoping succeeded Mr. Hua as chairman of the party's military commission. No new general secretary was elected. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31317. It was now charged that Hua had promoted the erroneous two whatevers policy. He procrastinated and obstructed the work of reinstating veteran cadres in their posts and redressing the injustices left over from the past, including the case of the Tiananmen Square incident of 1976. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31318. And that the 11th National Congress of the CPC in August 1977 had, owing to the influence of Comrade Hua Kuofeng's mistakes, reaffirmed the erroneous theories, policies and slogans of the Cultural Revolution instead of correcting them. Obviously under his leadership it is impossible to correct left errors within the party. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,318. Although Hua retained his titles until the end of June 1981, at which point he would be demoted to a vice-chairmanship of the party, his jobs were immediately taken over, the party chairmanship by Hu Yaoping, and the MAC chairmanship by Tang himself. Roderick McFarquhar, 1991, Op. Cit. p. 388. Hua remained vice-chairman of the party until September 1982. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 238. At the 12th National Congress of the CPC in September 1982, Hua was then dismissed from the Politburo. Harry Harding, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 64. He then disappeared from sight and his name ceased to appear in the press. Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 238. Chapter 22, The Trial of the Gang of Four, November 1980, January 1981. Introduction. Although the Gang of Four had been arrested in October 1976, page 167, it was not until 4 years later, after the National Bourgeois Party grouping around Tang Xiaoping had secured dominance and the Comprador Party grouping around Hua Kuofeng had been ousted, that they were put on trial. This delay enabled charges of fomenting the Cultural Revolution in 1966-69 to be included in the indictment. The trial, November 1980, January 1981. In November 1980, the Gang of Four, Chang Hunqiao, Chiang Ching, Wang Hongwen and Yao Wenyuan, together with 6 political and military associates of the late Marshal Lin Piao, appeared before a special court on charges of counter-revolutionary activities. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,833. The other defendants included Chen Po-ta and General Huang Yongcheng. Chen Po-ta had been under arrest since October 1970, the 5 officers since September 1971. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,836. However, what was really on trial was the 20-year rule of Mao. Wu Jianwei, Op. Cit. p. 206, Chiang Ching's main crimes, as laid out in the indictment, were her attempt to poison Mao's mind against Chu Enlai and Tang Xiaoping, her involvement in the framing of Liu Shaoqi and her arch-rival, his wife Wang Quangmei, her role as kingpin of the Gang of Four, purporting to serve as a direct channel to Mao. Her ordering of illegal house searches and the destruction of compromising material about herself, and her persecution of old friends and acquaintances, right down to her former housemaid. David Bonavia, Verdict in Peking, The Trial of the Gang of Four, London, 1984, p. 45. Among the 48 specific charges listed in the indictment were those of bringing false charges against Liu Shaoqi, Chu Enlai, Liu Tingyi, Deng Xiaoping, Marshal Chu Te, Marshal Peng Tehuai, General Lou Juiqing and others, plotting a military coup in 1970-71, plotting a rebellion in Shanghai in 1976. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,833-34. The indictment gave further information concerning the Lin Piao affair, charging that Lin Piao had planned to launch a pincer attack from north and south in alliance with the Soviet Union, should fighting be necessary. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,834. Most of the defendants admitted the charges, wholly or partially. Yao Wenyuan, although insisting that he had committed mistakes rather than crimes, was generally cooperative. Wang Hongwen, a pathetic shadow of his former self, confirmed his guilt and implicated his colleagues. Chang Hunqiao, evidently convinced that he had nothing to lose, treated the court with open contempt, refusing to say a word. John Gardner, Op. Cit. p. 179. But Chiang Ching, unlike the other accused, vigorously defended herself. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,835. In a 2-hour speech in her defense on 24th of December, she maintained that during the Cultural Revolution she had acted on behalf of Chairman Mao or in accordance with his instructions, and declared that arresting me and bringing me to trial is a defamation of Chairman Mao Zedong. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,835. Later in the proceedings, she challenged the court to have her publicly executed in Tiananmen Square, and was forcibly ejected from the court. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,835. In January 1981, the court found all the accused guilty. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,836. And the following sentences were passed. Chiang Ching and Chang Hunqiao, death with a 2-year reprieve. Wang Hongwen, life imprisonment. The other defendants, imprisonment for between 10 and 20 years. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,836. When the sentences were read out, Chiang Ching, shouted protests and was removed from the court. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,836. Trials of alleged supporters of the Gang of Four, for crimes committed during the Cultural Revolution continued during the later months of 1982 and the early months of 1983, most of the accused being sentenced to over 10 years imprisonment. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 30,505. Postscript. In January 1983, the death sentences, suspended for 2 years, which had been passed on January 25, 1981 on Miss Chiang Ching, Chairman Mao's widow, and Mr. Chang Hun-Chiao, a former deputy premier, were commuted to life imprisonment by the Supreme People's Court. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32,505. And journalists were officially informed that of the 10 counter-revolutionaries tried in 1980-81, Mr. Chen Po-ta and the 5 officers had already been released on health grounds, leaving only the Gang of Four, still in prison. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32,505. In 1984, Chiang Ching was released from prison to house imprisonment in a Peking villa. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38,290. And in June 1991, the death by suicide of Chiang Ching was officially confirmed. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38,290 to have taken place in May. In August 1992, Wang Hongwen died. While serving a life sentence imposed in 1981 for his role as a member of the so-called Gang of Four. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 38, p. 39,051. And finally, in October 1996, the authorities announced that Yao Wenyuan, 64, sole surviving member of the Gang of Four. Had been released after serving a 20-year prison term. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 42, p. 41,321. Chapter 23, The Reassessment of Mao Tse-tung, January 1978, September 1982. Introduction. With the dominance of the National Bourgeois Party grouping around Tang Xiaoping and the ousting of the Comprador Bourgeois grouping around Hua Kuofeng, the way was open to reassess the role of Mao Tse-tung in a manner acceptable to the national bourgeoisie. The Reassessment of Mao Tse-tung, January 1978, December 1980. Although the party leadership continued to pay lip service to Mao Tse-tung. From January 1978 onwards, the People's Daily gradually abandoned its practice of printing a quotation from Chairman Mao on its front page, and in March the press stopped printing all quotations from him in bold type, both practices having originated during the Cultural Revolution. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 24, p. 29,190. From June 1978 onwards, the press repeatedly emphasized that Chairman Mao must not be regarded as an infallible genius and that his thought must be reinterpreted. The campaign represented a further development of the tendency to play down the personality cult of Chairman Mao, which had become apparent in the early months of the year. On October 27, the People's Daily attacked the Little Red Book of quotations from Chairman Mao Tse-tung, saying that it turned Mao Tse-tung thought into a mechanical sum total of fragmentary statements. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,486. In an interview with a Japanese delegation in November 1978, Deng Xiaoping, referring to the Political Bureau resolutions of April 1976 appointing Hua Prime Minister and removing Tang from all his posts, said that when the 2 resolutions had been adopted, Chairman Mao had been so ill that he could hardly speak and was unable to make judgments. Only one member of the Gang of Four, apparently his wife Chiang Ching, had been allowed to see him, and the gang had disposed of matters as if they had his approval. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,488. In March 1979, Deng told a meeting of party theoretical workers, Comrade Mao, like any other man, had his defects and made errors. Deng Xiaoping, Statement of March 1979, in Richard Evans, Op. Cit. p. 235. In September 1979, the large hoardings in Peking displaying quotations from Chairman Mao were painted over, and used for advertisements. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,494. During the autumn of 1980, the Chinese press adopted a highly critical attitude towards Chairman Mao Tse-tung, and especially towards the personality cult surrounding him. Unlike in previous years, the 4th anniversary of his death on September 9 was completely ignored by the press. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,942. In December 1980, the People's Daily strongly criticized Chairman Mao. for having personally initiated and led the Cultural Revolution. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,944. The Sixth Plenum of the 11th CC, June 1981. In June 1981, the Sixth Plenum of the 11th CC adopted a resolution on questions of party history, which summarized the view of the now dominant national bourgeois grouping of the party, headed by Deng Xiaoping, on the role of Mao Zedong. The resolution had been drafted, under the supervision of Tang and Hu Yaoping. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 96. It marked the party's formal acceptance of Tang's political and economic program. It repudiated the Cultural Revolution and the ideological tenets connected with the later years of Mao Zedong. It called for a reform of the economy. Harry Harding, 1987, Op. Cit. p. 64-65. It declared that, during the Great Leap Forward, left errors, characterized by excessive targets, the issuing of arbitrary directions, boastfulness and the stirring up of a communist wind, spread unchecked throughout the country. This was due, to the fact that Comrade Mao Zedong and many leading comrades overestimated the role of man's subjective will and efforts. The Great Leap Forward and the movement for rural people's communes were initiated without careful investigation and study and without prior experimentation. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, Number 27, July 6, 1981, p. 19. It blamed the Great Leap Forward for the economic crisis of 1959-61, saying, it was mainly due to the efforts of the Great Leap Forward and of the struggle against right opportunism. That our economy encountered serious difficulties between 1959 and 1961, which caused serious losses to our country and people. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, Number 27, July 6, 1981, p. 19. It alleged that Mao erred in initiating criticism of Comrade Peng Dehuai and then in launching a party-wide struggle against right opportunism. The resolution concerning the so-called anti-party group of Peng Dehuai was entirely wrong. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, No. 27, July 6, 1981, p. 19. It charged that the Political Bureau of the Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong wrongly assessed the nature of the Tiananmen incident, and dismissed Comrade Deng Xiaoping from all his posts. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, No. 27, July 6, 1981, p. 23. And that at the 10th plenum of the CC in September 1962, Mao widened and absolutized the class struggle. And carried forward the viewpoint. That the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie remained the principal contradiction in our society. As a result. Early in 1965 the erroneous thesis was advanced that the main target of the movement should be those party persons in power taking the capitalist road. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, Number 27, July 6, 1981, p. 19-20. The resolution declared during the period 1956-66, Mao's theoretical and practical mistakes concerning class struggle in a socialist society became increasingly serious, his personal arbitrariness gradually undermined democratic centralism in party life and the personality cult grew graver and graver. Careerists like Lin Piao, Chiang Ching, and Kang Sheng, harboring ulterior motives, made use of these errors and inflated them. This led to the inauguration of the Cultural Revolution. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, Number 27, July 6, 1981, p. 20. In particular, it condemned the Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution. Was responsible for the most severe setback and the heaviest losses suffered by the party, the state and the people since the founding of the People's Republic. It was initiated and led by Comrade Mao Zedong. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, Number 27, July 6, 1981, p. 20. The Ninth National Congress of the party legitimized the erroneous theories and practices of the Cultural Revolution, and so reinforced the positions of Lin Piao, Chiang Ching, Kang Sheng and others in the Central Committee. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, Number 27, July 6, 1981, p. 22. The 10th National Congress of the party perpetuated the left errors of the 9th Congress. Chiang Ching, Chang Hun Chiao, Yao Wen Yuan and Wang Heng Wen formed a gang of four inside the Political Bureau. CPC, Resolution on Questions of Party History, June 1981, in Peking Review, Volume 24, Number 27, July 6, 1981, p. 22. The 12th National Congress of the CPC, September 1982. Among the changes in the party constitution adopted by the 12th National Congress of the CPC in September 1982, were the deletion of numerous references to Chairman Mao and of all favorable references to the Cultural Revolution and to Continuous Revolution. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31819. Chapter 24. The Economic Reforms. Summer 1978, August 1993. Introduction. Having defeated the political representatives of the Comprador bourgeoisie, headed by Hua Kuomintang, the majority of the political representatives of the national bourgeoisie, headed by Deng Xiaoping, came to the conclusion, like the political representatives of many other national bourgeoisies of colonial-type countries, that their interests would now best be served by abandoning the aim of establishing a nationally independent capitalism and seeking a compromise agreement with the remnants of the Comprador bourgeoisie for the establishment of a colonial-type capitalist system dependent upon imperialism. In other words, the Chinese national bourgeoisie transformed itself, for the most part, into a Comprador bourgeoisie. Furthermore, it threw off, in the main, its pseudo-socialist mask and embarked on a program of economic reforms which would abolish centralized economic planning in favor of an enterprise autonomy in which production was determined by profit. Thus, in the summer of 1978, the government abandoned its previous policy of relying on its own resources. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,765, and began to seek foreign loans and investments. The policy changes, aimed at increasing the integration of the Chinese economy into the international economy. Gakuro Fukasaku, David Wall and Wu Mingyuan, China's Long March to an Open Economy, Paris, 1994, p. 24, and were known as opening up special economic zones. At first, a cordon sanitaire was erected around foreign investments, with the establishment in 1980 of 4 special economic zones in the south, offering tax and other incentives. Economist Intelligence Unit, Country Profile, China, 1995-96, p. 14. The original inspiration for these special economic zones was the export processing zones, EPZs, of East and Southeast Asia. Gakuro Fukasaku, David Wall and Wu Mingyuan, Op. Cit. p. 47. The CEZs offer incentives to foreign business that include favorable tax rates, reduced tariffs, ease of entry and exit for personnel, and a relatively free hand in managerial practices. China Business, the portable encyclopedia for doing business with China, San Rafael, USA, 1994, p. 17. Later, such privileges were extended across most of the country. Economist Intelligence Unit, Country Profile, China, 1995-96, p. 14. By 1987, the areas open to foreign investors included nearly 30% of China's population, and generated over 60% of the country's industrial output. John Thoburn and Jude Howell, Trade and Development, The Political Economy of China's Open Policy, in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 17. In April 1990, the Chinese government declared the opening of the Pudong area of Shanghai as a special economic zone for foreign investment. The government has offered a package of preferential treatment to foreign investors in this newly established zone similar to those provided in other special economic zones. Dong Shizhong, Donian Zhang and Milton R. Larson, Tongshi Chung, Donian Cheng and Milton R. Larson, Trade and Investment Opportunities in China, the Current Commercial and Legal Framework, Westport, USA, 1992, p. 18. Thus, by the 1990s, localities were competing with each other to offer foreign investors the most attractive terms. By the end of 1994, there were 206,096 registered enterprises with foreign capital in China, with a total capital of $382.54 billion, of which $196.3 billion was provided by foreign partners. Economist Intelligence Unit, Country Profile, China, 1995-96, p. 14. International loans. In May 1981, China joined the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 26, p. 30,334. In June 1982, it was announced that the International Development Association, IDA, the World Bank affiliate, was granting China an interest-free credit of $60 million, to assist a project for drainage and irrigation. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32508. In November 1982, the World Bank announced that it had granted China a 20-year loan of $124 million to help finance the modernization and expansion of facilities at the ports of Canton, Shanghai, and Tientsin. The IDA at the same time granted China an interest-free credit of $75.4 million for the development of agricultural education and research. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32508. In May 1991, the Asian Development Bank, ADB, resumed lending to China, approving a $70 million loan to finance the building of a bridge in Shanghai. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38190. Foreign Loans and Investment. In the summer of 1978, the government decided to seek loans from foreign banks and to accept loans from foreign governments. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30765, as well as to open the door to foreign investment. Virtually non-existent in 1978, the cumulative total of foreign investment in China reached $20 billion by 1990. In mid-1980s, the country became the largest borrower from the World Bank. By 1989, Peking had overtaken New Delhi in becoming the world's largest recipient of official bilateral and multilateral aid, receiving almost $2.2 billion a year. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era, in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 236. Such investment was encouraged by preferential treatment. The Chinese government has granted significant preferential treatment to foreign investors that is not enjoyed by domestic enterprises in order to attract foreign capital. Dongshi Hong, Donian Zhang and Milton R. Larson, Tongshi Chung, Donian Cheng and Milton R. Larson, Op. Cit. p. 152. As a result, by the early 1990s, China was the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in the developing world. Economist Intelligence Unit, Country Profile, China, 1995-96, p. 14. Of total foreign direct investment in China of $33 billion in 1989, 63% came from Hong Kong, 11% came from the USA, 7.5% came from Japan, 2% came from Taiwan. SEO. Economic Reform and Foreign Direct Investment in China Before and After the Tiananmen Square Tragedy, in Lane Kelly and Oded Schenker, eds. International Business in China, London, 1993, p. 122. Foreign indebtedness at the end of 1995. China's foreign debt stood at $106.59 billion, up by $13.78 billion, or 14.8% compared with the end of 1994 inches. Economist Intelligence Unit, Country Report, China, Second Quarter, 1996, p. 42. The World Bank expects China's debt service will be over $10 billion annually by 2000. Economist Intelligence Unit, Country Report, China, Second Quarter, 1996, p. 42. Joint Ventures. Some foreign investment in China took the form of joint ventures with Chinese companies. These also received preferential treatment. In July 1979, a law on joint ventures was adopted by the National People's Congress. And came into force a week later. The law stated that foreign companies were permitted to form joint ventures with Chinese companies, and that the government protected the resources invested by the foreign participant and the profits due to him. A joint venture equipped with up-to-date technology might apply for a reduction of or exemption from tax for the first 2 or 3 profit-making years. A foreign participant's share of the profit and the earnings of a foreign employee of a joint venture might be remitted abroad. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30766. In December 1980, a Chinese spokesman stated, that over 300 agreements on joint ventures with foreign firms had been signed in the past year. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30766. In February 1984, it was announced that 1. Joint ventures in most fields would be exempted from paying import tax and industrial and commercial consolidated tax on a range of imported goods, especially advanced technology. 2. Such companies would be allowed to sell part of their output in China and to collect foreign exchange. In order to help achieve a favorable foreign exchange balance. And 3. Foreign nationals working in China would be able to remit over half of their income. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 32982. In May 1984, the largest ever Sino-foreign joint venture was formally signed. By the China National Coal Development Corporation and the U.S. company Occidental Petroleum, to develop an open cast mine with a capacity of 15 million tons of coal per year. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 32,982. At a symposium on joint ventures held in Hong Kong in November 1984, a deputy minister for foreign economic relations announced foreign investment concessions including tax reductions for technology-intensive projects, for projects involving foreign investment of more than $30 million, and for projects in energy, transport and the construction of harbors. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,925. In April 1985, an official of the Ministry of Foreign Economic Relations and Trade stated that, in 1984 foreign investment in joint ventures was $1,067 million and that since 1979 more than 930 joint ventures had been established. Keesing '5 Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,925. In April 1990, the Chinese equity joint venture law was amended. To improve the investment environment in China. A significant provision protecting foreign interests from nationalization or expropriation was added. Dong Shizhong, Donian Zhang and Milton R. Larson, Tung Shi Chung, Donian Cheng and Milton R. Larson, Op. Cit. p. 165. Wholly foreign-owned enterprises. Since 1979, foreign investors have been allowed to establish wholly foreign-owned enterprises in China. Dong Shizhong, Donian Zhang and Milton R. Larson, Tung Shi Chung, Donian Cheng and Milton R. Larson, Ibid. p. 166. The law on wholly foreign-owned enterprises was enacted in April 1986. Dong Shizhong, Donian Zhang and Milton R. Larson, Tung Shi Chung, Donian Cheng and Milton R. Larson, Ibid. p. 166. In this law, Article 4 specifies that the investment made by foreign investors in China, their rights and legal rights and interests, shall be protected by Chinese law. Article 19 allows for the remittance of legitimate income after taxes are paid. Article 5 stipulates that, except under special circumstances, the state shall not nationalize or expropriate foreign enterprises. Should it be necessary to take such measures, legal procedure must be followed and appropriate compensations must be paid. Dong Shizhong, Donian Zhang and Milton R. Larson, Tung Shi Chung, Donian Cheng and Milton R. Larson, Ibid. p. 169. 201. Enterprise autonomy. A key feature of the economic reforms introduced in December 1978 was the abolition of centralized economic planning, a process euphemistically called decentralization. Gakuro Fukasaku, David Wall and Wu Miniuan, Op. Cit. p. 24. Under this system, production units are no longer rigidly tied to the planning system. Gakuro Fukasaku, David Wall and Wu Miniuan, Ibid. p. 25. The regulation of production by centralized economic planning was replaced by regulation, through the market, Chu Industry and the Urban Economy 1, in, Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 145, through, reliance on market forces. Gakuro Fukasaku, David Wall and Wu Miniuan, Op. Cit. p. 24. In September 1980, the State Council approved a report by the State Economic Council on self-management by enterprises. Under this system, instead of paying over all its profits to the state, the enterprise would pay a part of its profits as a tax and would retain the remainder. It would arrange its own production plan according to market demand. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,768. In January 1981, the New China News Agency reported that, over 4,000 enterprises had been given enlarged powers of self-management in 1979, and that the number had increased in 1980 to over 6,000. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,768. State-controlled prices were replaced by prices determined by supply and demand, by the market. The third plenum of the 14th CC of the CPC in November 1993 decided that market pricing would be extended from goods markets, where, currently, some 90% of prices were set by market forces, to sectors such as labor, property and financial services. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 39, p. 39,735. At the 13th National Congress of the CPC in October 1987, Prime Minister Zhao Ziyang highlighted the role of the market as a legitimate mechanism for the determination of prices and distribution. The system of rigid centralized planning threatened to impede the development of the country's productive forces. It was essential that it be replaced. In practice, this involved the encouragement of market forces as the arbiter of relationships between individual enterprises and between enterprises and the state, as well as the implementation of managerial autonomy so that individual concerns could assume sole responsibility for profits and losses. Zhao Ziyuan, Report of the CC to the 13th National Congress of the CPC, October 1987, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 33, p. 35577, in place of the financing of the construction of new enterprises by means of state grants. In November 1979, the State Council decided that experiments should be made in financing capital construction by means of bank loans instead of state grants. Keesing's Contemporary Archivist, Volume 27, p. 30,768. At the end of 1981, central government allowed most enterprises to shift to a new profit retention method, where each enterprise negotiated a base figure of profits which it was required to deliver to the state, and retained a high proportion of all profits above this figure. Chu Xiaoshuang, Op. Cit. p. 148. The remaining profits were retained by the enterprise. After paying tax, enterprises would assume full responsibility for their profits or losses, and no funds would be allocated to them by the state. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32,508. In 1986, the government endorsed the principles that enterprises that are not profit-making should declare bankruptcy. Josie B. Lung, Social Welfare Reforms, in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 220. From late 1986, management responsibility systems were introduced. The right to manage the means of production meant responsibility for both profits and losses. By the end of 1987, 75% of all state-owned industrial enterprises were using it. Chu Xiaoshuang, Industry and the Urban Economy in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 151. In October 1994, it was announced that bankruptcy procedures would be streamlined to enable more effective liquidation of loss-making enterprises. According to official estimates, approximately one-third of China's 11,000 large and medium-sized companies were losing money. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 40,230. Price reform. In 1986, the government introduced a program of price reform by freeing all prices within a short period of time. Chu Xiaochang, Industry and the Urban Economy in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 150. The third plenum of the 14th CC in November 1993 decided that market pricing would be extended from goods markets, where, currently, some 90% of prices were set by market forces, to sectors such as labor, property and financial services. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 39, p. 39,735. Relaxation of foreign exchange controls. In November 1984, the State Economic Control Administration relaxed the foreign exchange controls for foreign enterprises and joint ventures in order to accelerate the introduction of foreign capital and advanced technology. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 31, p. 33,926. Exchange rates. In January 1994, the People's Bank decided that in future, the official exchange value of the yuan was to be determined by its average market rate. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 39,816. Economic growth. Following the economic reforms, gross domestic product, GDP, increased by 10% per year in real terms in the 1980s. Kakuro Fukasaku, David Wall and Wu Minyuan, Op. Cit. p. 11. And in the 1990s, China has resumed rapid economic growth, recording double-digit rates since 1992. Kakuro Fukasaku, David Wall and Wu Minyuan, Ibid. p. 11. The growth of foreign trade. As a result of the economic reforms, there was a major expansion in China's exports. John Thoburn and Jude Howell, Trade and Development, The Political Economy of China's Open Policy, in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 177. In fact, in the period 1978-87, the share of foreign trade in China's gross total national product increased from 10.25% to 29.7%. Lowell Didmer, 1989, Op. Cit. p. 13. So that by 1992, China had become the 11th largest trading nation in the world. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era, in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 239. The growth of private enterprise. From 1978 onwards, the non-state sector expanded rapidly. Chu Xiaoshuang, Industry and the Urban Economy, in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 149. This revival of small private businesses represented a major change of policy. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,769. In August 1980, the New China News Agency reported that the Bank of China had recently made its first loans to private businesses since 1956, that the Peking municipality had decided to make loans to small businesses. And that there were now over 900 family businesses and 48 trades in Peking. Private shops also began to reopen in the summer of 1980 in Shanghai. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,769. In March 1984, figures released by the State Council showed that there had been widespread growth in controlled capitalism or private commerce. Of the new businesses, 80 were privately owned. Food stores and restaurants in the private sector outnumbered state-run enterprises by 2 to 1, while there were as many privately owned retail stores as state-owned ones. In 1983 the number of private enterprises more than doubled to 5.8 million. Employing over 7.5 million people, compared with 3.2 million the previous year. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 32,981. Private enterprises were granted formal legal status when the Chinese Constitution was amended on April 12, 1988 and the regulations on private enterprises were adopted on June 25, 1988. An individually owned enterprise with more than 8 employees by definition becomes a private enterprise. A private enterprise can be established in one of 3 legal forms: proprietorship, partnership or company with limited liability. Dongshi Hong, Donian Zhang and Milton R. Larson, Tungshi Chung, Donian Cheng and Milton R. Larson, Op. Cit. p. 31. By 1994, the state sector of the economy only produced a little over half of the output value of industrial production, compared to close on 80% in 1978. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 90. Removal of subsidies to keep many of the ailing state-owned enterprises, SUs, afloat. The central government has subsidized them, both directly and indirectly. The government dares not throw thousands of workers onto the streets by cutting off the subsidies. Economist Intelligence Unit, Country Profile, China, 1995-96, p. 15. The subsidy program has added to the growing central government budget deficit. The budget report in March 1991 revealing a record deficit for 1990 of 15,000 million yuan. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38,096. In May 1985, food prices in Peking, the Chinese capital, rose dramatically when subsidies on many items were removed. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,721. In 1991, as part of its bid to join the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, GATT, China eliminated export subsidies. China Business, the portable encyclopedia for doing business with China, Op. Cit. p. 18. The Financial Times of March 12, 1991 reported that as a first step towards removing food subsidies, a pilot project to replace state-subsidized grain with a free market was to begin on April 1. Grain prices were expected to treble. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38,097. Inflation. The chief engine of China's economic growth in the 1990s was the explosive expansion of new consumer industries, for example, color television sets, refrigerators, washing machines. Zhu Xiaoshuang, Chu Xiaoshuang, Industry and the Urban Economy in, Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 152. And to establish and sustain these new industries. Demanded massive bank credit. Zhu Xiaoshuang, Chu Xiaoshuang, Industry and the Urban Economy in, Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 152. During 1984, bank loans rose by 29%. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,721. And from mid-1986, credits expanded at growth rates of 20 to 25% per annum, which greatly exceeded the growth of industrial production. KSAO, Economic Reform and Foreign Direct Investment in China Before and After the Tiananmen Square Tragedy, in, Lane Kelly and Oded Schenker, eds. Op. Cit. p. 116. This process led in the final quarter of 1984 to a massive inflationary boost to the economy as enterprises took advantage of their newfound freedoms. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 103. By July 1988, it had become clear that China was heading for an inflationary crisis. Prices soared, goods were stockpiled and there was a run on the banks. David S. G. Goodman, Ibid. p. 107. Thus, Price reform has been, by and large, a euphemism for increasing prices. Economic Intelligence Unit, Country Profile, China, 1995-96, p. 15. In consequence, the Third Plenum of the 13th CC in September 1988 decided to impose an austerity policy over the next 2 years. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 37,002. Based on an abrupt credit squeeze. China Business, the portable encyclopedia for doing business with China, Op. Cit. p. 23. As a result, by September 1989, price increases fell to zero and inflation had been controlled. Zhu Xiaoshuang, Chu Xiaoshuang, Industry and the Urban Economy in, Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 152. Stock exchanges. Following the opening of the Shanghai Stock Exchange in December 1990, in July 1991, China's second stock exchange officially opened in the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38,340. The social results of the reforms. With the reforms, which amounted in reality to the establishment of an unplanned capitalist society, came the social evils traditionally associated with such a society. Social concerns such as poverty, family breakdown, rural migrants, school dropouts, unemployment, prostitution, drug addiction, juvenile delinquency, the care of abandoned children, the elderly, the physically disabled and the mentally ill have become more critical. Josie B. Lung, Social Welfare Reforms, in, Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 217. Escalating inflation, unemployment, crime, corruption and social disintegration. Wreaked added hardship on the populace, triggering popular discontent. Chinese Business, the portable encyclopedia for doing business with China, Op. Cit. p. 23. As early as 1978, the Chinese press admitted for the first time the existence of an unemployment problem. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,768. In October 1979, the deputy chairman of the State Planning Commission told visiting Japanese businessmen that there were 10 million unemployed, but some unofficial estimates put the number as high as 20 million. Unemployment led to a sharp increase in legal and illegal immigration. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 27, p. 30,768. 30,769. As early as July 1983, the Secretary of the party's Central Commission for Inspecting Discipline stated that economic crimes, including smuggling, tax evasion, illicit trading and foreign exchange, speculation, fraud, embezzlement and bribery, had reached an unprecedented level, and that, up to the end of April, 1,983 over 30,000 offenders had been sentenced and 8,500 expelled from the party. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32,506. In October 1989, the State Council ordered a probe into economic crime in government departments and state-run enterprises. The People's Daily reported on February 17, 1989 that 9,729 cases of corruption and 1,930 cases of bribe-taking had been uncovered in 1988 inches. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 37,002. In August 1993, an assessment published by the Ministry of Labor projected that official unemployment would rise to 4 million to 5 million by the end of the year, mainly because of cuts in the workforce of state companies, which would continue at higher levels in the coming decade. A Labor Ministry official projection for the year 2000 suggested an unemployed total of 68 million in the cities and 200 million in rural areas. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 40,101. Chapter 25, The New Colonial Type Status, Summer 1980, April 1996. Introduction. As has been said, after the summer of 1978 the majority of the political representatives of the Chinese national bourgeoisie abandoned the aim of seeking to establish a nationally independent capitalism, and transformed themselves into political representatives of the comprador bourgeoisie. The fostering of colonial-type dependence with the adoption of the economic reforms, the patterns of a colonial-type economy dependent upon foreign imperialism was clearly evident in China. By 1980, the growth rate for light industry was 18.8%, and that of heavy industry only 1.9%. Zhu Xiaoshuang, Chu Xiaoqiang, Industry and the Urban Economy in, Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 148. In May 1981, The chief economic advisor to the State Planning Commission told Japanese economists that, in the past 3 years the rate of growth of heavy industry had been slowed down. In 1979 growth rate had been 7.7% for heavy industry, 9.6% for light industry and 8.6% for agriculture, while in 1980 the rates had been 1.4% for heavy industry, 18.4% for light industry and 2.7% for agriculture. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,322. Premier Zhao Ziyang admitted to the National People's Congress in November 1981 that this meant that priority would be given to the development of consumer goods industries. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,325. And in his report to the 12th National Congress of the CPC in September 1982, General Secretary Hu Yaopeng confirmed emphasis on light industrial development. David W. W. Chang, China under Deng Xiaoping, Political and Economic Reform, Beijing Soc, 1988, p. 81. In other words, development patterns shifted in 1979, to the use of foreign capital and technology for development of light manufacturing and service industries. The new policy recognized that light manufacturing and service industries could make better use of China's abundance of cheap labor while producing exportable goods capable of earning foreign currency. SEO, Economic Reform and Foreign Direct Investment in China Before and After the Tiananmen Square Tragedy, in Lane Kelly and Oded Schenker, eds. Op. CIT, p. 113. In the 1990s, the government dismantled much of the mechanism designed to protect Chinese industry from the competition of more technologically advanced foreign industry. For example, in 1992, the government abolished regulatory tariffs and reduced tariffs on a total of 3,596 import categories for an overall reduction in tariffs of 7.3%. The authorities have announced that a further reduction of 8.8% on 2,900 items will go into effect in 1994. China Business, the portable encyclopedia for doing business with China, Op. CIT, p. 18. In January 1994, China abolished quotas and import licenses on 283 products and reduced tariffs on a further 234. The action was taken in accordance with the October 1992 Market Access Agreement between the USA and China, under which China had agreed to remove 75% of its non-tariff barriers within 2 years. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 39,816. In November 1995, the Chinese government unveiled a package of tariff reductions and the elimination of quotas, which was interpreted as an attempt to facilitate entry into the World Trade Organization, WTO. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 42, p. R68. Neutral dependence upon imperialism. However, the new post-1980 dependence of China upon imperialism was no longer dependence upon a particular imperialist power, but a neutral dependence upon imperialism in general. Its foreign policy therefore involved the repudiation of the previous foreign policy of the party grouping around Hua Kuofeng, which had held that Soviet imperialism was China's main enemy. In the early 1980s, the PRC moved to lessen its extreme hostility toward the Soviet Union. Peking's verbal assaults on Moscow were curtailed, political relations between the PRC and the Soviet Union improved, and trade increased substantially. Encyclopedia Americana, Volume 6, Danbury, USA, 1992, p. 544d. In March 1980, the first issue of a magazine entitled Soviet Literature was published in Peking. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,561. In April 1980, Peking made it clear that it had abandoned its charge of revisionism against the Soviet Party, CPSU. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,559. And the People's Daily, condemned. A series of 9 articles attacking the Soviet Union which it had published between September 6, 1963 and July 14, 1964. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,561. Also in April 1980, the street in Peking in which the Soviet embassy stood, which at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution had been renamed Struggle Against Revisionism Street, reverted to its original non-political name. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,561. During the first half of the 1980s, Deng Xiaoping mapped out a genuinely independent foreign policy. David S. G. Goodman, Op. CIT, p. 92. And the period from April 1984, in particular, was a time when China enjoyed good or steadily improving relations with both superpowers. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era, in Robert Bennewick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 235. On the other hand, the total value of Sino-US trade increased from $1,100 million in 1978 to $5,500 million in 1981 inches. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,623. And a U.S. State Department spokesman said in June 1981 that the administration had decided to permit China to purchase additional U.S. technology with potential military uses. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,620. In March 1982, Soviet President Leonid Brezhnev made an appeal for normalization of relations. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31,562. With China. In 1982, ambassadorial talks between the two countries, China and the Soviet Union, resumed and trade began to increase from 1984 inches. Paul Wingrove, China and the Pacific Rim. In Robert Benuwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 251. In August 1982, 1a. U.S. communique stated that it had been agreed, gradually to reduce its sale of arms to Taiwan. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 32,736. At the 12th National Congress of the CPC in September 1982, party chairman Hu Yaoping stated that China never attaches itself to any big power or group of powers. Jonathan D. Pollock, The Opening to America. In Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbanks, eds. 1991, Op. Cit. p. 468. And in October 1982, the New China News Agency declared that China is independent of all the superpowers. Harry Harding, China's Changing Roles in the Contemporary World. In Harry Harding, ed. China's Foreign Relations in the 1980s, New Haven, USA, 1984, p. 198. Following a visit to China in September 1983 by U.S. Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, military cooperation between China and the USA developed significantly. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 33,033. In December 1983, China joined the Multifiber Arrangement, MFA, an agreement on the international textile trade under the auspices of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,923. The value of Sino-US trade in 1984 increased from $4,300 million in 1983 to a combined total of $6,060 million. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,923. In January 1984, Hu Yaoping, General Secretary of the CPC, in a press interview, made a renewed appeal for a rapprochement with the Soviet Union. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 33,034. In May 1984, U.S. President Ronald Reagan visited China. The first visit to China by a U.S. president since the establishment of formal diplomatic relations in 1979. During his visit, 4 protocols were signed. And a pact on nuclear cooperation was initialed. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 33,031. During his visit, Hu Yaoping reiterated to Reagan China's commitment to an independent foreign policy. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 33,031. In June 1984, Chinese Defense Minister General Chiang Kai-ping made a 15-day visit to the USA. The visit was given minimum publicity at General Chiang's request, signaling China's concern about its image as a non-aligned power and its desire not to disturb relations with the Soviet Union. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 33,033. During his visit, the U.S. Defense Department announced that an agreement in principle had been reached for the sale of anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons to China. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 30, p. 33,033. In June 1985, China, in effect, accepted the constraints on nuclear proliferation incorporated in the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The Chinese assurances were sufficient to satisfy the U.S. Energy Department and State Department. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,923. An associated agreement provided for the sale of U.S. nuclear reactors and related equipment to China. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,923. In July 1985, a nuclear cooperation agreement was concluded during a visit to the USA by the Chinese President Mr. Li Jianmin. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,922. In April 1986, U.S. President Ronald Reagan notified Congress that the sale of high-technology electronic aviation equipment worth $550 million had been agreed with China. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 32, p. 34,674. In October 1986, U.S. Vice President George Bush paid a 6-day visit to China, during which he announced that the Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls, COCOM, a 15-nation organization created in 1950 to supervise the export of Western technology to communist nations, had agreed to the easing of licensing controls on 27 categories of high-technology equipment with a potential military application. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 32, p. 34,674. In November 1986, 3 ships of the U.S. Navy visited China for a friendly port call. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 34, p. 35,965. By 1988, China had joined 37 intergovernmental organizations. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era, in Robert Benouwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 236. While its participation in non-governmental organizations, NCOs, also rose dramatically to 574 and 1988 inches. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era in Robert Benouwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 236. While Peking also started to become involved with the UN's peacekeeping operation, sending PLA officers to join the UN's Truce Supervisory Organization and applying for membership of the UN's Special Committee on Peacekeeping Operations. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era, in Robert Benouwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 236. In February 1989, Edvard Shevardnadze, the Soviet foreign minister, visited China. For talks. Agreement was reached on the holding of a Sino-Soviet summit, the first since 1959 inches. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 35, p. 36,465. In May 1989, Mikhail Gorbachev, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, and Soviet head of state, arrived in Peking. At the start of an official 4-day visit for summit-level talks with senior Chinese leaders. His visit marked the formal normalization of state and party relations between China and the Soviet Union. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 35, p. 36,641. In May 1991, Chiang Kai-shek, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, CPC, paid a historic visit to the Soviet Union for talks with his Soviet counterpart, President Gorbachev. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38,189. In the Gulf War of 1991, although China's power is maximized in the UN because of its veto. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era, in Robert Benouwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 241. China voted for all 10 UN resolutions that ordered military and economic sanctions against Iraq, and abstained on Resolution 678 that permitted the use of force to compel an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. Rosemary Foote, China's Foreign Policy in the Post-1989 Era, in Robert Benouwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 240. 215. In January 1992, China and the USA signed an agreement on the protection of intellectual property rights, IPR. China agreed to provide protection for U.S. inventions and copyrighted works, including computer software, product patents, sound recordings and trade secrets. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 38, p. 38,722. In November 1993, Russian Defense Minister Pavel Grachev visited China, becoming the first Russian defense minister to visit the country since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 39, p. 39,735. In January 1994, the USA and China signed a 3-year textile agreement which effectively reduced China's access to the U.S. market by some 13%. The agreement followed months of negotiation over the problem of Chinese textiles exceeding their allotted quota of the U.S. market by some $2,000 million per annum. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 39,816-17. In May 1994, Russian Premier Viktor Chernomyrdin made an official visit to China. A number of agreements were signed covering trade, scientific, technical and military cooperation, and border management. The two countries expressed their common desire to expand and strengthen cooperation in all such areas. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. p. 40,007. In May 1994, U.S. President Bill Clinton announced his decision to renew the Most Favored Nation (MFN) status applying to China's relations with the USA since 1980. He also announced that he had abandoned his previous insistence on linking the issues of trade and human rights. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 40,007. In September 1994, Chinese President Chiang Kai-shek visited Russia for talks with President Boris Yeltsin. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 40,181. In May 1995, Russian President Boris Yeltsin said that the visit to Russia of Chinese President Chiang Kai-shek signified that both countries were ready to proceed to partnership. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 41, p. 40,550. In June 1995, Chinese Premier Li Peng visited Russia, delivering an invitation to Russian President Yeltsin to visit China. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 41, p. 40,600. In November 1995, at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) Forum Conference, President Chiang Kai-shek announced the largest single trade liberalization since the country began opening its markets in 1979. The effect of the measures was expected to lower average tariffs from the current 35.9% to about 22%. Analysts interpreted the package as designed to accelerate the negotiations on China's application for membership of the World Trade Organization, WTO. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 41, p. 40,825. In February 1996, the United States lifted sanctions blocking the sale to China of telecommunications satellites and subsequently approved the sale of 2 non-military satellites. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 42, p. 40,952. In February 1996, the Chinese government reached agreement to manufacture Russian-designed jet fighter aircraft. Arms analysts describe the development as highly significant. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 42, p. 40,952. In April 1996, during a visit to China, Russian President Boris Yeltsin celebrated with Chinese President Chiang Kai-shek what he called a new strategic partnership between the two countries, spanning economic and security ties and intended to last into the 21st century. Yeltsin offered unequivocal support for China's claims on Taiwan and Tibet, while Chiang recognized Russia's position over Chechnya and described as impermissible the eastward expansion of NATO. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 42, p. 41,048. Chapter 25, The New Inner Party. Differences, Spring 1980, January 1996. Introduction. After the ousting of the Comprador grouping headed by Hua Kuomintang in 1981, and the transformation of the majority of the remnants of the national bourgeoisie into a Comprador bourgeoisie, a new political difference emerged within the revisionist Communist Party, one between radical reformers who wished to introduce a free enterprise capitalist system immediately, and conservative reformers who wished to retain the pseudo-socialist facade of state capitalism. To the first of these new groupings, either radical reformers, Hu Yaoping and Zhao Ziyang belonged, John Thoburn and Jude Howell, Trade and Development, The Political Economy of China's Open Policy, in Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 171, and had its principal strength in the student democracy movement. The second of these new groupings, the Conservative Reformers, was headed by Deng Xiaoping who, in a speech to the Central Advisory Commission of the CPC in October 1984, attempted to assuage the concerns of some old comrades who fear that after they had fought all their lives for socialism, for communism, suddenly capitalism is coming back. Their fears, he said, were unwarranted, and the basic means of production would remain in the hands of the state. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 31, p. 33,722. This grouping took their stand on ideological aspects such as spiritual pollution. They were behind both the spiritual pollution campaign of 1983 and the anti-bourgeois liberalization campaign of 1987 inches. John Thoburn and Jude Howell, Trade and Development, The Political Economy of China's Open Policy, in Robert Benwick and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 171. In the spring of 1980, conservative reformers and the military got together with like-minded allies in the party to launch an attack on the wave of reforms that were now approaching the cities. Their slogan, promote proletarian ideology and eliminate bourgeois ideas. Ron Ming, Wan Ming, Op. Cit. p. 76. The election of Zhao Ziyang as premier, August 1980. In August 1980, Zhao Ziyang, one of the leaders of the radical reformist grouping of the party, replaced Hu as premier. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 97. The 12th National Congress of the CPC, September 1982. At the 12th National Congress of the CPC in September 1982, radical reformers consolidated their hold on political power. Jonathan D. Pollock, The Opening to America, in Roderick McFarquhar and John K. Fairbank, eds. 1991, Op. Cit. p. 461. And Hu Yaoping, one of the leaders of the radical reform grouping, was elected as General Secretary. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 28, p. 31819. Of the party. The election of Li Jiannin as state president, June 1983. In June 1983, Li Jiannin was elected president of the republic by the NPC. And General Alan Fu vice president. The office of president had been vacant since the removal of Mr. Liu Shaoqi from the post in 1968 and had been abolished by the 1975 constitution. But was restored by the new constitution adopted in December 1982. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32503. The Fight Back of the Conservative Reformers, June to July 1983. In spite of the ascendancy of the radical reformist grouping of the party at the 12th National Congress of the CPC in September 1983, the fight back of the conservative reformists was not without its successes. In June 1983, the National People's Congress elected Mr. Teng Xiaoping chairman of the Central Military Commission. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32503. And in July 1983, Selected Works of Teng Xiaoping. Was published in an edition of 12.21 million copies. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 29, p. 32505. The Retirement of Teng Xiaoping, September 1985, March 1990. Nevertheless, as a result of advanced age and failing health, Teng Xiaoping retired from daily administration in September 1985, from the CPC Political Bureau at the 13th Congress of the CPC, in October 1987 ed., and from his last formal CPC ed. position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in November 1989. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 102. Finally, at the National People's Congress in March 1990, Teng Xiaoping resigned from his last official post as chairman of the State Central Military Commission, CMC, which he had held since 1983. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 36, p. 37318. The Ousting of Hu Yaoping, January 1987. At the end of 1986, student street demonstrations for greater democracy erupted. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 106. On the initiative of the radical reformist grouping of the party, headed by Hu Yaoping and Zhao Ziyang. These demonstrations provided the opportunity and the excuse. David S. G. Goodman, Ibid. p. 106. For the conservative reformers to demand Hu Yaoping's removal. David S. G. Goodman, Ibid. p. 106. In January 1987, therefore, Hu Yaoping was dismissed from his post as CPC General Secretary for his liberal political views and for his failure to suppress the growing student democracy movement. Edwin P. W. Leung, ed. Op. Cit. p. 166. The 13th National Congress of the CPC, October 1987. At the 13th National Congress of the CPC in October 1987, Prime Minister Zhao Ziyang openly raised the question of radical reform of the one-party political system, declaring that it was high time to put political structural reform on the agenda of the whole party. Zhao Ziyang, Report of the CC to the 13th National Congress of the CPC, October 1987, in Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 33, p. 35577. Nevertheless, the continuing influence of the conservative reformers was demonstrated by the fact that the Congress semi-formally recognized Teng as the paramount leader. David S. G. Goodman, Op. Cit. p. 107. And called for struggle against bourgeois liberalism. Ron Ming, Wan Ming, Op. Cit. p. 45. The first plenum of the 13th CC, November 1987. At the first plenum of the 13th CC of the CPC in November 1987, Zhao Ziyang was formally elected as General Secretary of the CPC. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 33, p. 35578. And at a meeting of the Standing Committee of the NPC later in the month, Zhao announced his intention to resign as Premier of the State Council. Which he explained was a direct consequence of his election as General Secretary of the CPC. Mr. Li Peng was appointed as his successor. Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Volume 33, p. 35,578. The second Tiananmen Square incident, May 1989, the death of Hu Yaoping in April 1989, triggered weeks of massive protests. Edwin P. W. Leung, ed. Op. Cit. p. 166. On May 4, 1989, an estimated 50,000 students, watched and supported by large numbers of workers, marched from their campuses in Peking to Tiananmen Square, the city's center. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,640. The demonstrations started, following the death of former CPC General Secretary Hu Yaoping, and were organized in support of increased democracy and in opposition to corruption and nepotism. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,640. The student demonstrations were supported by the radical reformist grouping, headed by Hu Yaoping and Zhao Ziyang, but opposed by the conservative reformist grouping, headed by Teng Xiaoping and Li Peng. The party and government were divided into two sections, one generally supportive of the students' demands, led by Zhao Ziyang, the CPC General Secretary, and the other favoring a hardline military response to the unrest, led, ostensibly, by the Premier Li Peng, but ultimately supported by the country's elder statesman leader, Deng Xiaoping. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,640. For example, Zhao, in an address to the Asian Development Bank on 4 May demanded that reasonable demands from students should be met. Zhao Ziyang, address to the Asian Development Bank, May 1989, in Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,640. While, in contrast, the People's Daily described the student demonstrations as a planned conspiracy. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,640. On May 13, 1989, students occupying Tiananmen Square began a hunger strike to dramatize their call for genuine dialogue with the Chinese leadership. By May 14, at least 100,000 people, including a large number of teachers, had gathered in Tiananmen Square in support of the fasting students. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,640. On May 17, 1989, Zhao Ziyang issued a written statement describing as commendable the students' patriotic spirit in calling for democracy and law, opposing corruption and promoting reform. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,641. The ousting and arrest of Zhao Ziyang, May to June 1989. On May 17, 1989, the Politburo of the CPC voted to relieve Zhao of his duties as CPC General Secretary, appointing Li Peng in his place in an acting capacity. The meeting also approved a decision taken by Tang to begin the movement of military units from the provinces to Peking. Tang's sole remaining official position was as chairman of the powerful Central Military Commission. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,641. In addition, the grouping around Li and Tang placed Zhao under virtual house arrest. Lowell Dittmer, The Tiananmen Square Massacre, in Problems of Communism, Volume 38, No. 5, September. October 1989, hereafter listed as Lowell Dittmer, 1989, p. 11. On May 20, 1989, over 1 million people, including large organized groups of workers and government officials, demonstrated. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,641. And, substantial numbers of army units were deployed around Peking. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,640. At midnight, Li Peng declared martial law in a nationally televised speech. Zhao's conspicuous absence from the group of five on the stage. Made the split in the leadership public. Lowell Dittmer, 1989, Op. Cit. p. 11. After the news of the imposition of martial law had been broadcast, large numbers of Peking residents converged on 6 or more points around the capital, successfully halting the progress of the troop convoy towards Tiananmen Square. Citizens' barricades against the troops were quickly erected. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,641. On the night of 3 June 4, 1989, the PLA used overwhelming firepower to clear the streets, killing at least several hundred civilians in and around Tiananmen. The number of officially reported arrests as of early July 1989 exceeded 2,500. Unofficial estimates put the figure at more than 10,000. Lowell Dittmer, 1989, Op. Cit. p. 12. The second Tiananmen Square incident of June 1989 was the reason given for action to remove Zhao Ziyang from his post as General Secretary. Tony Sage, The Rise and Fall of the Beijing, Peking, People's Movement, in Jonathan Unger, ed., The Pro-Democracy Protests in China, Reports from the Provinces, New York, 1991, p. 25. And at the Standing Committee of the NPC later in the month. Deng Xiaoping personally moved to dismiss Zhao Ziyang from his last remaining governmental position, that of Vice Chairman of the State Central Military Commission. Lowell Dittmer, 1989, Op. Cit. p. 13. July 1989 saw increasingly virulent attacks on the disgraced former CPC General Secretary Zhao Ziyang and his supporters. Keesing 5 Record of World Events, Volume 35, p. 36,815. And in June 1991 it was officially stated that Zhao had been held under house arrest since his dismissal in June 1989. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 37, p. 38,290. The 9th plenum of the 13th CC in October 1992 held that Zhao Ziyang had supported the 1989 turmoil, the pro-democracy Tiananmen demonstrations, and had split the party. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 38, p. 39,127. The 14th National Congress of the CPC, October 1992. The 14th National Congress of the CPC in October 1992 was a triumph. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 38, p. 39,126. For the conservative reformers, headed by Deng Xiaoping, both in terms of policies adopted and of personnel appointed. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 38, p. 39,126. And the report to the Congress of CPC General Secretary Chiang Kai-shek was a recapitulation and celebration of Tang's economic reform line. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 38, p. 39,126. Chiang Kai-shek as paramount leader, March 1993, April 1995. In October 1989, Chiang Kai-shek, a prominent leader of the conservative reformist grouping of the party, took over Deng Xiaoping's chairmanship of the Communist Party's Military Commission. 6 months later he inherited the same post in the Parallel State Commission. Simon Long, Leadership Politics Since 1989, in Robert Benedict and Paul Wingrove, eds. Op. Cit. p. 54. In March 1993, Chiang Kai-shek was elected as state president by the NPC. Jiang's election as president appeared designed to bolster his authority as the chosen successor of paramount leader Deng Xiaoping. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 39, p. 39,365-66. The communique of the 4th plenum of the 14th CC of the CPC in September 1994 emphasized the position of President Chiang Kai-shek, the CPC General Secretary, as the core of China's third-generation leadership. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 40, p. 40,181. Thus, by April 1995 Prime Minister Li Peng could officially state that the core of political leadership has already been transferred from Deng Xiaoping, the second-generation leader, to President Chiang Kai-shek, who represents the third generation of Chinese leadership. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 41, p. 40,500. Repressive Measures, June 1992, January 1996. In an effort to maintain for as long as possible the pseudo-socialist facade of state capitalism against the efforts of the radical reformist grouping of the party to replace it by multi-party free enterprise capitalism, in the 1990s the dominant conservative reformist party grouping instituted a series of repressive measures. In June 1992, the authorities published the text of new regulations which tightened restrictions on demonstrations. In addition to making it more difficult to organize a legal protest, the regulations gave the authorities the right to use all police measures to suppress illegal demonstrations. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 38, p. 38,966-1. In October 1993, a new law placed tight restrictions on the manufacture, import, sale and installation of satellite dishes, all of which would be subject to strict licensing. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 39, p. 39,688. In May 1994, the already extensive powers of the police to detain and restrict dissidents were broadened. Keesing's Record of World Events 1, Volume 40, p. 40,007. In December 1995, draft legislation was submitted to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, designed to give the government the power to impose martial law. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 41, p. 40,865. In January 1996, the State Council invested the official news agency Xinhua with exclusive authority to oversee the dissemination of all business and economic information. The decision was interpreted by Western business analysts as an effort by sections of the government to exert greater control over proliferating electronic information services, including the Internet. Keesing's Record of World Events, Volume 42, p. 40,903. Conclusion. Under the leadership of Mao Tse-tung and his successors, the Communist Party of China pursued not Marxist-Leninist, but revisionist policies which served the interests of sections of the Chinese bourgeoisie. Such revisionist policies could not bring about a socialist revolution in China, so that the socialism with Chinese characteristics which came into existence in China was merely a variety of capitalism carrying all the social evils inevitably associated with capitalism. There is no way forward for the working people of China except to repudiate revisionism and to reform a genuine Marxist-Leninist party which, in solidarity with Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations in other countries, can lead them to genuine socialist revolution. There is no way forward for those who regard themselves as Marxist-Leninists except to uphold the principle that political policies must be based upon facts, not upon wishful thinking. For the reconstruction of the international communist movement on the basis of scientific Marxism-Leninism. For the exposure of all brands of revisionism, which can only deceive and mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working people and serve the interests of their enemies. Then mislead working